time! We are finally back! Alright everyone, Siege is back and it comes with a brand new competition, the South America Kickoff. Now, hold on, don't worry, this time there's no crazy format or weird gimmicks. This is basically an extra opening split. But it matters a lot because this is where teams will fight for their spots at the Salt Lake City Major. And yes, we'll still have 2 more stages in SAL. But that's a story for another video. Now, first things first. We've got 2 new teams joining the top tier of Brazilian Siege. INTZ is back after a 3-year break and Imperial is making their debut in the scene. Both earned their spots through the Challenger Series, so now we've got 10 teams battling it out in this kickoff. But the format for this opening stage is a little different. We have 2 groups of 5 teams facing each other in the best of 1 matches. Same system as always, 3 points for a clear win, 2 for an overtime win, 1 for an overtime loss, and 0 points if you get completely shut down. After 5 fast-paced days of matches, the top 4 teams from each group move on to the double elimination playoffs, played in a best of 3 series. In the end, the 2 finalists from the upper bracket and the 2 finalists from the lower bracket will secure their spots at the major. All of this happens across just 9 play days, spread over 20 days. And stay sharp, matches aren't just on weekends. We've got games on Tuesdays as well. And don't forget, besides the major spots, teams are also fighting for those crucial SI points, just like you're seeing on your screen. Pretty easy to follow, right? Still, some people are really excited for this kickoff, while others are still trying to figure it all out.
Não sei o que eu esperar desse torneio Kickoff, sendo muito sincero, é um torneio muito rápido, né? São apenas 4 jogos. Vai ser um campeonato muito que não pode ter erros, não pode cometer muita burrada ali. E, mano, não sei o que esperar, mano. Sei lá, vai ser da hora, galera.
O Kickoff é como se fosse realmente um split, mas é um período um pouco mais curto, porque a gente tem 2 grupos de 5 times, poucos confrontos MD1, logo em sequência os playoffs. Querendo ou não, também é um split de classificação para Major, então é um campeonato importante, mas eu acho que o formato ele realmente acaba podendo pender para aqueles times que são melhores na MD1, classificarem para os playoffs e chegar nos playoffs.
Não é o meu gosto, obviamente, de 2 grupos, mas eu entendo que é para ser um campeonato mais rápido, e porque também tem muito campeonato esse ano, graças a Deus, vamos manter assim, valeu Uber, mas tipo, eu acho que é um formato bom. Querendo ou não, porque é um formato rápido, 2 grupos, mano, 2 grupos que na minha opinião bons, ficaram muito igualáveis os 2, eu achei da hora.
Vai ser um campeonato que eu acho que pode surgir surpresas, porque vão ser MD1 ali, é um grupo, é curto, é basicamente 2 semanas, quem tiver bem já vai estar nos playoffs. Então, acho que não é o campeonato mais justo, mas é um kickoff, então não tem tempo realmente para fazer toda hora a liga e tal. Então acho que vai ser um campeonato da hora, pra gente já ver como que vai estar todos os times, com as mudanças, que tá todo mundo muito animado. Basicamente, acho que só a FaZe não mudou, o resto todo mundo mudou. Então, acho que vai ser um campeonato legal aí para ver todo mundo. E o principal, valendo vaga pro Major, né? Que depois, o reload, depois que acabou, não valia mais nada, não sei o que, era gincanas, caramba. Então agora aí, ó, valendo EV Points, valendo tudo, vamos ver como que vai sair todos os times.
And that's for sure, my man Igor. We'll see how it plays out. But one thing's certain. This kickoff might be a brand new start for the season. But the best siege in the world is still right here.
Hello, everybody, and welcome back to the best region in the world. World champions in every single way, and you just saw them right there at the end. FaZe Clan. And, well, I need a world champion set of talent here on the desk to have a chat about this championship region. Milosh by my side is the handsome, hunky, laxing Gabe. Welcome to SAL for the first time in Kickoff. How you doing?
I'm doing good. I'm honestly a little envious that Leo and Fox were able to work these past few days. I wanted to start it, get to see these new teams, these new variants of these teams, but I'm coming in at the tail end of it. You know, still exciting, still matches to be had that is going to determine who's into those playoffs. So still a lot of fun games to kick off.
Absolutely. Today is going to be instrumental for a bunch of our teams just because we're in day 4 out of 5 in the group stage. After this, we'll be stepping directly into the playoffs and things really heat up there because from all these teams, you can only bring in 8. And then it depends on where you are. You saw it in the explainer of the format. We'll talk about that, of course, as we go on with our day. Our matches for this 4th play day are FaZe, Imperial, NIP Loud, Furia, INTZ, and last but not least is, of course, Los versus Black Dragons. These are all in BRT time, so you'll have to convert that to where you are. But if you're watching us right now, it's literally all going to happen as we speak with our rolling schedule. Though, I want to take a look at our group standings and just kind of flash them up for everybody to see how things have been going so far between groups A and B, and to hear your opinion, Gabe, because although this is your first day here on the actual broadcast, I know you're keeping up. I know you're a very busy man with NAL and everything else happening in life, but I want to hear your opinions because they matter so much to me.
I was about to say, you make my life sound like I'm just always doing something. Realistically, I'm just always at home sitting here watching Siege and talking about Siege. I mean, super exciting stuff. But no, I mean, Group A, I mean, it seems to be, honestly, both these groups, kind of group of death. You don't really know who's going to be walking out of it. Tila Alienware is very close to solidifying their spot, obviously ranking at 7. But it's really what you're looking at here. You're looking at the tail end. Which of the teams, who's going to be the last team to make it? Who's going to be the one that unfortunately their run is going to come to an end? And for me right now, already Imperial Esports and Loud and INTZ aren't in the best scenario, but it goes to say there's still some games on the line that are going to be very important to try to be able to clench that 4th, 3rd spot for some of these teams. And it's very likely that it could happen. Now, some of these teams, it would almost be impossible for them to fall out of their position, but it's Siege and it's best of ones. Anything can happen. We've seen crazy things happen.
And I would like to turn everybody's attention towards the last matches tab here, just before the points, because it shows the amount of matches that every team has played. Because there are only, well, five play days in the group stage, and we have 5 teams in here. Somebody's going to have a bye on a different play day because there's 4 games that are happening on each play day, not 5. So you do the math. We end up with some teams that have played 3 matches, some that have only played 2. And that, of course, impacts the amount of points that you might have been able to convert into either 3 points, which is what you get if you win in regulation time, or 2 points if you win in overtime, or 1 point if you lose in overtime, which is what Imperial have done. For example, in position 5 in Group A, they played 2 games, lost both of them, but one of them went into overtime, which is why they get 1 point. One thing to note, I would love if instead of 2 X's, we'd have, like, I don't know, a yellow dash that would show that they lost in overtime, but that's just an idea for another day, different little bits of minutia. But just to kind of tell you the story of what's been going on so far. That have been, though, also excellent players that have really shown up and surprised. But we'll be talking about them as we go on with our day. Ones that have been surprising and blowing everybody's minds for the past, 3 and a bit years are FaZe Clan. They are up first in our first matchup here, Gabe, and they're are we doing? Yeah, there was a swap in our matches at the time. Not so. Just to confirm it, FaZe is up first versus Imperial, and this is a team that has, if I'm to borrow wrestling terms, the undisputed champions of Siege.
I was going to say, when it comes to FaZe, and if you're a Siege fan or you're brand new, I'm sure this team doesn't need an introduction. They've done the unthinkable. They won 2 back-to-back world champions. I mean, these guys really are the highest pinnacle of Siege's competition, and rightfully so. I mean, what we see them do time and time again, it's just something that is masterclass through and through. They stick to what they do best, and that's always something that I've always really loved about this FaZe Clan roster is throughout any iteration that they've had, they've always stuck to their initial strategy, their initial plan. They've always stuck out in comparison throughout all the teams throughout SAL. They have their very own unique playstyle, and by all means, it clearly works if it's getting you 2 world championships back to back. And they got world-class players in Vidiking, Handy, Souls, Cyber, and KDS across the board.
Well, that's, of course, FaZe Clan, some of the best to ever do it, if not the best. I think we can definitely spend an entire night arguing back and forth on who is the real dynasty. Is it FaZe? Is it the old Furia, now T-Law, etc.? Is it G2 Penta? I'd say, even as an old head myself, I stood by G2 Penta until FaZe's victory in Paris. I think it's very clear who the best team in the world is and in the history of the game. I don't think it would be too surprising to say such a wet noodle of a statement. I will say I don't think it's really a hot take in any way, shape, or form. However, their opponents are on the complete opposite end of the spectrum, Gabe, because Imperial Esports, for all intents and purposes, they are a stack of 3 players, one of them with more experience than others, and then 2 with practically none that are trying to make a name for themselves.
Yeah, and when I look at this roster, and I'm sure when we talked about even one of the players, Makina, one of the up-and-coming players throughout his time, he was on Black Dragons. I've always looked to him as an inspiration for the younger talent, and he hasn't really hit the strides that I was hoping he was going to hit. But one of the notorious players that you were even mentioning on this team is Sexy Cake, has tons of history throughout his time in Siege, more notably on Liquid, where he was finding far more success than what he's recently done. But the nice thing where Sexy Cake typically finds himself is he's always surrounding himself with newer players. And in some situations, sure, that can bite you in the ass, but then in also it really can revitalize you. Now, unfortunately, they haven't been finding their strides so far. They have come close. I do want to give them a little credit there. They haven't been absolutely stomped. But fact of the matter is, this is an accelerated league. Results have to be at a faster pace. They have to be getting more points. They need these wins if they want to stay in the competition, and especially when you're looking at the 2 teams just in the players in and themselves, there is a big mountain in front of them in today's matchup.
Absolutely. And it is a challenge no matter what, right? For Imperial, you're coming into your first ever stage in this state, right? You want to at least make it to the playoffs, and right now, Los, they're giving you a hard time, right? They're 2 points above you. Yeah. You got FaZe to play against. It is not going to be an easy day. FaZe, though, and this we've heard actually from multiple teams that are more experienced, from the NIP, the Team Liquid, Alienware, FaZe, whoever, is that here in SAL, you cannot underestimate any team.
No,
because
absolutely not.
On a specific day, a rookie team can really do a lot of damage, and just taking a big team to overtime can really mess things up for them. However, our map veto for this series, who's had the big brains? I'll leave you to take us through it, please, Gabe. Enlighten us on what's going on here.
Well, I definitely want something small. I don't want a really big map. That's where typically newer teams tend to struggle, is because the communication simply isn't there. And in an accelerated league, everything has to be faster. So if you can get a smaller map like Night Haven Labs, this makes a little bit of sense to me. Now, this isn't FaZe Clan's one of their best maps by any means. It's their 6th overall preference throughout all of last year. They went 6-5, total playing it 11 times. So by no means is this necessarily the strongest map for FaZe. And for the side for Imperial, yes, it's great. It's a lot smaller. The coordination should be there. Sexy Cake being on those shields can utilize them properly. But the biggest thing is, especially for a newer team, is you have the unknown factor on your side. So FaZe has to try to pick apart and dissect what your attacks are, what your defenses are. And this is something that I've even been seeing throughout the NAL with these newer teams, is the lack of adaptation. That's always the biggest curve for these teams that they struggle at. They can initially get a couple, 1 or 2 rounds underneath their belt, but it's when you're going to team and a mountain and a Goliath like FaZe, they're going to figure you out very quickly. And that's where it's going to be so important for each individual to be able to step up, make a call, whether bringing one operator here, changing a setup, just, small, minute details in Siege really can change the outcome of a defense or an attack. And that's where we're really going to have to see Imperial, especially starting out on attack. I can't say I'm too envious of that. The beauty
they
of
chose
starting
it.
Yeah, I know. I mean, that's why I'm saying, like, I'm not too envious of it, because again, they haven't been having the best start. And when you start on attack, that puts more pressure on you to make sure communication is there. So when you get to that defensive half, things can be a little smoother. But if all goes to hell on your starting attack, defense is going to be a little more rough, because you're going to be on edge. You're going to be down in round count. And again, a team like versus FaZe you're going up against, you have to start out strong, because 9 times out of 10, they typically control the tempo and the momentum of the match.
I'm looking for the surprise. The question is always, can the team that wins the Invitational just keep it going right after. And so far, FaZe has done really well. The game that they had against Team Liquid Alienware was an incredible match. Highly recommend for those that really are into the region to come back and watch that game in the replays, because it's definitely worth it. But it's about FaZe now rebounding from a match like that. However, to help us rebound personally, we're bringing our friends, the casters, into the fold. It's Captain Fluke and Demo. Good evening, my general. How are you doing?
That could be both of us, because Demo's history is in Grand Theft Auto roleplay, and that's where he gets his name from. So, was it military roleplay? You're a demolitions guy. See, I know my lore. I know my history.
I thought it was Demo Man from TF2. Anyways, how are you guys doing?
You can jump on this.
Why looking at me?
This is your
It's
turn.
always you first. No,
we all want to know what you're doing.
Where the crickets at?
We all want to know what you're up to. Tell the people.
Up to nothing. Here for some Brazil. You know, FaZe
Have you
playing.
had some sushi
Gonna have a good
today,
time.
Demo?
No, I haven't.
Oh, that's why. Well, I mean,
yeah.
How's your painting doing? How are the cats?
Good.
Everything all right?
I'm glad you mentioned it, because my hands are still covered in paint. No, I'm good. I'm living a lifestyle where I've just had an energy drink at 5 to 10 p.m. So, what a career this 30-year-old woman is having.
27-year-old. Anyways, Fluke Demo, you heard the loading in the back. I'll leave you to paint us a beautiful picture in our matchup. All yours.
Thank you very much. Sorry, I entirely dubbed you in there. I want you to meet new people.
I don't want to meet people. I'll stick with you, and that's it.
I want you to make friends at school, okay? I'm trying to get
funny.
Hey, welcome.
He smells like cabbages.
Yeah, I'm sorry. He's a really good cook, but just, his parents, your parents. Anyway, welcome into the world of SAL, because this is your first SAL, isn't it? Is it? I'm losing my mind. I did SAL.
Yeah.
I did SAL a couple of days ago, filling in for Parker. And now you get to enjoy this too.
Woo!
Don't be too thrilled. We're on Nighthaven Labs, the map that we saw Imperial Esports lose against Lost like 2 days ago.
I mean, I get to cast FaZe. It's a good day.
It's a good day.
You can't ever say no to that. Get to cast KDS. Like, what more can you say? Specifically KDS.
Yeah.
Like, after invite with the whole thing where, thanks guys, we won. Can we go home now? That all those memes that came out about him, that sent me fully, and I'm just a massive fan of him.
Listen,
just turns
he knows
up, gets
what
the
he
job
loves.
done, goes home.
He is the most. Siege is my job, but he's so good at his job.
He's so good.
He's so good at his job, and then he goes home. He does the 9 to 5, and he heads home.
Out.
Gets
Punches
the shift
in.
done.
Yeah.
It's the bet. He's the kind of person he probably has an out of office email for Siege related things, where he's like, "Oh, this can wait until I'm back in office." Anyway, we are in.
The guy jump onto that. It's like they go, "Oh, KDS, we're going to VOD review," and he checks the times. Like, sorry, it's past 5 o'clock.
Sorry,
I'm not available.
Listen, I've got to go. My parking's validated.
Well, speaking of VOD review, they should be ready for this.
Yes.
FaZe, because Imperial played it.
100%. They played it 2 days ago. They lost it against Lost. They were able to get 2 attacks, 2 defenses, but they started on their defense. So there's a slightly different bit of pressure and pace to this, but there's also the problem in that FaZe are off the back of a loss. And though I'm a little bit jumpy right now on the feed, I don't know if you're okay. Vida King is almost off the back immediately of this round, caught out. They are trying their best to try and pull things back, and with how sort of partial points this group has been, everything matters.
Yeah, and even as much as what you talk about the loss, look at who it was against. Team look at Alienware, top team, we know that. And again, whenever it comes to Brazil's kind of big sides, they can all beat each other. We see that plenty of times again, but I don't think FaZe are really too worried, because typically they'll get them in the best of 3, I'm sure, knowing these guys. So, yeah, I think for FaZe against, again, you have to say an easier opponent, of course, in the group for them. So I think for FaZe starting the defense too, that's going to just get them into the flow of things. I think looking at Nighthaven, where if you talk about defense, especially with the bans coming in, you know, you've got a lot to play with. You've got Mira up. You've got Azami, who we know are fantastic for holding in towards rafters. You've headlocked yourselves in for the electrified walls, which, yes, getting these breaches open is going to be really easy for the attackers. But then how do you get through the next layer? How do you get through those Miras? How do you get through those Azamis?
Well, not that way, as two of them get knocked down immediately. There's Cyber and Souls opening them up, and at least one back. Finally, the end of Vita King is found, and Sexy Cake does get the end of your man KDS as well. So, just under a minute, and I was going to say a 3 versus 3, but Handy disagrees. Swings out IT, gets a double, and that just leaves Sexy Cake inside the site, drifting around to find the first fight. Can't win that, and FaZe hold off for the opener.
That was some great heads-up thinking there from Handy. I think there's a kind of moment where, obviously, Imperium have got the kills back. It goes into the 3v3, and Handy just reads the situation really well. He says, I know where one is. I know where the other one is. I'm going to be aggressive. I've got the SMG. I can win those engagements with that distance. Smokes off the door, gets a kill, swings in towards IT, finds another. Nice little heads-up play from Handy, just kind of assessing the situation, timing it well. Yeah, FaZe, good, solid first round. I think for Imperial, obviously, is it the case where, you know, whenever it got to that 3v3, they maybe should have slowed down and maybe went to Sexy Cake, could obviously taken great ground in towards Connector, for example. Maybe there's a little bit of decision making there, maybe just slow things down, slow the pace, because even getting those 2 kills back from 5-3 down is good, and we have to highlight that for Imperial.
And the thing is, obviously, when all this sort of starts to tick and we talk about partial points and we talk about games still in hand, well, the hardest run Imperial have is their last 2 games, right? They've got FaZe right now, and then they have to go into Team Liquid Alienware. That's their follow-through. That's their chance at trying to claw their way up. And the fact that the group has been a bit up and down, that Loud's sort of been able to pull some successes before, and you sort of had these big pushes and drives and all of this, I mean, it doesn't leave you with the best sort of feeling of them getting this one all the way to the end, but as we get the progress here, they need to see if they can try and get themselves at least 2 solid round wins on their attack. Just try and lock in something that is securedly and undoubtedly theirs. The shield of Sexy Cake, a classic pairing, but will it be what is needed?
Yeah, gonna have to try and fight those roamers. The heavy extension in towards that top floor. Mr. Phaser, again, gonna try and abuse the operators like your Zami, like your Mira, just to try and make this roam clear an absolute nightmare. I mean, look at this fortress that Souls have built himself in towards rafters. You see the Imperial just gonna take their time, and they have got like some good operators here to deal with roamers. You've got the Blitz, you've got the Solid Snake, you've got the Dokkaebi. All fantastic at being able to spot out and feed that information over to that Blitz, who, as we know, just rush somebody down if he gets that opportunity. It's going to be the Warden though on the stairs. Not a great matchup here for the Blitz, and let's get forced away now as that C4 does roll in. So Imperial slowly making their kind of aggression in towards these roamers, but nobody's dead just yet. Oh, I say that, down goes Machina.
Somebody's dead. Just
Sorry,
yeah.
Machina, that's my bad.
Well, the thing is, Machina is obviously the person that we look towards for this roster quite a lot, and they're going to look towards escaping as they drift their way down, but obviously there's nobody cleared on the top floor, so they're actually just going to try and drive themselves in towards cargo and around the back, and that gives Souls the option. When do I operate? When do I sort of execute on towards the push? As Handy gets one more, he can sit and wait as they get their way to the bottom of cargo stairs, fine, but then what? You've got yourself into a crossfire. They've got none of the pressure on towards the opposite side. Animus, I'm not sure if it's open, but it seems like they got the kit drifting over towards the multiple wall anyway. And as you said, there's not going to be no problem with the breach with the bands. But here, ooh, great take. Matrix over the top. There's pings on the second, but Vita King has the cover. Surrounded and blasted anyway. Vita King does the job. And, well, that leaves just one inside the site. 40 seconds here. It has to try and find somewhere safe to plant, and well, FaZe, they just have to kind of play this together, really. There's no pressure on them on having to swing it. One behind the middle, one behind the corner of Animus, and, well, 20 seconds here, Damo. I think we can see how this one will go.
Yeah, Handy again. Most kills in the round for him, I believe. I think was that a free K for him? On that Kate?
Yeah, definitely.
I think it was, yeah.
Yeah.
Opened up with 2 and then got the last, no? I think so. Yeah, I mean, Andy, just sitting in sight, doing what he does best, just killing a bunch of people. I mean, for FaZe, obviously you go for that extension, and I think for Imperial, they were very hesitant on where they wanted to go. Like, nobody from the top floor in terms of defenders ever, I think, felt pressured. You know, they were sitting up there. There was nobody really looking to aggress them. I mean, the Blitz was more focused on kind of taking map control. You've seen them in towards kitchen rather than going upstairs and fighting. Obviously, this is a very early timeout from Imperial. After 2 rounds, they've immediately called it. Both, especially that round, it just did not go to plan. It didn't hit at all. So maybe they just need to give their heads a bit of a wobble and see where they go from here.
They've got to work out something, but as you said, it's a very early timeout. And I was quickly sort of doing the maths there, and there is, you know, with the games that we sort of have in hand, with the fact that the group leader is on a break today, and they can sort of sit and watch, depending on how results shake out, I mean, we might have some of our teams secured, and we might even have Imperial's fate outside of their hands from that point onwards, right? And that's nowhere anyone really wants to be. I know that in other regions, as Lax was sort of pointing it out, we have had some teams secured already, as we have a very quick rehost. But you don't want to have that as your sort of opening sprint, right? You don't want to have to be sort of hoping that you can at best get 4th. And even then, that result is not in your hands. The other following game, which I think is the last game of our evening, is Black Dragons versus Loss. So, say, for example, Loss win that in OT, and FaZe win this, then that means that I think Imperial are, at that point, out of reach of everybody.
It's not even that. It's, you look at the next game as well.
Yeah.
For Imperial, they have to go up against Team Liquid Alienware. You know, that's the issue for them. It's, you could almost argue that maybe the games that they had a really good opportunity at, you know, getting some points on the board have already, you know, come and gone, and they didn't. You know, they maybe got a point from Black Dragons, didn't get anything from the last game, going up against FaZe in the Team Liquid Alienware. I mean, it's do or die for them, isn't it? And really, they need to get something here to put the pressure on Lost, because Lost could be sitting here thinking, guys, just that one win against Imperial, that will get us out of the groups. You know, that'll stop us from going down into that 5th position, because that's just with the way the format is. Every region will be going for the same thing, because it's only 5 teams in a group. Every single game really does matter, and you have to beat who's against you, because it's kind of like a 6-point game, isn't it? Same way we talk about big top of the table 6-pointers that happen. Same can be said for from down below. You need to win your 6-pointers, and I just think for Imperial, they kind of have to go the more difficult path. Have to pick up points against FaZe, and then have to try and pick up points against Team Liquid Alienware.
Yeah. See, I mean, you know, when you say it like that, there's a possibility.
Oh, of course, yeah.
Just have to beat 2 of the best teams in the world.
Difficult path. You know, do you want to go down this nice path that looks great, or you just go down this other one and there's flames everywhere. It's like a Super Mario level that somebody's made. Not fun.
Yeah, it's, you know, on paper, tricky. But there's the element where obviously we technically don't have anybody confirmed for the top spot either yet. Obviously, T-Lau, Team Liquid Alienware, not playing today, but they are sitting 7 points at the top, followed closest by 4. If FaZe win this, then they'll be behind by a single point, so it can sort of come down to a last day arms race in a way.
Mm-hmm.
But getting the bye, getting themselves one step preciously closer. FaZe Clan, they look a lot happier than Imperial Esports do right now, I think. Listen, I'm no, you know, forensic psychologist. I don't look at cameras and read lips and understand people. But the energy.
If I drank to you, I know you don't look at cameras.
Hi, whoa, who am I? Tim? I don't know, actually. Tim's probably quite good at cameras. That's a bad example. That's all he does. Because he dies very early on in the round.
Whoa. Tim, listen, I have nothing to do with that.
Yeah? Is that your whole defense?
Yep. Nope. Do not associate me.
I'm now thinking of what the most chaotic stack would be to give you from on-air casters and talent and crew. All right, picture this. You, fresh, because I've got to give you somebody who can play the game. I feel like there'll be some energy there.
You give me fresh.
Just wait. That's the good person I've given you. Ian Chambers.
Just F5.
Ian Chambers.
Just F5.
Tim, but Tim is only allowed to play entry.
I have Tim with 100% vision.
No, impossible.
Oh.
It's gotten better without it. It's like how Daredevil can hear really good. And then the fifth spot. Oh, there's a temptation to just put Dez in the mix because I feel like it'll all just kick off. But anyway, we're back in.
Mm-hmm.
I've noticed no bans at the top. I hope that that's just for us.
I would guess probably not. I don't know.
Well,
maybe somebody forget to put the bans in.
We'll find out maybe when we get to the end of this round. Either way, for those at home, the bans that we have: attackers cannot use Grim or Monty, and defenders cannot use either of the electrical men.
5 seconds to go.
Which is just how they get branded.
Yeah, well, you're not wrong. It's a very basic way to describe them. It's like, oh, how badly can you describe this operator? Electrical man.
Electrical man.
Yeah, you have to guess who it is.
Electrical man old, electrical man young.
Yeah, obviously we move into our third bomb site choice because the previous two have been locked out for FaZe, and they head in towards their storage now. Main thing about storage, of course, is that window. That is the danger area that defenders need to be cautious of. We know it is a blind spot position. If you can get into it as an attacker, you can plant right behind the pillar, and unless there's a C4, usually pretty safe to do so. Getting into storage, though, always the tricky thing. You need to make sure you have some form of vert pressure to then play whenever that plant comes in. So typically teams will try and take above. You can see from Imperial, you've got the ram. You've even got the sledge too, just in case maybe the ram gets picked off. Or it could be for these castle barricades too, don't forget, which have been brought in handy on the castle, trying to block off some of those exterior windows, but I think have been sledged open. You can see that one of them being held by that twitch, that long angle outside on that garage window. But a minute gone. Nobody's died yet from Imperial, which is a good thing, considering how the first two rounds have kind of went for them. Got the breaches open. Gonna do some vert work too. Yeah, I think everything running smoothly at the moment. I think the next kind of stumbling block, I will say, for Imperial is, how do you get rid of Cyber? How are you going to get rid of him? Do you enter in towards IT, but then you have to take Rafters? You want to do that? You try and just jump in towards Garage, but again, you have to take Rafters. I think they have to go Rafters.
Well, they're going to see if they can try and cut their way across the back of Cargo right now. Handy does go down in the meantime, and there's the drive down from Fish on towards this position. Just get the pinch. It was a great little two-piece there, either side of him. Sandwich him in the middle, and Mitrix is able to find himself on towards the head of Cyber too. Now, all of this pressure on the back. You can see Vitter King is sort of tempted by a bit of a maneuver, drawing some attention, drawing some focus. They've got to make sure they can swing out, but swing out is just being shut down here, Demo.
Oh, they've went a different approach. They've tried to go for the horizontal take, sweeping in, looking for opportunities in towards Cargo, and, well, they found some of them. Souls and Vitter King, both back in the bomb site, both in towards storage. However, the jump in, just a blind jump in from Florio. Going to get shut down by Souls, and I think that's going to be diffuser called too. So 2v3 is certainly winnable now for FaZe. Look at the time, 25 seconds. Imperial need to think of something.
Well, it's a slow little bit of maneuvering in the middle. Souls is trying to lean out, get one, get a bit early, get a bit of a smash and grab, but it's actually Vitter King that finds success before it gets traded out by Yechts. Buried in the middle, and this puts them in the 2 versus 1. But look at the timer, Demo. 8 seconds. Swings on 1, swings on 2. Vitter King wears the crown.
Oh. I mean, just what can you say? about FaZe and the individuals who can just step up like that. 1v2. I mean, I actually thought he maybe botched it as he went for that swing on the rotate. I was like, doesn't really need to swing. There's no kit. They have to push him. But he takes the swing. Doesn't get punished for it. Switch up to the shotgun. And as soon as that shotgun came out, you could see where both of the attackers were. You just knew he was always going to win that. But FaZe just hanging in there. I mean, it was what, a 2v4, I think, wasn't it? That Souls and Viking had. So all credit to them. It's a big moment in the game. And for Imperial, losing that off the back of a timeout, that's not going to feel great.
Oh, no, I mean, especially on the tertiary side as well, right? As I said it, if they wanted to try and get themselves sort of locked in, if they wanted some confidence going over towards the second half, even though they're on the defense, and you're sort of holding and withstanding against the heavy approach of FaZe, which I don't think anyone is comfortable in that situation, you need to be able to have at least a strong performance on the same site double down. When they won 2 rounds, when they played this map the other day, it was different sites. It was different results. And one of them was a, sort of Mac and a 3K and all this. Now you've just had Vidican get a 4K and a 1 versus 2 after your timeout. When you had a 4 versus 2, when you had the opening kill, when you had a decent pocket of control. It's just, yeah, I mean, it's tough. Right, it's that element of how do you beat a player on their day? How do you sort of fight your way through? How do you sort of fight your way out of these situations? Also, based on the rehost, I think you and I got our answer about.
Yeah. Just put the bands in, everyone. Don't worry. Back in, hopefully soon. What do you think about Solid Snake? I want to get your take on that.
As a person, or like in the game?
I mean, do you know him personally?
No, but I would like to. I think he does cool stuff. Like a cat loves boxes. No, I think he's great. I think, don't get me wrong, I know that we've sort of had conversations about like there's a sensible way of using Solid Snake and there's a way that it would be fun to see him utilized in. There's the element of you can support a good intel drive player, the one who can sort of, feed and filter all that to the rest of the team. You can get yourself quick and punchy entrances, but you can also almost use them like a nook. You can use them in a way more sort of canon to the lore of sort of getting your own way and being the one-man army, being the sort of sneaking around on the back and put the pressure on and getting your own information to just filter towards yourself. You can become your own active drone without having to go into drones. And that is the make or break. It's not always the gadgetry, but it's the time between using your gadgetry and getting information with it and then being able to be guns up and killing people, right? And that is something that Snake can do so quickly.
I personally think he's only going to get better because my kind of thought process with Snake is he's really good. And I think certain scenarios, he's fantastic, and others, he's like, okay. But I think whenever we kind of look at the future of Siege, and we know that Dokumi's getting a big old rework, that's where I think Snake's going to really kind of take the reins in terms of being able to be that key info operator. Because still, I think Dokumi still fits that role really well. We know how good she is with that global call. Just makes life really easy. Because again, just those Dokumi calls, it's going to be from one side of the map to the other. It's always going to get value. Snake, it's a that kind of radar, isn't it? It's that very condensed space. So I think overall he will get better whenever we see other operators maybe fall off a little bit. But I can't wait. We don't know. Dokumi rework could be even better than what it is now, which I think that's going to be difficult at the top, but we'll see. But yeah, I just think I like the execution scenarios too. Like sometimes we see Soul Snake and another teammate in maybe a 2v2. And the fact that you can have that instant information where you can call, okay, there's one here, there's one here. You plan, I'll hold this angle because we know where both of them are. I think there's really good scenarios in the late game too that you can get similar to kind of what we see with Deimos, for example.
So, There's just a quick bug they're trying to fix. Get things sorted out before we can get our way back in. We are 3 rounds deep. And FaZe have, I'm not going to say held them all massively convincingly, right? Because, you know, the first round, definitely great reaction, great push from Handy. The second round, you know, it was a sort of 3 versus 1, but they did have a decent control of the site. I don't think Imperial Esports did the wrong thing by they lost the first body and went, let's just send it in towards site. Let's see how far we can get. Oh no, everybody's dead. But then that most recent round, it was a 2 versus 4 that they clutched out. But it was after the timeout. It was after however things are going. They're still on the defensive half. There is an element where you're sort of like, is this prolonging the inevitable? And I know that's a bad thing to say after 3 rounds, but what do you do during this time? Because you can't really mentally reset, right, in this sort of situation.
No, I think it's a case where you just have to just take it one step at a time now, and you know that it's just going to be, you know, up to you to see if you can make it happen. Obviously, I think for Imperial, you're always going to be fighting, you know, against the grain, against a team like FaZe. This kind of comes back to the original point before this game started. You know, for Imperial, they had their quote-unquote easier games already. And the next 2, they're the difficult ones. So you know you're always going to be the underdog, which sometimes does work for teams. You know, being the underdog, we see that happen plenty of times. But I think whenever it comes to this region, it's kind of set in stone who's going to do well. I mean, that's the way it's always been, hasn't it? We know who's going to be the big dogs. We know who are maybe going to be the challengers. But in the end, like, you're always looking at Team Liquid Alienware. You're, to be fair, it's a little bit different because, you know, we have had the kind of changes inside of SAL, but you still got FaZe, who, again, same core. Team Look at Alienware, pretty much the same core, bar 1. You then look at Fluxo W7M, again, same core. And then I suppose the new Furia side is maybe the outlier, but you look at the players that team has. You know they're going to hit the ground running immediately.
Oh, yeah. I mean, how many times have they needed to reset? How many times have they needed to sort of do this? Sometimes on the biggest stage of the world. How many times have they been in this sort of element of like, yep, it's round 1, fine. It's like there are teams that you always see needing that momentum. There are teams that need that. And they're often the teams that have to go up against FaZe, who can seemingly just dry run world-class plays all the time. And I guess that's a very fair thing to say, because they are the best team in the world. But that gives them a sort of element of cool. And there's the weird thing about them, and although it's to sort of say of them coming off the back of a loss, of the teams that have had that title of being the best team in the world, which has obviously changed hands a couple of times, they're always one that seem to be on a pretty steady level, right? They always seem to be on a pretty standard drive through it.
You can see the groups here at the moment. Again, bear in mind that number 1 in Group A do not play today. Team Liquid Alienware get the day off, so their points will sit where it is. And then over to Group B, which we'll get into later on this evening. Furia, new Furia, sitting top of the pops, 14 rounds to 5. I mean, in terms of a new side coming into this league, what can you say? I mean, that is impressive.
Hey, we're in the game. I still don't see bans, so I'm not sure what ban is the 3rd ban. This is a problem, because if this has been the problem that they've been trying to sort out, we know the 4 bans we came in with. We have to now work out what the 3rd ban is for each team.
No Azami. I'm guessing it's the Azami ban because I don't see the Azami. And that has been the kind of trend every round. In terms of what FaZe have banned, this is the fun one, isn't it? Could be Dokkaebi. Could be Solid Snake.
10 seconds to go.
Dokkaebi's okay, not Dokkaebi. Could be Solid Snake.
Could be Solid Snake. It could also be, I mean,
who else did they play?
They played Blitz once.
Ban the Blitz.
Like, Blitz is a possibility. They could have banned Thermite.
Yeah.
This
I've never played this mini game
is
before.
a fun game. This is a fun mini game.
Guess the ban.
Let's see if anyone else.
Everyone at home can play.
Everyone at home
can play. Put your kind of answers in chat. Who do you think FaZe Clan have banned?
Well, we'll get the first bit of breach. Down towards IT. The mirror will make it a little bit trickier, but not tricky enough as they're able to sort of get that open pretty cleanly. Cyber didn't want to try and contend with that immediately. Hoped to get the fight out the side of it, but no bodies traded. Pulls back in towards the site. They're not leaving anything to chance here, Imperial Esports. They're sort of doing the job and then getting out of the way.
A little bit worried, though, just based on their lineup in terms of how much hard breach they have. It was only just the ace and they've used it all. How do you get rid of that mirror window? I mean, Twitch drone? Yes, could be an option, but making that happen, we know it's unlikely. Getting a Twitch drone, you know, into position unspotted, that you can pop that mirror window. So I really worry with it, just the general setup here from Imperial. How do you get into connector now? You have this mirror window. It's never going to be moved.
At this point, we're pretty deep into the round without a single body being taken. It's not the longest we've gone, but in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Now it is! This is the slowest approach we have had from Imperial Esports throughout this game so far. They're looking to see if they can try and get something, but with the utility, you can see it's long conversations and a lot of just piecing different approaches on towards Fish. They throw the flashes around. They're doing the drive at the same time. Up towards the top of warehouse. We can see a bit of damage hits on, and they start popping Goyos just to slow them down. But Mitrix gets the cross on towards the first. There's KDS, though, fighting and biting back. You can see now the full read on towards it. Pressure on IT, an important 1 versus 1 that, well, Cyber's happy to drift into, but the pressure's only going to come across. He's trying to get all the support that he can, but it doubles down on towards the side of Imperial Esports. 30 seconds left, and once again, they find themselves into the 4 versus 2, but Mitrix, he almost starts leaning away. In fact, it's a trade out elsewhere, a 1 versus 3 KDS. Now is it his time to shine, and his moment pre-fires on towards 1 could be an ace clutch here with 15 seconds left. Time is on his side, and the kit is not in the pockets of Imperial Esports. There's a quad, but he can't get the ace, Demo.
Oh, KDS almost won for the history books. There've been an ace clutch. No, gonna be denied. Imperial almost having a bit of deja vu symptom where they're in that 4v2, but this time just about get it over the line. I mean, I don't know about you, Fluke, but I just sit here and think for Imperial, they're doing the right things, and then it all just goes just manic in the mid-round. Yeah. And it's happened to them again.
Yeah, it's like there's the elements, right, where you can see, okay, they're doing this well, they're bringing this together, and then it sort of falls away, right? And then it peels itself into a worse situation, because could it be a lack of comms? Could it be a bit of the sort of mess in the mix? Or could it be it's just FaZe? It's just the fact that, oh no, here we have another FaZe Clan player popping off with a 4K, almost an ace clutch. You have to look at the fact, the way we've had it over the 4 rounds we've had, 3 different FaZe players have hit at least a 3K throughout the rounds. It's a steady reliance. Anyway, we know it's not a Dockerby ban now, because Dockerby's been picked. We also saw Snake in the option beforehand, but was picked off, so not a possibility. Pretty confident the Azami was the ban on the defense, though. Who does that leave? That still leaves Thermite as an option. That still leaves a hard breach option. Also still leaves Blitz as a shield as an option.
Yep.
Got 1 more round, and then maybe I'll just ask the admins. Get your guesses in, chat. Anyway, back down towards the site, where, to be fair, they tried to cut the hold in half last time, Demo.
Yeah, it was they kind of wanted to go for the roam game, but then kind of tried to ignore it at the same time, forcing shields in towards Exo, but just didn't really work for them. And then they kind of rotated around the cargo again, didn't really work for them. I just think the Imperial need to kind of all be in the same wavelength and all say, right, let's do this. If there's roamer upstairs, let's go for the roamers. If we want to ignore the roamers, then let's do that. Let's take this part of the map. Let's try and strong arm our way through. We hold the roamers at bay. You know, it's decision making here, isn't it? What do you want to do, Imperial? Just as long as I can see a clear kind of thought process behind it, it'll make, you know, things a little bit easier to kind of understand what they want to do. But we didn't really see that the last time. And Open Call goes off. Anyone going to try and jump onto it? Maybe a bit of a pinch. You can see Raptor's door is being pressured. Handy, once again, gets the opening pick on this bomb site. And it is going to be said player who was knocking at that Raptor's door. Knock, 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 knock on Raptor's door. Is that the song?
Knock, knock, knocking on Raptor's door.
Is that it?
Knock, knock, knocking Makina's out of the round. 5-3. Makina,
Same thing again.
Yeah, I mean, I don't want to put the pressure onto the player, but he is such a big player for this roster, right? And he's always been that sort of high potential player. When he sort of got brought into this, obviously it was a roster built up with, I think, 5 different teams or something. By the end of it, Mitrix is able to find Cyber as well. Mitrix has been showing up pretty massive. Obviously, he got the 1 versus 1, and he gets shut out by KDS. Revenge from the 1 versus 1 on the previous round. Vidiking locks out one more, and there's the double down phase. Secure themselves at a 4th round. But the point I was making before is the 2 attack rounds that they won last time when they were on this map. One of them was from a huge round from Makina, and here, unfortunately, they don't just have the same sort of magic source.
No. I mean, nobody really, I think, from Imperial has stood out. It's pretty dismal whenever you kind of look at the scoreboard. I think overall, whenever you kind of look at the way FaZe are playing, they're not kind of breaking the bank. I think everything they're doing, stuff we've seen before, an upstairs roam. Imperial, look, I think also pretty timid whenever it comes to wanting to take these fights and wanting to get aggressive against FaZe. I think FaZe are just kind of sitting back, trying to figure out, okay, where are they going to go from? And then FaZe just kind of hit them with that little bit of aggression, and Imperial just can't deal with it. You know, FaZe, I think they've kind of got the play style right, 100%. But for Imperial, I just think maybe it's a lack of somebody wanting to step up to the plate and really putting on a show for us. You know, Metrix has got 4 kills. How many of those would we say have had a big impact?
I mean, it's sort of hard to put together, but big impact is when you're on the 4-1 scoreline, hard to sort of defend. We'll see now if they can try and get themselves a 2nd attack round. They were able to pull off 2 on the other day, obviously, and I was on 2 different sites, but I think trying to peel their way back up here, back towards the site that they won once before, lost once before. Will it be a bit of awareness? Will it be a bit of education? Also, I can now confirm to you the 2 extra band operators. Well, do you want to know?
Wait, let me guess. I'm going to say they banned the Blitz.
Incorrect. It was Thermite.
Oh, was the firm? Okay.
Attacker ban, and obviously.
Well done. I've got that right in chat. Well done.
Queen of Kivas. You get 5 Milosh points. And let me tell you, you want as many Milosh points as possible.
What is the conversion rate between Milosh points and laxing dollars?
I think they can work that out. They can work that out on the later on. And this will also be the test of if they're listening to us. They have pressure across jungle on towards Electric. It's a different approach this time, Demo. For the first time, they're not going heavy warehouse IT currently.
Yeah, it's just kind of connector across, isn't it? Still got those mirror windows that you have to try and deal with. He has used all of his Selmas, but this time around, you've got the Ash. You have got a kind of hard counter to those mirror windows. So if they want to go straight connector, yeah, should work out for them. I mean, the basic kind of setup from Imperial has been, I think, good every time on their top floors, yeah? The issue has kind of been once they kind of get in towards the mid kind of game area, that's where the kind of wheels come off. So it is really this mid game that I'm more interested in. So right here, get yourself in towards E-Box. Start dumping the util in. That's what we need to see from Imperial.
There's the blinds and the pressure on towards themselves. They just drive their way across Souls, though. It's the opening kill here, and I think it's the first time on this site that they've been able to actually get that phase, and that sort of slows down and stuns them a bit. You assume the air jabs are in the position that they need to be, but from there, where do you go next? Waiting for the smoke to dissipate, and now eyes on, but it's going to be a fight. Bit of an open position there, Vidiking. Macken is able to clean that one up, but as trades come out back and forth, it's the 3 versus 3, and the pressure still coming in here from Imperial Esports. They're looking to cut across, but Handy cuts right back. There goes the ram. And now with a shotgun close quarters, KDS can get one before traded out, but both players now on the back, the opposite side. Furia has the kit. Doesn't have any blood, though, and that's sort of needed.
Oh, Imperial. Same issues as what we've seen before in towards that top floor. The setup is good, and then they don't really know where they want to go. You know, you kind of think about how they set up. They're looking to get in towards connector. They've removed that connector wall this time around, which they didn't have previously. They could have went for the connector jump in to go for the plant, but they didn't want to take electrical. You know, they didn't want to go and take these strong positions where that naturally your util dump should come into position. You jump in towards electrical, you gain control of that room, you can then start eyeing up the plant, and then they just pivot over towards IT side, and they've got no pressure in garage, and they're basically running into doorways. That's going to be just a massive chokehold because everyone's going to be sat near fish. That's where everyone holds from garage, is over towards fish. And then they don't even have any fish pressure either. So it's so easy for those defenders to hold the IT walk in, to hold the rafters walk in.
Listen, Demo, I need to interrupt. We've got our desk online.
Yes, indeed, we are online. Thank you, Demo. Thank you, Fluke. So far, a huge game for FaZe Clan, up 5-1. It seems like Imperial have some sort of theory, and that's very important, but putting theory into practice is a completely different thing, Gabe.
Listen, I'm in full agreement with Demo and kind of how heated he is at some of these situations. I mean, round 2 was a prime example of it. They have the Dokkaebi, they have the Blitz, they have the Solid Snake, and FaZe is roaming. So perfect. You got 3 operators to possibly roam clear, and you don't roam clear. You fail at roam clearing, then you just have to throw away the round and try to go for a rush and just completely get dismantled. And then even the next following round, I mean, when they went to then the server, for whatever reason, we have no vertical pressure being brought. We're bringing operators like Dokkaebi. We're bringing operators like Ram. I really don't understand the vision here, and I have to be critical because all of these players have T-level 1 experience, and especially a player like Sexy Cake. Everyone has seen round after rounds how this map is played, and I just don't feel if you're going to pick this map and this is what you're displaying, it really shows me the lack of prep and understanding of just fundamentally how this map plays, because there are certain operators for takes that just don't really make a lot of sense. And even the round that they did win, where they did just revisit and lose it again, that should have never won and went in their favor to begin with. FaZe just got a little too aggressive, but it's now defense. Hopefully I cannot see something out of the blue that doesn't make sense to me. They can play something a little more standard default, but overall that attacking half was, I mean, to put it bluntly, was very, very sloppy.
All I'm hearing is we need to buff Ram so she can chuck her boogie drones from bottom up. Anyways, thank you very much, Laxing. Let's send it back to our casters.
Oh, thank you very much, Demo. And that was a wonderful thing. Now, I didn't actually hear anything that they said because we're in separate channels, which means that they might not have heard anything that we said earlier. That is how life goes. I can't help but notice, Demo.
Need to locate and
I didn't see any bans again. There's no bans. I assume there was bans. We just can't see the bans.
Yeah, it's... We're going to guess, everyone? We're going to guess?
I like... Well, the thing is, I was looking... Because I needed to be cued when to take that back. So I wasn't actually looking at the clean feed. I was looking at my messages with Mr. Losh himself, the king. So I don't know if we actually just saw the bans on screen.
I was doing the same thing, by the way, which is quite awkward. Well, I was waiting to see when they were ready to come back.
Sometimes we have to look away from the screen so we know when to start talking again. So actually, this is you and I. Chat knows. Chat probably knows they were watching. You and I have to be the ones.
Oh.
Do it. So I'm going to guess electrics, double electrics.
Okay.
Because...
I mean, it's weird because typically our top kind of band operators for the top floor is the electrics and then Mira and Azami. And we know there's going to be 2 of them banned, but then the other 2 aren't even brought anyway. So it's quite a different kind of strat here from Imperial. I mean, they went for the tub, but you don't have the electricals to go with that. So really, you're going to be stalling out, what, 30 seconds at most? So I think that's already a little bit of a weird one from Imperial. I mean, they don't even care if it's Maverick anyway. You know, what's the tub going to do against this? Not a lot. Handy with the upside down repel on the Maverick line. Able to pick up said tub. And the wall's going to be opened up.
Yeah, I mean, they've obviously got themselves that pretty quickly locked in. The Tibural just couldn't offer anything. Not even a fight, really. That leaves this as a pretty easily destructible wall. Obviously, there is the laser gate on the other side of it, but still, how long will that take to get through? As long as it takes the shotgun, the rest of it, you know, with that early sort of cost of a body, having to then start the defense 5 to 4, pretty much, before they've even entered and started putting pressure on. Says a lot. Cyber. In the meantime, he's opening himself up some other split angles, and you can see some of the pressure coming through on towards connect wall, just themselves an early bit. Now, there is that risk reward, right? Imperial Esports could try and swing out. If they get lucky with a pick, then it's a 4 versus 4 and everything's sort of set. But, you know, FaZe aren't very easy to pull that away from.
You can see FaZe now moving into the kind of stage 2. They've got the walls opened up. Now start pressuring in towards, hey, look at that. The position that I was crying out for that Imperial would try and take in towards E-Box. And look at this, they also have a player kind of lurking. Could go rafters, could go fish. You've got an option there too. I believe that Selma just got tossed straight at a hard wall, so a misplay there from Souls. Maybe you should have used the flash beforehand. The DMR is going to open up, but Beta King is there. Running in towards IT, going to find Machina. Now it's going to be a 2v3, but look where both the players are, stacked up on top of each other right beside the E-Box door.
I mean, how do they fight out of this situation, right? Not that way, as they get revealed on a drone, but maybe this way. Can't quite get the second bite onto Viking, but look at the rotate. Great bit of movement there from Handy. Got a bit slippy with it, and all the way across it now. There's one body stuck inside a box, but not for long. Just sort of pulled apart. I mean, yeah, 6 to 1. Maybe we might have spent more time in rehosts than most of these rounds here, unfortunately, Demo. Imperial Esports have a long way to go.
I mean, just look at that. Little bit of aggression again from FaZe. Handy especially knows where both the players are. He knows that guy's going to be close. Just run into sight. He's not going to be there. Just little things like that. Nice to see. Good siege overall from FaZe. I mean, for FaZe, you can see the difference between both the teams just based on that top 4 attack. You know, FaZe got the walls opened up, and then they started pressuring in the, you know, the strong areas. They were taken in towards E-Box. They were able to pick up their kills. They still have players, you know, in towards rafters as well. They were just forcing everything. And it just kind of just squeezed the energy out of Imperial. There wasn't really anything they could do apart from try and get a little bit aggressive. But, you know, the trade game there from FaZe, it's strong. And yeah, FaZe deservedly so. 6-1 up against Imperial, who aren't even wanting to go back upstairs. Just straight to the basement is where they perhaps are going to make their final stand.
From this point onwards, Imperial, everything has to be pretty perfect, and that's kind of that high-risk position here. We've still got a bit of, you know, possibility on what the bans are, but it's definitely not double electrics because Kaid was played on the round
Monty Grimm, and it's Bandit Mirror.
Bandit Mirror. That makes a lot of sense. See if they can try and...
Gate block.
I mean, very quick, but yeah, great use there with that gadget. Just get control of anything on those walls, slow down the game. You know they want to play Tibural, you know they want to play with the electrics, and they cannot slow you down there.
Yeah, pretty easy for FaZe to get those walls opened up. And straight away my eyes are looking towards the glass. Souls Hasn't shown that he is the Glaz as of yet, so this could be a bit of a worry here for Imperial. You're not aware that the Glaz is there. Whenever you see a whole room be smoked out, could get caught out pretty easily. Also like the way that Handy is just biding his time here. I think he's just going to want to try and hold off any roamers getting back into the bomb site, trying to shut down that cargo rotate. But even, hey, if he's confident enough, he can maybe jump in and try and go down cargo himself. He's going to get a lot of information. Sees that that castle is now rotated away, and looks away at the wrong time. Unlucky for Handy, but Mitrix, right place, right time for him.
Okay, Sexy Cake picks up a pretty easy one there for Vidaking, but Vidaking in the meantime was killing somebody else, so might have been why they were so often distracted. But now they know about this position and they know where the kid is, it becomes almost a little bit of a stare down. Cyber looks for one. He's about to find a second fight. There's somebody sneaking their way from the top of cargo, but which route will they go? It's the Solace. Instead, there's the chance at the drive. You can see the concern, though. Now, what do? Do you sort of forgo this verticality? Well, when KDS is able to get a kill inside the site, it now means you've got Mitrix above as the Solace who can stop those plants in the smoke, buying themselves as much time as possible, but they're obviously now all out of canisters, and well, KDS is pre-firing the angle that they're at to, but they're not quite confident enough to go for the plant yet. They've still left a body above. There goes Yax, and it just leaves a Solace alone. Not for long. Demo, FaZe Clan. The other day was a bump in the road, and this, smooth sailing.
Yep, Handy puts a shot on it. As, again, for FaZe, what do you expect? It's the reigning champions, back-to-back champions at that, against the side who, look, we've seen before. We've seen Imperial plenty of times. You know, the players anyway, just under a new name this time around, but it's FaZe. That's all I'm going to say. That's all I have to leave it at. It's FaZe.
This now leaves, obviously, Imperial in a bit of a rocky situation because there is a result later on today that could lock them in 5th place and lock them out of any chance, even though they have one more game in hand. Everything could be out of their hands. I think that's a situation that anybody really wants to be at this point. But for you and I, well, our point is to now actually disappear and throw it over towards our wonderful desk.
I need you definitely as we go on. Gabe, I gotta say, despite our intervention at the halfway mark, the message was there. Look, I know we spent so much time, I guess more time on the rehost to get the lobby together than actually
it's just
doing
my
the game.
luck, of course. Throughout the past 3 days, it's been perfect, and I come along already dealing with NAL's rehost and tech pauses. All of a sudden, the day I'm working, rehost. So maybe I'm the bad luck.
They're trying to impress you. You're never bad luck, Gabe. If anything, you're the one who's bringing always the smiles and the, I guess, BBL glizzy and all the stuff. I wasn't smiling that last. In the groups.
I was gonna say I wasn't smiling that game. I'll tell you that. I was more perplexed than anything.
Imperial were not, and if anything, an idea for the boogie drone. That's all what we're getting out of this. FaZe Clan looked dominant. A few of the maybe could have even closed it out without the one round going to Imperial. I think that was both of our point of view, having watched the singular round that slipped away from them.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, like I said, I don't need to harp on them too much. Just really wasn't their day. As for FaZe, really just looked like another day in the office for them. I mean, they played trades really well. They were very confident with their play. Sometimes they were a little too overzealous, I would say. But fact of the matter is that's a world championship winning team. Trying to critique them in any way, shape, or form, it's kind of irrelevant at this point because they play the same through and through. Doesn't matter who they're going against. And I said it very early on, Imperial needs to be able to control the tempo of the match. They also needed to control a better map because that just, it wasn't a good map.
I mean, if anything, on our next interview, it'll be, 2 SI hammers between the three of us. So I'll take it with what we have. So yeah, FaZe Clan looking real good. Now, if we were to constructively criticize Imperial, let's not, I don't want to harp on the negatives. I want to see what is there that needs to be improved from a very specific way, because this is Kickoff. They're pretty much done with Kickoff at this point. What can they improve from now till stage 1?
Just the disconnect of what their attacks really look like, because again, I couldn't really put the pieces of the puzzle together of what they were trying to achieve. I mean, sure, at the end goal is to win the round, go for an execute, but just the step 1, step 2, step 3, and the operators that they're bringing, like someone has to be there, right? Someone has to be on the team to be like, why am I bringing this operator? What is the purpose of my role? What is the purpose of my position? How are we getting to step 1, to step 2, to step 3? That I would say would be the biggest thing for them to just reflect and to go over is just, why are we in the positions? Why are we bringing the operators that we're bringing? And what is the end goal, instead of it just kind of looking like just one big pile of you bring this, you bring that. There's no real reason. We're just going to go for these executes and hope for the best.
I think there was one round that was frustrating us as well, where you were seeing Ace being brought as the only heart breach. You had Amira that was causing trouble.
Well,
but
I mean, what? Yeah, I mean that was pretty much the second to last round. I mean, let's look at this. They had, let's see, yeah, they had for that round. They had an Ace, they had a Dokkaebi, they had a Twitch, and this is for top floor, mind you. They had an Ace, they had a Dokkaebi, they had a Ying, they had a Twitch, they had a Ram, and Ram on top floor. Just, I mean,
yeah.
Are you gonna hunt Cyber once you have top control, and you already have bot? I don't know. I couldn't tell you. I'm asked JP once we talk to him.
Well, that is the case. Look, man, even my dumbass could understand that, and I think I'll leave.
And you're not a
dumbass.
You know what I mean? That's just the thing.
I'm just
maybe they gotta hire you as coach.
That'd be an improvement. Anyways, let's bring in JP to have a chat from FaZe Clan. Hello, JP. Good to see you again. A very quick day today. I know, despite the rehosts, you guys looked incredible, World Championship caliber. I know that there can be a big disparity between teams sometimes in matches, but how do you get into every single play day without underestimating your opponent?
I mean, every single preparation we do like thinking anyone that's playing against us is good, and they will do their best to beat us. And now that we won back-to-back TSIs, we know that has a target in our back, so we prepare for every game as a grand final, to be honest.
Do you feel like every single team that you play against is giving like 150% to try to beat you just because of that target?
Yeah, I mean, at least in
besides
my mind, it's our belief right now. Like, everyone is trying to be the world champion, so yeah.
Well, JP, as an analyst, as an SI winner, I mean, there's multiple things that I can just keep listing in terms of your accolades. I do want to focus on that match in particular. Were you a little surprised at the map choice in general? I don't know whether they've scrimmed against you guys and they had some sort of success, but just obviously being the analyst, seeing how they played that, I mean, what was kind of your takeaway just watching that match kind of unfold?
I mean, the map that we played, like Nighthaven, was one of the maps that we were expecting to play today, honestly. We indeed scrim against them, this map. They played the map last play days. Their map, since they were ENX, they have comfort on the map. But I mean, today doesn't look like were their day of playing. I know sometimes you start to be nervous and you slow down your attacks, and at the end of the round, you try to solve the whole round that you basically didn't progress. It's tough, but I mean, it was an expected map, and we knew like how they play.
And I just have one more follow-up question, because I mean, I could glaze you guys all day for playing phenomenally well. I mean, you're pretty used to it already with how good your boys play. Can you just make sense to me on the top floor? What is Ram's purpose?
When you play top floor.
Yeah, it's just you're playing top floor. You're pushing the server. You bring Ram. I just need you to make sense of it to me. What is the purpose of Ram there?
Honestly, I just think they misclick and choose the wrong operator.
It was two times in a row. 2 times in a row. So like, fool me once, shame on you. Fool me twice, shame on me.
One thing could be like, from I don't know how they call out in English, like electrical. You just throw the Ram for electrical and jump in. One reason could be that, and I don't see other reason to do that.
Okay. That's my only question, JP. Thank you.
JP, thank you very much for joining us. Always a pleasure to have you here on the show. 3 extra points for FaZe Clan. A pretty easy day, I would say. We'll get to see you later on this week. So hopefully we'll get to have a chat once again. Have a good night, my friend.
Of course, you guys.
Well, there it is. That is our first matchup of the evening. FaZe Clan versus Imperial Esports. And I would say relatively unscheduled despite everything. FaZe Clan showing their prowess. Got to go back to the drawing board there if you're Imperial, but that's, I guess, a question for this weekend once they'll be back to playing and then seeing what can happen in their final play day that they'll have here in Kickoff in the group stage. However, FaZe Clan dominant, everybody showing up, and this first round here from Vita King really showed that no matter what FaZe can do, no matter how hard they troll, they can always bring it back.
I mean, they had so many 4Ks, and that's kind of the scary part. So I can understand the intimidation factor going against a team like FaZe, trying to play your absolute best, because you have every individual on that team that is essentially a one-man army. I mean, it's essentially a 1v5 no matter what. And then when I mean 1v5, like, they're in the 1v5, even if they're up 5v1. Just so much potential. I mean, the individual prowess on the FaZe team just shines through and through with every single round. I mean, we had that big clutch from Vita King inside storage, and then even in that round that we almost saw, what was it, KDS that almost pulled that off, that 4K right there in server. I mean, yeah, they're a very scary team to go against. I've had my experience playing against them. They are very strong. They are very scary, but it's competition at the end of the day. In order to improve as an individual, as a team, you do have to go against these giants because there's so much that you can extrapolate from these players and then take that and try to implement it into your own play. Now, I don't want to keep harping on Imperial. They are professional players at the end of the day. I only say what I say because I'm an experienced player myself. So I do kind of lean into that a little bit. But at the end of the day, they do deserve the respect to be here. I will always give credit where credit is due. I hope going into the last few days, we do see a lot out of them. As for FaZe, it's really just about consistency and maintaining their position at being at the top.
You know, there's one thing, a bit of an anecdote here that to follow up on what JP was saying in the interview is that no matter who we're playing, they're always going to give their best, as you see Vita King giving his own best as MVP of the game. But he mentioned, JP, that everybody's going to be their best because they want to beat us as world champions.
Absolutely. And
that's something that at SI I actually heard from Shaiko and Likefak. Now, obviously, both players on two different teams now in EML Kickoff, but that is something that applies to a few teams in the entire Siege ecosystem, where if you're going up against them, you're going to give your all because you know that these guys are world championship caliber. So you want to beat them. You just being able to push them even in a BO1 on LAN would already be such a confidence boost and an ego boost for you and your team. I can only imagine the impact that could have on an SAL team, up-and-comers that are playing against FaZe. A tough game. You give it your all. Couldn't win it. Whatever. Going back to the drawing board. Kickoff for some of these younger, more rookie teams, be it in SAL or in other regions, is more of the testing ground to see what we can do ahead of Kickoff, or ahead of stage 1, because that's where kind of the system mellows out and comes back into the usual format, unlike the condensed system that we have here at Kickoff. Anyways, that was game number 1. Gabe, you and I are gonna take a super quick break. When we get back, we'll fly you right into game number 2, where that's Los versus Black Dragons. See you in a bit.
I think we're live, Milos. I think we're live.
Are we?
We're doing it live.
Damn, I didn't even see it. I was looking at the screen on the other side. It was sort of seeing what's going on. Anyways, hello everybody and welcome back. This is what happens when you just have the stream running on the other side as well. Like, oh, what screen do I look at? Anywho's, can you?
Oh, now you're frozen.
Did my vMix crash? Yes, it did. Oh no!
Well, guys, as you know, I'm not a host, so I can't keep this show going.
I believe in you. Give me a moment.
Well, let's look at Group A, for example. This is, we're going to, wait, it's not Los. Los got moved, actually. So we're actually going to be Furia versus INTZ. That is the next match of the day. And for Furia, they could lock themselves in a position here to be at the top of the groups and maintain their spot at the top, getting a swift win. And then for the side, on the other side, I mean, FaZe, they're at the top yet again. That's where we're used to seeing them.
Absolutely. And we are indeed back. Thank you very much. What wonderful hosting that was.
That was horrible.
I'm so jealous of your eloquence, Laxing. But yes, as you said, there are changes. We've moved our initial game to start off the day all the way to the very end, which is why you won't see Lost Black Dragons at this moment. That'll be Furia versus INTZ. And for that, let's start off with our Furia lineup and what they can bring, because as Demo would have mentioned in our last match, this is not the same Furia as before. They are performing really, really well, however. So despite them not being the same, this completely reformed team around one player that you could definitely call one of the best herds, that is just such a I don't know, a powerhouse in the making, I want to say, because you bring all these players from completely different backgrounds and you don't think that they will fit, especially bringing back Loira, I guess, from EML. And this whole mishmash is just a beauty to witness. Their adaptation is so beautiful.
Yeah, it's definitely an interesting roster. I mean, when I first ever heard about it, even going back to SI, when that's when all the rumors were kind of circulating, when I found out that Herds was the only going to be the remaining player, I was like, okay, that's going to be interesting. Then what's this roster going to look like? And then once I found it was going to be Loira, it was going to be Diaz, Volps, Bach, I was like, okay, I can kind of see this team working. Now, how fast was I going to see this transition and how fast were we going to see results? That I was unsure of, because that's a pretty significant change. It's not like any of these players have been teaming with each other by any means. So the fact that, you know, Loira's coming from EML, and that's already a completely different play style and dynamic. Thankfully, he did have some Brazilian influence there. But then Diaz coming out of the NAL, not finding success on Liquid, then to make his debut here with Furia. Well, not debut here. Now they've been playing some matches. But then you bring in Volps, historically a very phenomenal IGL. I'm not sure if that's his role now. And then you bring in Bach. Bach, I would say, is the one that probably doesn't carry the same level as the other four, but still, fact of the matter is they are dominating. Just even in their most recent match versus Fluxo W7M, they dominated on a 7-1 on Border. So clearly the results, Reduct, that guy knocked me out of the SI, so shout out to him. Just the fact of the matter, I mean, this team is clearly meshing well, very fast, and I don't want to see just a quick honeymoon phase. I want to see this continue to go through and through and see what, you know, is the sky really the limit for this team? What are we going to see? What are we going to expect? So far, it's been beautiful.
Look, all I'm hearing is there's the potential to have yet another Brazilian contender team, and that drives me up the wall, because it just means it's going to be tough for anybody that are watching at this. There's now Team Liquid Alienware. There's this new Furia. There's FaZe, but there's also Fluxo W7M that's in there. But Black Dragons, NIP, like you suddenly have like 5 teams here in the league that are really, really, really strong. 5 or 6 of them that can, out of the blue, just knock one another out of the running. It's incredible.
I was gonna say, that's kind of the funny part though, because when you're looking at SAL, every team in their own right is very strong in comparison to maybe some teams in the NAL, EML, across the APL. I mean, every team respectfully is very strong, but now we're getting more household names, more dominant rosters, where now it's 5, now it's 6 of these that could all be within the number 1 top 2 spot. So it's a very scary region already, and then you're just adding more talent into the pool.
I love that you mentioned that because a household name in the past here in Brazilian Siege is INTZ. Really, in Brazilian esports in general, the organization itself is finally back in Siege, even though the team is kind of having a rough start to it. However, at least in their Group B, they're in a pretty tough competition against. Let's actually see them be in the top 4 to make it into the playoffs for Kickoff in SAL, Gabe.
Yeah, they've been having very close games. I mean, I will say the most recent game that they did have against NIP, it was a little unfortunate. They did lose 8-6, but a lot of that weight was really being carried on the back of Legacy, the guy on your far left. He has been tremendous, even throughout his time on Los, even throughout his time with Arthur. I mean, those two, you can't get those two away from each other. But Legacy really has been a staple for this team so far. It's unfortunate that they haven't been able to get a win, but they have been pushing these games to overtime. So at least they have something to show for it. Today is the day where they need these points. They need to be one of the top 4 contending teams coming out of these groups to be able to go the distance, to be able to go to best of 3s. Because as you know, and as I know, best of 1s don't really showcase too much. It's really who's better that day, who's showing up. Best of 3s are where we really get to see the endurance factor settle in, especially for these new rosters, new teams, to see how they can handle having a lifeline and if they have to use that lifeline. So I do want to see a lot coming out of these players. I mean, we've seen plays from SDK, we've seen plays from Angels, but everything has to come cohesively together, especially being a brand new team. And today, do I think that they can get it over Furia? Absolutely. Is that going to be the case? I don't know.
Well, if anything, we're going to try to dispel this theory by going into our map veto and seeing what map we'll get out of it here. Maybe a bit of variety, and that'll be the spice of life. And I know that in terms of spice, there should be a decent amount in a game like this. I'll rule out Border, which makes me a bit sad. Fortress is out. We're going to go to Cafe Dostoevsky. INTZ leaving us with 2 very defense-sided maps, and they will choose Cafe with Furia on the attack, INTZ on defense.
I mean, the reality is Furia has a plethora of maps. They're very good at so many maps, and Cafe is no exception to it. I mean, throughout their entire year, they're 10-2 on it. It's their second in preference outside of it next coming to Border. So there really is no map you're going to land going against a team like Furia. They're good at every single map. They have a very diverse map pool. Fact of the matter is you're going to be starting on the stronger side here. So what I want to see from INZ is them getting aggressive, not allowing Furia to find any comfort once they start their attacks. Because the nice thing and the beautiful thing about Cafe is there's so many layers that you can fall back on, that if you can get that initial aggression going, you can dwindle down the time, you can get a couple picks going into your favor. You play into those layers, you play into C4s, you play into a turtle on basement, you can set yourself up for a very strong defensive half. So when you get to that attacking half, you can kind of approach it in a sense of kind of a mental warfare of what were you doing to stop them and what can you do to possibly counter that off the initial attacking rounds. So I really want to see something from them on this defensive half. And then for the side of Furia, I really want to see this new roster at the forefront. I was watching a couple past broadcasts. I've liked what I've seen so far. Now I want to see how it looks like on Cafe and kind of what their approach is and what the adaptations are in the mid to late round to have a clean execute.
I'm very much looking forward to this. I think INTZ starting off on defense, definitely going to be their best shot at this. I think learning a lesson from game number 1 today maybe will ease their way into this matchup. I'm just looking forward to seeing more Furia, like you were saying, Gabe. Anyways, our casters are ready and set. Let's bring them in and have a little hidey-ho. Hello, friends. By the way, we've been hearing you like throughout, you know, obviously like matches and everything, even though sometimes you're not going to be able to hear us. But promise we will sit in your Discord chat if that also helps you. We just like to have our own little cozy space.
It was mainly in the halftime break, but we do want to know, what's a Miloš buck worth in compared to a laxing dollar?
Wait, what?
So you weren't listening to us?
No, I heard what you got. We could hear you guys. You guys couldn't hear us, but I was trying to understand because I missed the bit of it of the lax cash coin, whatever you said, and then whatever Miloš is about. I didn't understand that.
It's the Miloš bucks, and now accounting for modern day inflation, everything. I think it's like 10 Miloš coins for one laxing dollar.
Wow!
Like Gabe has got a hammer.
So I have
So
to...
that by that I mean SI trophy. So
that's the same conversion rate as a Parker nickel to a Tim dime, isn't it?
Yeah.
I do have a hammer. I do have a hammer.
And I've been to invitationals. I've never won one. I've taken a photo or two with hammers. One with you, Emmy, and a hammer. I think that counts for something. Is it the same as actually winning SI? I don't know.
We've lifted the hammer.
Okay. Can I say this? Have you seen that like meme, that gif of like the orange smiley face and he's like disintegrating or whatever?
Yeah.
Surely you've seen that. I feel like my history with Xbox and like, you know, we talk about, oh, you won SI. Like even Ubisoft and Blast like don't even show it anymore. So like it's just like I'm slowly just like disintegrating like Spider-Man and what was that? I don't watch any of those Marvels.
You've been in a map and we haven't.
I have been in a map, but
you're in a map. We're not. So
well. I mean, without trying to one-up one another too much, let's get into this matchup. We'll see who can one-up one another in the server. Furia INTZ with Look and Demo.
Thank you very much, Milosh. And we will find ourselves in towards the server, yes. I don't think it was one-up. We were actually just trying to uplift each other, I think.
If we want to one-up, has he got the drone skin?
Yeah, you have a drone skin. Brilliant. It was brilliant. That's so good. No, well, I don't think we were trying to one up. I think we were just trying to positively affirm for each other. But I think it's
just like stop the glaze.
No, I think it's a group of people that just can't take compliments. I think all of us, like, as soon as someone starts complimenting them, they're like, you don't have to say these things. Anyway, what can we say? Here we are, Furia versus INTZ, and there's sort of two parallel games of the top two teams against the bottom two teams today, and this is going to create the fun dynamic, I think, of going into that final play day, where, well, actually, INTZ, they're against Flux W7M, and Louder against Furia, so it never really gets easier.
Well, Cafe. Typically, I think it's a map which usually we see it kind of be a little bit lopsided in terms of either attack or defenders. And you never really see like a close Cafe these days, do you? It's pretty lopsided a lot of the time. In terms of attack and defense, I would like to lean towards the defense over the attackers. Of course, band dependent is always, you know, something to take in consideration. I mean, certainly whenever you kind of look at what Furia went for, I mean, playing on Windows should be pretty easy this game, no?
Look, okay, Furia obviously undefeated going in towards this, that they've been able to win their first two games. They want to try to keep that run going because currently NIP, although there's one other game that's gone through, there's a trade out. They should be able to pick up Arthur, but actually they're just going to try and rush their way in and keep the pressure on for now. Drive the shield up. They're already on the windows. Who cares about that player that's down? Oh, they should care. That C4 got 2 people, 3 people.
Hello?
Hello. What happened? What happened? Sorry, I need to reset demo. Give me 1 second.
Has the game started?
Yes. Yes, it has. And the first round is finished. Okay. I'll try and break it down, and then you put more words to it. They jumped out, got the opening kill, went down in the trade. Furia thought, let's ball. They tried balling. The C4, I believe, caught both the player that swung in from the window and the shield on the stairs at the same time. At that point, they'd lost 3 people, and then 1 more C4 kill because they went Furia are rushing, just throw everything. And then it was done.
I mean, it is Cafe. Like, this is one of our more aggressive maps.
Yeah.
But it's not supposed to be that aggressive.
I think sometimes we all make mistakes. No, they tried to finish through with the plan, right?
Look, yeah, they've tried to just say, you know, you only live once, isn't it? That's the kind of mentality, which with the players on Furia and the style of Siege that we know that they want to play, it is pretty on cue. But still, it's, yeah. He didn't even get a kill, guys. Like, look at this. Look at this. Look at it. Oh, he's failed. Oh. Okay. He was going to go for it, and then he got stopped, and he was like, didn't need it anyway.
Nah, who cares? Just move on. Move to the roof. Let's just... It's embarrassing. We don't want to do that. Throws down. All of the control on towards the top of red stairs. And hopes that they can catch somebody just underneath the window. It's obviously prepared from the other side. Does see somebody slip on through. They're being joined ahead, though. It's Angels. Oh, no, it's Raps even. Trying to find themselves a fight, but they haven't put the pressure back. Oh, goodbye. Get off my building.
This is not the start that Furia need right now. You've lost the opening pick. You lost a Lion. You're not really got a strong foothold in the building. You've got a little bit of pressure in towards Piano, but that's it at the moment. And Diaz is now rotated over towards White to see if he can find someone. He would have seen the barrel, and yes, he was able to get Arthur, I believe, just before we switched off it. And now Furia found some kills, and all of a sudden they are in control of this round. 3 bodies to 2.
Now, as the pressure comes together, 3 versus 2, as you said, but they still have a decent chunk of utility, and the Ram Boogie drones are going to start there. Got to collapse over the top of Library, force the players back further and further and towards the kit and the site itself. See Raps, he's hoping he can just get one more before things sort of play against each other. There's the slow and steady drift back towards the site, but 50 seconds. I mean, Furia, they're not rushing into this, which is strange for them given how the first round went. No, they're a very controlled team when they need to be, and when they need to be might be here. You can see Loira, the new addition, just posed and waiting, hoping that somebody wants to just pop a head out, but INTZ have a lot of angles to cover and a lot of here getting closer and closer. They give a flirt of a fight, but 25 seconds here. Volp says the kit, he needs to try and hop his way in. He needs some support and some pressure elsewhere. They know exactly where he is, and well, they're just going to follow around on it. There goes the kit. There goes the down player. It's a 2 versus 1, though. They're able to get Raps down, but he could be a living drone and sort of report as soon as the motions come together. A bit of team damage there, I think, unless it was off of a thorn trap. But either way, they're sprinting and trying to cover their way. Turn their back to the wrong place. 3 seconds. Gets out of there. The perfect plan employees planting behind the kid, and he just gets off.
Okay. I mean, you just stick it there, bro. Don't come off. You never know.
You never know. We have seen the best you never know in this region ever. And that wasn't it.
Yeah, a little bit confusing there, isn't it? That he's came off, but still, INTZ, I mean, what can you say? Fighting back from that 2v3. I mean, also as well, whenever it got into the 2v3, look how much time Furia had. They had still half the round to play. And they... I mean, he had to come off. He ran out of time. Like, Furia stalling out massively from that 3v2 position. You know? So I don't know, maybe Furia are going a little bit too gung-ho in the early game, and then they're maybe stalling out in the mid. I don't know. It's a weird start at the moment for Furia, because it's not really what I expected.
No,
considering how well the team has played up until this point.
5 seconds to go.
I think you don't want to be like, there's these expectations of the fights that you come into, right? You don't want to be sort of pining towards the analysis of who's prepared more for what, who's sort of set themselves up more for what, but there is the element of this Furia roster is obviously sort of new and pieced together in different ways. There's a lot of potential on towards it. The INTZ roster themselves, I'm not going to say they get written off, but there's not anywhere near as much sort of eyes on, right? So the games that this Furia roster has probably tried to piece together with this new roster, they're going to be those big hitters, the ones that they've sort of leveled and levied themselves towards. And here, they're seemingly trying to run these strapbook plays that maybe they assume will work against teams that could be a little bit disconnected, but INTZ aren't that team. Not today, especially. They've been so sharp in their sort of reactivity. They're making sure they're operating as a team. The communication has been locked in over the first 2 rounds based on just both the movement of the players and the utility usage when they need to have it. Either way, for how solid a map this can be, and the fact, obviously, that we saw it, 7 days ago? Furia played? And it was a very sturdy win against who I would say would probably be their biggest competitors in this group, potentially. NIP, or one of them.
It's a tricky one. Well, still Furia, plenty of rounds to go on this half, but it is currently 2-0 to defenders, which, I mean, I suppose it is kind of expected, just based on the map as it is Cafe, but still expect a little bit better from Furia. Now they head over in towards this kind of frontal position where they're kind of doing a little bit of everything, where they're trying to go towards the front side. You can see a player in towards red, could maybe rotate towards Bakery, but they still have this pressure with the shield, trying to fight in towards white, but here comes the clash. Volts completely neutralized, or shall I say, electrified right now, and STK. I mean, a lovely little bit of companionship there between the Clash and the Goyo.
This is it, right? This is exactly the point I was sort of making, is INTZ are so reactive. The communication has been fantastic. There's now 3 players that might die on the precipice of the single player left on Brown. You can see where the kid is. The Clash is just going to try and get out of the way. The Clash is actually supportless right now, and uh-oh. This is maybe where things have sort of come to a little bit of a head here, where Legacy was waiting. But either way, I mean, it's just been so strong on one of the most aggressive defenses I think we've seen on Cafe in a long time.
Yeah, I mean, you use the word kind of reactionary. It is exactly that. Straight away, they assess, okay, what have they got? Oh, well, they have a shield coming towards white. Let's get the Clash over there. You know, they're placing the counters where they need to be. I'd be surprised if the Clash makes it out of this banning phase. I think just after that, that would already kind of maybe tilt you. There it is. The tilt is now gone for Furia. And also a timeout. I mean, this is like wobbly grounds for Furia. I mean, this is the first time I think this team has really dealt with kind of getting a bit of a trouncing at the moment.
It has to be a wake-up call, right? If it's not, then what are you doing? Because, you know, let's sort of look at the Vegas statistics of the start of this. INTZ, they were 0-2 coming in towards this. Both of them overtime losses. You know, they fought bitterly, but still losses all the same. They weren't quite able to sort of get things netted together. And at the same sort of time, that statistically, one of the worst attack teams, if not, I think the second worst attack team out of anybody across all of this. They have to put the pressure on towards their defense, sort of mid-table on their defense here. But they were not great at the sort of opening kill game. They weren't on the front foot of that. And here, that's the lesson maybe that they've sort of stepped in on. They've been very, very strong in doing it. They've made sure that they're always sort of present from an opening jump out. Maybe that should have been the clue. The same way that you see something at the start of a film and you go, oh, this is going to be the vibes of this film. They threw themselves out of White Stairs window to get a jump out kill at the opener of the game down towards the spawn. And it's like, right, this is how they want this game to go. And fair play, it's kind of shaken Furia a bit. But as we talked about with FaZe, and the sort of expertise of those players, sometimes teams have momentum and sometimes they can get themselves that sort of cold water reset and rebuild on the back of it. It's still attack on Cafe. They don't need to get more than 2 to sort of maybe feel accomplished, but they definitely need to start doing something to get those 2, right?
This is a big wake-up call for Furia. Need to try and respond, or else this game could very easily get away from them. And if we kind of look back at last time they were on Cafe, they were good for 4 attacks on this map. Already, that's going to be below the standard of where they were. As the maximum they can now get is only 3. And who knows, could be even less than that. Let's see what the change-up's going to be for Furia. I mean, I think they are being very cautious, aren't they? I mean, you look at the lineup, you've got a Gridlock and you've got the Nomad. So you're looking at limiting those jump outs. You want to limit those flanks. But right now for INTZ, they're happy enough to still play that aggression game no matter what they're up against. I mean, that's the jump out. I think it's the jump out from below. Still, it's good for a kill, and you've killed the Nomad off.
Yep. Got the Nomad, got rid of that limit. You're the Solace, so maybe you could have prevented stuff from below, but the fact you've been able to remove that operator, and now they've still got to try and operate with, well, one less body, as Angels is able to secure one more, and here Furia, tucked in, put to bed from the pixel corner. He has at least doing their best, gets a bit of revenge, but now look at the utility dump that they've had to send there, right? They have one bolt left and no smoke canisters. Against an Echo, against C4. I don't know what he's going to do with the pocket laser gate, but who knows? Legacy was the top-rated statistical player at the start of today.
Actually, if he just whips out the gate, puts it on the door, that would be quite the play, but I don't think he needs to go for it. Everyone can just sit and play the crossfire. I mean, Diaz has to find free, and there's almost a kind of triangle forming. There it is, the DMR, the ACOG. Good for that kill. I mean, INTZ. You had the kind of jump back from the Solace, which I believe was maybe at the bottom double window in towards restaurant. I mean, there's no way he just ran out of like a pillar door. Maybe did he jump out the? I don't know. If he did do that, I'm surprised he's got away with it. Still got killed, but sure, point still stands. But they really struggled with a very simple piano clear. Yeah, you had two players. You had two players, one player kind of in towards cigar shop, the other player swinging in towards stage. And all it was one guy and a shield. And they couldn't deal with that.
Discovered the location of a bomb.
At this point, you know, maybe the conversation wasn't about that sort of round, but the intel game here from INTZ seems to be getting stronger and stronger. The Echo and the Mozzie doubling down. They want to make sure they can sort of stretch the play on the rest of it. Yeah, fine, you bring in the Snake, but maybe that's a bit of a missing factor, right? Obviously the bans, Grim and Dockerby, they're not going to have the same sort of usage, and they can't use the Man Mountain, but you wonder, as I say it, they swap to it. Lion, a little bit more control over the space, combined with a different shield. Yeah, they've played a couple of blitz, but they've been, you know, mixed results at trying to get in, be aggressive, get control or whatever. Just slowing down that intel game, bringing themselves back, a bit of balance on the pace of just knowing where each other is, and maybe trying to utilize that to get a bit of control of the chaos that INTZ are thriving in inside the building right now. SDK, he'll be on the roam just below, has a bit of support from structure, but there's almost a fight out the Christmas door already. You can see that they're aware of the windows. Does he risk it? Surely it won't pay for a third time.
Oh.
No.
Big 50-50, but Loira is able to win that out. Also going to get some more information from his scanner. We'll see that somebody else is waiting for him, but I don't think he's going to be aware that it's a shotgun with his name on it. Raps ready with a 4 shotgun. I wonder if that's going to work out for him. Another ping, still sees that he's there, but Raps not in a position where he has to leave. However, there's going to be a trade. Birds has been killed before.
They're not planting.
No, they're on and off. They don't really know where they want to go. And oh, where are you looking? Oh, Legacy! Not aware the box there is just sat in the staircase.
Well, now 3 versus 2. Raps, he's onto the secondary, but now he's the only one left. Not for long. Furia finally find a round. I'll probably be sighing a bit of relief with that.
Well, finally, we've got something to cheer about for Furia, because up until that, wasn't much to really say. Overall, I think for kind of Furia that time around was they controlled the aggression that time, didn't they? And I suppose a lot of that comes down to that opening pick. You know, that kind of 50-50 engagement where we see that aggression coming in. If that kind of flips and it's said, and it's Loira who loses that engagement, then you're sat at a 5v4, you lose your Solid Snake, and it's kind of like same old again for Furia. So I want to highlight how important it is for that opening pick to go in favor of Furia for that round to get them back on track. And we've just seen what they've done now with that opening pick. They've controlled the aggression. They kind of adjust it to their pace that they want to play to, and it's going to give them success. It gets them their first round.
10 seconds to insertion.
Getting down to the second, doubling down, again, the control of the pace, as you sort of put out there, they put themselves on towards the Deimos, trying to control the space as well a bit, and sticking with the Snake. There's almost the thing, you know, we talked about Solid Snake and his utilization. I was like, oh, Nook, in a similar way to Nook, could be good. This was a map where I thought Nook, at her prime, before nerfs came through, was so great. Just that job of droning yourself in, sneaking up white stairs, sneaking up brown. That's not how that's supposed to go. That's definitely not how that's supposed to go.
Uh-oh. I mean, this is kind of where they've caught on, haven't they?
Yeah.
Finally, the mouse has discovered what the trap is.
You can see that they're still a bit concerned with more of the pressure coming through. And to be fair, why they may as well be. Wow. Arthur, your smoke. What is smoke doing?
Oh, maybe it's a case of they'll never expect the smoke.
They'll never expect.
They do. Well, it is cafe. I mean, this is the Windows. It is a very prevalent thing, but at this point, from the 5v3 with 2 minutes left, no way Furia can bottle this one unless something catastrophic does happen. And obviously for ENTZ, is it a case where they're gonna keep going for the aggressive plays to try and get the kills back? Is that maybe what they're gonna do now?
I mean, well, they tried something. That's an easy pickup on towards white window. It does make sense to look to see. Okay. What's going on?
I think it's done.
They just wanted Angels to have a clutch situation.
Yeah. 1v5? You hear about that time he 1v5?
Yeah.
I didn't.
Oh. A bit of a loose round. I think it's fair to call that a loose round. You know?
Okay, I'll go with you. Gonna call it that. I don't really know what to call it.
It's a 4-2 half. That's what we can call it. A 4-2 half INTZ.
Yep.
From all the power of starting to where they ended up. Now, we do have the one fun stat as we get ourselves into the halftime timeout, but you don't get any analysts this time, just us. Is the opening kill led into the success of the round for the rest of the round. And I think at least 4 of those opening kills happened halfway through. Actually, wait. Laxing does want it. So, hey, take it away, boys.
Much. Gabe, look, we glazed Furia to hell and back before the start of this game, but INTZ on their defense have got their numbers. We also did highlight that could be a inflection point. How's that been going on so far? Gabe, you're muted on VMix.
Everything I said just went out the window.
Yep.
Anyways, I really do enjoy the early aggression that INTZ is showing us. This is exactly what I wanted to see. What I said was whether they're jumping out the window, whether they're just getting into the face, playing the trades. I really liked it. Round 3 in particular, I really enjoyed the clash, pushing up white, forcing the blitz in an uncomfortable situation with the follow-up from Goyo. And then to even extend it further, that round 4, I really liked their setup, their defensive hold that they had. Everything was to counter what Furia was bringing. And you could really tell with what Furia's lineup was. The fact that the aggression is getting to them, it really plays into their operator choice. I mean, they had Nomad and a who else did they bring? Now I'm blanking here. Why do I always blank on her name? Gridlock. They brought a Gridlock and a Nomad. I think that's a little too overkill, but it really just shows the mentality's really being challenged here in terms of how aggressive INTZ is. However, they are on the attack, as we saw towards the end. Sometimes you have to pump the brakes, but it did get them a 4-2 lead. I am curious to see what these attacks are going to look like and how Furia is going to thwart it off.
Thank you, my good friend Gabrielle Laxing. Let's send it back to our casters for the second half.
And we're back. 2-4. 2-4 now, and they get themselves locked in. This is the reset of all resets. We'll see if we can set ourselves up the Blitz Glass ban here against the Warden demo.
Attackers need to locate and defuse bombs.
Yeah. I mean, obviously for INTZ, it's not really the norm of what we can expect to see in a map like Cafe. But I do kind of get the, you know, the kind of thought process, though. You think about a team like Furia, who you look at the players that they have, where they can be in a very kind of aggressive team and can pull out the kind of pocket plays, as you can say. I think that maybe they've got an inkling that that could be a big win con for Furia, and to remove them straight away ain't a bad idea. Just quickly, let me get the stats up. The last time, I mean, the last time Furia were here and they had the defense. Doesn't look as though NIP really played a whole lot of Blitz and Glass, so obviously this is going to be different.
Did you not see that? That was great. I just felt like I shed a moment.
I was on my stats.
Chat, we just shed a moment with the Observer and Arthur.
What did you say?
He threw a drone at a tree and it bounced into the water and it instantly destroyed it. And then he just shook his head.
Nice. I didn't see that.
It was like silent comedy. Anyway, they also then picked up the kill onto Loira. Solace gone. Opening statistic, and as I said it before, every opening kill has dictated how the rest of the round has gone. So will this be the continued case here? You can see Boxera is slowly being encircled. They know exactly where he is, but if they're just going to try and send it on the solo YOLO fight, there's somebody on pillars that could swing out, so they have to move quite quick, and actually, they're going to find that fight first instead. There's the cover, there's the pre-fire. Great work, but Herd's great trade. And Volps levels things up. 3 versus 3. Now, Rap's about to find himself immediately into an engagement, but in the meantime, I was going to say, in the meantime, everything else is falling apart elsewhere. Angels, all that is left alone.
Yeah, they've tried to go fast and take a lot of map control in towards white, but that's not worked for them. I mean, even look where the diffuser is. All the way downstairs, and, well, Angel's able to pick up one as hers. A bit of washing in the laundry room. But a 1v2, and of course, look at the dangerous operator that you're up against. If you're Angels, it's going to be that Clash. Volts can just sit there, say hello, take a picture of him, do whatever he wants. As long as Diaz doesn't do anything stupid, there should be an easy lockout for Furia.
Well, we've had a lot of silly today. We've had a couple of moments. Making sure that nobody's just obviously tucked, doesn't want to get into a split fire, but at this point you still got to cross the divide. There's the Clash, causing problems, and also a Tiburao on the door. Deploy of the shield either side. Diaz is inside the train, just staring them down. I'm not sure what that means, but I don't think it's positive. 20 seconds gone, 20 seconds left. The kid is still, obviously, I believe, outside the window as well. So there's not really any chance here. I think this is just watching the slow death of a round. There it is.
Yeah, no surprise there against the Clash. Easy enough for Furia. Not much Angels really can do against that. Again, for Clash, I think really good in the meta. I mean, really, since she had that change, that kind of lets her place that shield now, rather than the way she used to be, where you wanted to even use your gun, you would have to do put it on your back, that whole kind of thing. Yeah, just a really good operator if the opponents aren't ready for it. You know, unless you have, you know, the Nomad, for example. Dealing with that Clash is an absolute nightmare. Honestly, fans could be warranted to take away that Clash if Furia keep playing it, because I just think it's a nightmare to deal with. And obviously, just seen there from INTZ how big of a nightmare it is. Furia gonna go downstairs in towards our kitchen now. Had the opportunity to go for the other mid floor, but choosing not to go for it. It's a basement.
I always say basement for this site, even though I know it's not.
Yeah, you know what a basement is, right?
This is like one of the only maps. This is like one of the only maps that have a basement. Is it the only map? No, Border doesn't have a basement. Neither does this. Is that it? I think those are the only two, no? Fortress.
Fortress doesn't.
Doesn't have a basement, yeah. That's the free.
Plane.
Up top, yeah, right. Well, technically, we could you say that the cargo hold is the basement of the plane?
What's the ground floor on a plane, you know? Because it goes up.
Surely the ground floor is where you board.
A plane goes up, plane goes down. Can't explain it.
You know? Gotta be the basement's the cargo. Enough of that silly talk from you. We've got some serious Siege to cast.
I think I'm being affected by the play of the game so far. Like, the style of the game has brought out the silliness in me.
Yeah.
They're going to try and slow it down. You've got Goyos, Smokes, Fenrirs, everything to sort of make these approaches on towards Bakery awkward. And then look at this, the drive of the Rower, the chance at cutting your way across alongside the Ying. They're just smashing and grabbing the Bakery itself and hoping for the delicious treats on the back of it. And they've got this with a partially open wall too. That Rower door is going to make things a little bit awkward on the side of Wedding, but it does mean that they can be a little bit more freewheeling here on Red Stairs, and they're not being entirely pressured, so they slip their way through. Have their own crossfire now, an important one to hold on to, because although they're up to this point, the next step is actually one of the trickier ones. They've still got... Okay, they have one less player as Deimos gets caught out. The smokes come through, and what an important little piece of movement here, Demon. They're just making sure they can step into places that they can try and make the actual execute awkward.
Oh, Angel. Just going to see his whole team die around him before he does get one kill back, but that's going to be a triple kill from Volps on that Echo. Just that stationary in towards the rice bags, and able to pick off a lot of bodies because of that. See the Aurora door is still there, but it's going to keep it open for the meantime. STK, quickly slip out, get the kit, but I have no idea how he's going to get a plant down. Look at all those guns ready and waiting, and really this is the awkward position that Angels is in. As soon as STK even remotely attempts a plant, everyone's just going to rush him, and that's going to be the struggle for it. And I just don't think Angels can cover all these angles. It's on the Ents to have to go for the plant. Furia are no pressure whatsoever right now in this scenario.
Ooh, well, that's not really how you want that to start. STK, not how that needs to finish either. Ints, they now find themselves level, and it has been 4 rounds into 4 rounds. That's sort of the biggest hurt about all of this. Will we get a bit of a conversation here from their side? Because what was such a strong start has absolutely faded away, unfortunately, and now... feels like Furia has really woken up there. It was a nice little approach, nice little first plan, nice little bit of action. But as soon as it came to time to put pressure into the site, I mean, you've got to then look at how Furia acted, right? They pulled back. They let them have that space, got their own crossfires, and just sort of locked it down from there.
So... on a game in our hands, 4-4, all squared up. Ints able to go 4-0 up. Furia now have responded with 4 rounds in a row, 2 on the attack, now 2 on the defense. So maybe you could argue that momentum is certainly shifting in favor of Furia. Ints struggling to get these attacks going right now, and Furia, mentioned it before, they've brought that clash in once again, Fluke. And look, this is where I think the clash in towards that top floor again should get that value, because look what operator Ints have kind of pulled out. The panic Monty, as we like to say. Whenever things aren't going right, a Monty always seems to fix some form of leak, but up against the clash, that's going to be dangerous. A lot of pressure on STK now to not only stay alive, but to make sure he has air jabs to counter this clash.
Okay, the pressure on STK got to him. The pressure on STK got to him. He got shot.
Why? Oh,
you did that. You entirely did that. And now it's a 5 versus 4. Do you hear a little lax? I don't know. I don't know if that's just us.
It's not a little lax. I can hear a massive yapping lax talking about something, and I've completely lost control.
He's gone. Everything is...
Oh,
No, it's not. The Herds has gone Angels. Gets the trade from the top. Gets the catch on towards top square. Not top square even. Top pillars. I'm losing my mind now.
I'm so
It's an entirely different map. A 4 versus 4. Everything is all square. Now's the pressure on. Can they actually try and get something on the back of this? Obviously, the cost of the Nomad means that the map is all dangerous. As you said, it was such an important operator, right? They had to make sure that he was the one standing and willing. And at this point, no more push towards the side. And with a minute 10, you can see them circling and driving their way in. There's one, though. Great take right into the core of the site. And they've been able to slip their way through. But can they try and get the plant cemented? No, look up. What is going on here? This is a fight on piano. Just one against the Monty alone as everybody else is dying. What was that? Why was Monty there on piano being beaten up? It's a post plant. A 2 versus 1. The Clash just going to try and drive themselves in. They've obviously got all of this red. They're playing around the side. They know roughly where the swing could come from. The Clash is as close and as personal as you like, but the Wamai does need to operate on the back of this. Why is it a 1 versus 1? What is happening? What is happening? Why? 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 I don't understand.
If I was starting to lose it, I think I've lost it now.
I don't understand what is happening.
I mean, that is such a poorly played 1v2. As much as what we can sit there and highlight the attacker in that scenario, how is he allowed to win that? Automatically, a clash in a 1v2 should always be the kicker. Yeah? That's the river card that's always going to give you your flush. Is going to be that clash. And somehow, they've been beaten by a straight flush. It's... all the Clash needs to do is just sit there and stun him to a point where he is going to be slowed in the middle of the room, back up to a distance where he's still going to be in a line of sight to your opponent if he tries to push you. And once you have that bit of a gap and you have that distance, you plunk your shield down on the other side and you've caught him between a rock and a hard place. And he can only look one of each way. He either looks towards the Clash and turns his back to his teammate, or vice versa. That's all they had to do. And somehow they've lost that because he's decided to think, I'm Bikini Body, I'm going to put the shield in my back.
I feel like I'm hallucinated this map. It's just been a strange game. You know? You know, one of them games that's just a bit strange? Anyway. Here we are. No more Clash, no more Monty. Maybe that'll stop the shenanigans. Maybe. I doubt it, but it might. We have double down on the control. The Lax was obviously talking about a bit before, but you've got the gridlock, you've got the Nomad, you've just got an extra safety feature for all the jump outs, for all the danger that has been sort of incorporated into this showdown and it sort of exploited outside the building itself. Well, now you have a little bit more safety there. If one of them does get got, you got something to keep on getting got. Get the watch down on either of the sets of 2 stairs. Here. Furia getting caught on drones. Boxera's been great with the DMR so far and more than happy to swing into these positions. So I don't think anyone's going to immediately want to charge in, but you can sort of see that the longer they're in these positions, the more of the risk that things will come outside demo.
Yeah, I mean, the time is really ticking down, half the round. Nobody has really made any headway. They've only just started getting in towards that top floor. Boxera, though, able to pick up the first kill. I believe that's a drop in towards Cigar Shop. And a lot of trades upstairs as the Blackbeard is inside Freezer, but has since then been dealt with. And another kill in favor of Fury, and maybe another one. No, Angels wins up against Volts, but Looking at everyone else, though, from Furia, they have left the scene of the crime. They're back into the safety of the bomb site because they know the hard part has been done. They've came away with a lot of time wasted and a lot of bodies for the attackers lying upstairs.
They're also able to get the reinforcement done there on towards the wall, so they can't quite get the swing from White Stairs as well. It just limits the drive that they can do. And, you know, maybe they knew what they'd been able to remove from the team. Maybe they knew what they had to try and push through. They've got the bait in. As I said, it's the double down support now in case one of these two goes down, but they're the last two standing. One of them has to try and make the move and put the pressure on, and they've just set up a bit of a firing range here, giving themselves a bit of a route in, but what do they really have to disguise their motions with other than track stingers they can throw? And oh no, they don't even have those. Nomad, 15 seconds, a 3 versus 1, and Furia more than happy to sort of sit back and put the pressure on whenever they need to. It's a juggling game here of angles, but you assume, well, whenever they start to take steps into the site or either way, that will happen. Furia, they do level us up, trade the round with the round of their own, and we are 5 apiece.
Good lockout for Furia. Good fight in towards that top floor. They dealt with everything that was tossed at them. Brents, you're probably thinking, should we be a match point here? You know, should we have gotten that last round that we were able to get? I mean, Fury have kind of had their number on every one of these attacking rounds. So, friends, if you're in their kind of thought process, you think, right, even though it has been a great half, what can we do that could work? We've still got a chance, still 5-5. We were gifted a round that we shouldn't have had. How do we not squander that?
And at this point, I guess we'll see if they can sort of just put it all together, right? They were obviously able to win out on Reading Room. They were able to make themselves locked in, and instead of going back to Kitchen, they're going to go elsewhere, up towards the top floor. I guess it's a wise maneuver. You assume if they're taking a sort of timeout that they might be discussing, okay, well, what's our Kitchen play? What's our plan? Will we do this? Will we do that? And then you just change the goalposts. You assume that RAM is probably going to get changed off of when Legacy realizes, there it is. And it means that they have to now rethink and re-talk through a potentially different plan. So if it was a tactical timeout more than a sort of emotional timeout, just changing the site and the direction, but now Sense on the board for the first time this entire game. And off the board almost immediately. Why did I say anything?
Who knows?
My worry about this top floor site though demo is the fact that they have both Mirror and Azami.
Yeah, typically Mirror being let through, I think, on Cafe is already a bit of a no-no, I think, for many people. Mostly because whenever you think about what Mirror can achieve in towards that top floor, it's just that total domination of piano. And the only way that you can kind of get rid of those mirror windows is if you're bringing in either your range sword destruction, or you bring a Kali, or you bring an Ashe. That's really the only way you can deal with that. And even if, you know, sometimes people, as exhibited here from Vaults, people will stack a lot of util to catch said Ashe charges, Kali charges. That's what it's all about. It's reinforcing those mirror windows and making them even stronger. So trying to get in towards piano, it's just going to be impossible, really, I think, for Inst. Yes, they have the Ashe, but like I just mentioned, you have the stacks of discs from the Wamai inside a piano.
Wow. How will they try and formulate this approach? It seems to be a pretty traditional take, but again, we're into 2 mirror windows. They're just going to cut off red stairs, get the drop on towards the skylight itself, see if they can make sure nobody's going to go for the swing, and there it is, the Ashe. Gets off one, gets the break on towards the bathroom one. We're going to eye up the second. The pre-fire comes out. They can sort of assume that she'll do that, but she gets that done. Great use of the pings from the drones as well to just sort of guide those in like homing beacons. Now that at least limits some of it, but that is both Ashe charges used on those mirror windows, and they can still try and play against them in some manner. They could pop one of them open. They've got the 2 next to each other. They can sort of try and swing and apply pressure and stop and slow breaches, and a minute left, and they've only really been able to get 1 player inside the building.
still, no kill as of yet. And for INTZ, it's... Well, where are we supposed to go? We can't go piano. The mirror windows are going to be sat ready for us. So you have to try and start walking up staircases, and that's where STK is going to try and go. Player on top of the planks is going to get picked off. Loira not expecting that. Angels with another, and somehow INTZ are making steady ground, though, but here comes Furia.
The 3 versus 2. Diaz is on the ground at this point and not really in a position to be caught out, because look where Boxera is, buried right in the middle, and well, now look where Diaz is in the top right of your screen. The 3 versus 2. 20 seconds though. They've got to try and put the pressure on quick, fast, and together, and that grenade just won't be enough, but the movement from Rap's Will leaves just solo player inside, tucked in a very awkward position. The plant is being secured, and there it is, the final swing round from INTZ. Great execution. And towards the final throws of that, and that puts them on towards map point.
Oh, INTZ just brute forcing their way up in through white. I think that was the important kill, was being able to pick off Loira. And, you know, Loira kind of, there's no util thrown at him. It was just a straight one-on-one gunfight. And I think he was more concerned with the player on the window than expecting somebody just to rush up the staircase. So that was good for INTZ to just catch him by surprise. And once you gain control of white on that hold, the players inside a bathroom, inside a freezer start to get a little bit itchy. But yeah, like I said, INTZ just trading kills back and forth worked out well for them. And Furia, I mean, now this is where you're probably kicking yourselves thinking, what were we doing in that clash round?
Oh, I mean, baiting for clips? Is that a fair answer? It's one of those rounds, but there's other elements to that round that made it so incredulous to sort of watch. Was the Monty having a 1 versus 1 fight up top by themselves as the plant is being secured. Like, that's happened because that's the situation they're in. But why are they in that situation, do you think, when they were actively driving the kit in towards site 20 seconds before that? There's a whole mess of that round that I still am a little bit, like, lost in the sauce about. It was also the round where you and I don't know if broadcast heard, we heard whisperings of wax just for a little bit, and it sort of added to the crazy, I think. The real, it's almost midnight where you and I are, so a real midnight round.
Fever dream of a game.
Yep. But hey, we're here
This is
now.
my sleep paralysis demon. Honestly, if I see Fury and INTZ at the bottom of my bed tonight... Oh.
Well, you might see them instead already. No, Loira locks down one, tries to find the second, swinging around, and... Oh, that is that opening kill. Once again, it's only twice gone away from the end result of the round itself. And that actually does include the chaotic round in reading. So here on towards kitchen. Different approach this time, Demo.
A bit of a dry swing, though, isn't it, in towards white? I've noticed a lot of dry swings from INTZ where they're not really pushing with the util. Players are just kind of going raw. And it has not worked for him that time. STK gets picked off. So now without the sledge, you do lose a set of nades, don't forget, which would have been nice for those Goyos. And oh, down goes the ram. So now you have no soft destruction at all. That must have been info from a Valkyrie camera, as it was just shot there per Arthur. So a 3v5. Looks as though this is going to be headed to OT, because Furia in this position should be able to lock it out with all the util that they still have in the denial. And you've got waves of information you have to try and get through, and don't forget about the smokes and Goyos still going to be on site somewhere. All comes back in, though, from INTZ, but maybe Loira, that city needs to try and find. I wonder if Boxera is going to be there to try and help him out, because Loira not in a great position here.
No, he's trying to fight his way out so he doesn't get caught in what is effectively a 2 versus 1 with the pressure coming down from Brown Stairs. But there is the support, as you said. They're trying to operate on the fact that they have an extra man, but Angels still is able to find that present under the tree and isolate the single engagement. But it has bought time, and time has been a big factor for a couple of these rounds. So now in the 3 versus 3, when you still have at least a smoke canister and potentially those Maestro bubbles that can cause a bit of the problem, as we, he's flicking around them and causing problems. They need to see if they can get Diaz out of coat check. 20 seconds, and this is a power position. Instead, is the drop down, the run in towards the default plant spot itself. They've used it on 6. I'm assuming on towards one of the bubbles. The call will come out. 15 seconds. There's the last smoke canister, and they've got to make this stick, but there's the route. The run and the pressure coming through from the side of the door. Arthur is just being eaten by a Maestro bubble, is able to get rid of it, locks himself in, but now they know exactly where he is. There's a trade out, and the final throws of it. It's a 2 versus 2 versus 1, as Raps is all that's left, but we instead have an overtime.
Oh, that's a bit of a harsh one there for INTZ. I thought they were making really good headway. They were able to burn through the Goyos, they burned through the smokes, and then the Maestro appeared, and it's like, oh, they had a third form of denial for us. And yeah, that was always going to be the issue for INTZ. With the time that they had, it was having the time and the util. Hey, that's where another set of nades would have been nice to have if that sledge didn't get picked off earlier. So overtime is where we head. Means that both these sides will at least take a point from this matchup. Who's going to take more points is still yet to be decided. The point each is how it stands. Furia on the attack now, which has been the less favored side. This is good news for INTZ.
We'll see if it can sort of get itself balanced, because although we have had, as you sort of said, the 4-2 halves and favored sides, there's been rounds that have sort of drifted either way. And remember, when we had INTZ on defense, everything fell apart in the last 2, right? Granted, it was in some creative ways where they threw themselves out of the building 3 times in a single round, but still, they had what was an aggressive start. That was a play style that was working for them. Now they've almost got to sort of reevaluate and bring it back towards that intel game. Back towards, obviously, the sort of roaming Mozzie, get themselves the feed through, but slightly different approach where they haven't quite centered as much as they did with the echo and with the sort of hot reads on all of the motions. Instead, though, what we do get for the first time today is a double shield, Volps and Box. They're not going to take things too out of their hands here. Just slow and steady, keep the shields up, and see if they can just try and take and smash ground as it comes.
Arthur looking for something through the crack of that window, and for Furia should at this point, I think, be aware of the aggression that INTZ can bring on that defense. But a minute gone. Not a lot's really happened. I just think Furia is being almost over careful, like making sure that nothing's going to catch them by surprise. As the shields now have made their way in towards that top floor, and Volps takes a lot of damage as he's hunting for a kill. He's going to find somebody in the freezer. That is a freebie for Volps. Finds a second over towards White. Stairs to C4. Oh, did he get the kill? He did. He killed Arthur. I think he tried to shoot the C4, but somehow killed the man.
He did. He'll take that, I suppose. But here is the swing around the back. Gets the down onto one. Finishes them off. There's another player swinging in on towards the new window. But now he's entirely stuck, right? He's trying to fight his way out. Gets onto one. But Boxera, in the meantime, is just securing the plant. Raps is actually going to rotate his way around, see if he can stop it, but too little, too late. And now, another 2 versus 1. Another time when a shield is part of it, and the Blackbeard is just proposed on the corner. Actually play around with the gadgetry, pick it back up. Where do you deploy it, right? Where do you sort of find yourself in? Either side of the Blackbeard, forced him further and further away, and into the gun of Diaz. Furia get themselves, technically, their 3rd attack in a row. It was just 6 rounds that separated that one and the last one.
Well, Furia using the shields extremely well. I mean, look at the value that Volps was able to get with that blitz. Not only killed one, but killed the second too, killed that Warden. I mean, it is really impressive, you know, from Furia to really dig their heels in. Considering that the start that they had, where they went 4-0 down, able to rally, a little bit of a blip. One of the rounds on their defense, but still in position where they can win this game. All they need is one more round, and it can be on this defense. They head over towards our train and dining site. And looking at the lineup from INTZ, pretty aggressive in the lineup. Seen a lot of danger here, a lot of yellows, a lot of reds. I mean, in the wild, Fluke, if you're not aware, that usually means stay away from me. I think the same can be said for siege operators.
It also occasionally means slow down and stop. another such traffic-related things. STK is the big brain 6 pick. Solid Snake into Solid Snake. Maybe it's Solid as Snake. Time will tell. They find themselves on towards that information drive. The only bit of the information drive for the rest of the team, but at this point, we'll see if they can try and hold in instead of opting for, you know, sort of the sites that we've seen go a little bit back and forth. Mining Room was one of the only sort of solid ones, right, that they've had on their defense, and that's the kind of big problem right now for INTZ's approach. They have lost this twice. What can they do to try and change up the approach? What can they bring that will be slightly different with how things have netted elsewhere? Raps was almost gone immediately. From Loira watching out towards the window.
Yeah, Rat still alive though. So the util that the Capitao has is still going to be in there. Now for Furia, maybe they're eyeing up a little bit of aggression, maybe trying to take the fight over towards INTZ. Don't let them dictate the kind of pace of the round. Let Furia control it all that they can. I mean, it also very spread out in terms of where you kind of see the players, so a lot of opportunity, I feel, for any trades. So a lot of reliance here on individuals stepping up. Minute 40, and this is the information that INTZ is getting now from not only pre-placed drones, but here comes the Solid Snake being able to ping out players on the mini-map. Oh, there's one over towards Gold Stairs, and still that player inside of Rating's going to be, and actually it's just left Rating now, so potentially a gap has been spotted that STK could try and take, and exactly is what he's going to do. Just moving in, maybe going to try and go into sight. Oh, the tub just about out of reach, out of the sight line. Loira on the white stairs with the shotgun too. A minute left, no kills on the board as of yet. This is really up in the air. Who's going to grab it?
Well, the only other time that we've entered the final minute with every player still standing was around that INTZ won, and here they go. Able to get themselves there first on towards the attack. They're given all this time to set up. They can read the pressure themselves. They use that grenade brilliantly to just slip on by. Now they've got themselves the reposition, hoping it is unknown. There's the second grenade that will just force a bit of the motion. They're going to sit and wait and try and catch them on the pullback through. Brilliantly played by Angels, and now 3 versus 5. Another grenade, another chance here for Angels to try and look out. Another bit of kill, another bit of pressure, but as Boxera goes down on the red stairs, often isolated, the flash comes out too. They're going to try and slip up in towards it and hope they could get lucky on the movement behind it, but all the time is being taken away. Herds now, the only player still standing. What is technically a 1 versus, well, 4 now. 3 now. He's getting up the player, but a post plant. Does get himself Angels on the drop as well. Almost gets Legacy 2, but no more than that. We are going all the way.
Oh. I mean, that was another close round that maybe could have went for a big clutch. Not going to be the case. INTZ able to square it up 7-7. I said whenever you're around the minute mark, really, who's going to take it? I mean, you look at where both teams are situated and where they had players. I mean, a minute left. You've got that top floor control coming in from INTZ. You have players starting to pressure the staircases. Equally, look at players in towards that bottom floor. But the information, I think, from INTZ, being able to opportunity spot, see those gaps. You look at the ground STK was able to take as the Solid Snake, push players back into the bomb site. That was key for them. And then the individuals just picked up the kills. And it comes back to the same point. You looked at the positions with some of those Furia players. They weren't together, so they weren't going to be in a position to trade off each other. And that's where it kind of fell to Herds having the clutch up against a 1v5. It's because they weren't together to go for those trades. They were very segregated. They were out in the roam by themselves. And if you don't pick up those kills, you're going to get punished for it.
Well, there's...
JP is locked in.
He's watching this game.
He's locked in.
He
for
is
this game.
not turning away like all you at home watching the 7-7. Losing it. We're at 7-7.
You pull yourself together.
I can't.
It's a big round. It's a big round here.
All right, the biggest round that we have had so far today. After this, only one team will walk away with points. Now, we also have the follow-up game as well. As I said, this is the first sort of top team versus bottom team of the group going up against each other. We've got the follow-up, which is going to be a very similar sort of showdown. NIP versus Loud, where the fact that this has got to partial points, the fact that this has gone on so far, works for both of those teams, works for their favor of wanting to try and clear a bit more pressure in. It's eyes on towards Bakery and Wedding. There's nobody immediately in that position as the Goyo canister burns. Drone will... There you go. Drone will reveal that they were sort of sat waiting and he doesn't want to get caught out.
Furia. Maybe. Xera's try and go for the opening here on the solid snake. Oh no. Furia lose the opening pick. Legacy finds Vaults. Down goes the Deimos. I'm a little bit worried now because sometimes Furia do have the tendencies where things don't go their way to begin with. They may try and lash out and find the kills back and things go from bad to worse. So they are going to try and start their approach, and oh dear, things went from bad to worse. It's a 1v5 before your very eyes. Diaz on the glass all by himself over towards Wedding. Able to find Arthur. Angels is down, but still 3 players to find. Will spot one in behind the Bakery. Look at his HP as well. Not favorable for him whatsoever. I mean, Diaz, mate, take your pick. Where do you want to go?
Nowhere really to go. Legacy gets the last, and INTZ, they're able to close that out. We took a long, sort of at points confusing road to get here, but like the one that leads to a place where you can wish for anything, INTZ were able to get this yellow brick road and wish for a win. They get themselves, finally, an overtime win rather than the 2 losses that they've had so far, and get themselves 2 points.
Not bad. I mean, overall, I think for INTZ coming into it against Fury, who we know we're going to be the favourites because Fury have looked pretty darn good up to this point. Yeah. I think it's big for INTZ. It gets them their first win, especially whenever they've been so close over their previous 2 matches where it was 2 overtime losses. So another overtime, but this time it's a win for them.
It's got to be something they can sort of take a bit of pride in. As we said, they're sort of driving in, making sure everything's precious. And what's precious to us? Our wonderful desk.
That's so cute of you, Emmy. Thank you very much. Yes, indeed, you are precious to us as well. And what a game that we just had. We were glazing Furia before the start of the match. We get into the game itself. The first half is very defense-sided. And then once we swap the half, it's the very same thing. And then we go into OT, and it's all about who can take those very, very precious attacking rounds. At the end of the day, it's the experience that wins it out, Gabe. What a roller coaster.
Yeah, it was definitely a roller coaster of emotions and how we were looking at it. As I said in the beginning, I want to see INTZ play aggressive on the defensive half. That's exactly what we saw. Unfortunately, at the end, it was their over-aggression what allowed any of Furia to get some rounds. But then to transition it, once we saw Furia slow it down, understand INTZ wanted to play an aggressive game, they started to bring those rounds back. And once we saw them go into their defensive half, that's where we really started to see them just play together. It was cohesively well done. But then it started to fall apart yet again. It was this constant back and forth between these two of trying to adapt to the other's play style. Were they going to get aggressive? Were they going to play slow? And then even on some of the situations for INTZ, you know, I thought in some rounds, maybe they could have utilized some of the operators a little better, or maybe they could have brought a shield, maybe they could have brought a Capital because they had the Warden band. They were able to bring a Ying, but just wasn't able to make it work. So it was a really good back and forth, and I think just because of both these teams making their roster changes, trying to figure out what works, it's an accelerated stage. Everything has to be quicker is why we're seeing a lot of these little mistakes happen. I mean, I think it was round 9, that big clutch that Legacy had, that 1v2, where Volps misplayed on that clash. Loira wasn't there to play the trade, and I really attest that too of just not a lot of time together to really have that cohesiveness, to have that camaraderie with one another, which over time, realistically, I think both of these teams are going to excel at a very good rate. But overall, for that match, I thought it was a good back and forth, and INTZ just in the end understanding what they needed to do to get these rounds under the belt, whether that was on the attack, whether it was on the defense. It was a great display from both the teams, honestly.
You know, right now, the only thing I can say is if you're a Loud fan, it really sucks because both Loud and INTZ were tied in points, but getting an OT loss against Furia is incredibly important. That's an extra point that you put on the
100%.
backboard. It's one that you're going to be feeling pretty comfortable afterwards and preparing for the weekend when the SAL kickoff is back into it. If anything, a huge morale booster despite the loss, I want to say. Yes, you could improve things here and there, but overall against a team like Furia, that
points are points at the end of the day, and everyone needs them. So as long as you're getting and walking away with a point, sure, it might not be 2 points, but a point is a point at the end of the day, and I would be cool with that.
I mean, Loud really has to be looking at this thinking, my God, what do we do in this? And they're going to have to work hard because they have a game coming up soon against NIP, and we're going to see how that goes. However, before that, let's bring in our interviewee, Arthur, to the call. Come on in.
Hi, guys.
Arthur joining us. Hello.
Hello.
Good to see you. How are you doing?
Good to see you, too. I'm fine. Better now.
Big smiles, yeah.
Thank you.
Well, Arthur, I was going to say, you know, I've obviously saw you back in the NAL a long time ago. You've had your iterations going through the SAL on some teams. Now you're on this roster. How has really things been gelling? We know the games have been relatively close. This was finally the one you guys were able to put the nail in the coffin, get the 2 points, get the win. I just kind of want to pick your brain of just how everything has been gelling, given it really is an accelerated stage.
We were kind of think about it because STK was with a computer. His computer was bad, and FPS was really awful. So we had to struggle to get some points, and we got 2 points. So we were chill because we know the other games we're gonna play our game. So that's worth our game today.
I do have a follow-up question there. So I talked about this in the early game. I was hoping you guys were going to play an aggressive game of Siege, kind of fall back on layers, and that's exactly what it was doing. Now, when you're in those situations, is there anyone, whether it's you or just anyone on the team, when you guys are getting too over-aggressive, do you guys just kind of allow it to happen, or does someone in the room just be like, all right, guys, we have to slow it down. We're feeding them kills. We aren't playing trades. How does that kind of get directed?
It's kind of... I do this because I am the RGL, but Stroke STK do this too. He's the shot caller, so both of us do this. But our game style is aggressive, so we kind of like it. When it's gonna be working or not, it's okay. We're gonna do our game style, we're gonna do our thing, and that's it.
I love it.
For me, it's pretty funny when you say like game style pretty aggressive, but at the same time you're going for cafe. In this, was the map pick just to try to surprise Furia with more aggression on a map that's usually more defensive?
Yeah, we saw their game, and we know that NIP has a good cafe. So when they won a cafe against NIP, we saw that NIP was giving them house that we can give it. So we take the risk to take cafe and play more aggressive because NIP and Fluxo weren't aggressive against Furia. We are the first team that aggressive against them.
That makes sense.
And even though it was a close game, it's still at the end of the day a victory and 2 points out of this. I know this is giving you a better shot now at having 4th place and going into playoffs. So Arthur, I want to thank you very much. I'll let you go.
Thank you.
Rest up, and we'll see you on the weekend for the next matches.
Thank you.
Bye. And there it is. 2 points going the way of INTZ. A massive upset in this case. Look, Furia are going to be happy still with a point. They're still quite far up in the standings. Not untouchable, but still quite far up. With INTZ, they're fighting for their life here, trying to go into playoffs. A perfect opportunity presented itself, and it seems like they really did their homework, Clax.
Definitely, and I can always appreciate sticking to the plan, sticking to the strategy, sticking to the fundamentals, and they said they wanted to play an aggressive game. Through their VODs and prep work that they did, they noticed 2 teams prior were not playing aggressive, were not getting in Furia's face. So why not get aggressive? Why not jump out of windows? Why not test them? And again, I think that mental aspect, as much as we watch the game from a visual point and see these people duke it out. Just being a former player, there is a big mental shift and aspect that plays into a lot of these games. And you, like I said, you could really see it throughout these rounds, time and time again, with Furia losing to these aggressive plays. You would see their lineup, like I said, bring in the gridlock, bring in the nomad to try to slow things down. It limits their ability to make things and bring other operators to help initial attack because they're so focused on a player that's going to get aggressive, someone that's going to run out. And again, it was just a really good back and forth. I appreciate Arthur's saying that, you know, him and both SDK are shot calling, because IGLs already take a lot of responsibility. And if someone can pick up that slack and be able to call as well, it does make things a lot easier. And then this clutch from Legacy, I mean,
Legacy,
again,
my God.
as much as he shouldn't have clutched that really does come down to lack of communication there. It still was a great play, but overall, it was just a very good back and forth from both of these teams. And as time goes on, as stages continue, both of these teams are going to be very dominant.
Absolutely. Having them in the same group here in Kickoff is really giving us, I guess, a lot of entertainment.
Absolutely.
And definitely a lot of storylines to build up now for the playoffs and later on for Stage 1 in SAL. I'm very much looking forward to the evolution of new rivalries, really, and new, I guess, new ways of dealing with different contenders here in SAL. Again, incredible matchup that went the distance in overtime for at least myself, Demo, and Fluke. It is quite late, but my God, when you have matches like this that are that exciting, you know this is the reason why you stay up so late. Again, 8-7 here for INTZ, Angels, Legacy, Raps, STK, everybody putting up the numbers. We just had a chat with Arthur. He's at the bottom there, but it doesn't matter. He's the man that's holding it all together to make the team function the way that they are in this. And I just have to see what MVP was selected, because that would be a difficult one, right? You got Angels, you got DS, you flip a coin.
I'd have to say Diaz. Oh, it's going to be Angels.
Oh.
Okay. I mean, you know, I'm glad typically, you know, there's Caster's Curse, there's Analyst Curse. You say some players' names and they end up dropping the ball. Thankfully, the 2 players or 3 players, I said, Angels being one of them, did have a pop-off game. But I would say all of them were kind of MVPs in their own rights. They all had very important rounds that contributed to getting into the next, to keep the fight going on. But yeah, I mean, 5-12 for Angels, phenomenal plays from him, from all across the board. Like I said, Legacy and that big clutch that kept him alive. I mean, again, when you look at a 7-8, if Legacy doesn't win that clutch, then we'd be highlighting Furia. We'd be talking about Furia winning. Yep. So I can tell you from experience, when you win these games 7-8, these are games you don't want to have as a player. You don't like how intense and how back and forth it is, but it's so rewarding once you get over it and you get it done. But I'm sure that these guys are going to knock out the second they get to their bed.
Very much looking forward to the rest of this day as well, because Lost Black Dragons was supposed to kick off our match for today. That's been pushed all the way to the end. Sorry for Lost BD fans, but you're gonna have to wait just a bit longer. I promise you, though, the next game has a lot in store for us. Loud now have an uphill battle to go to try to hold on to a 4th place that's been taken away from them, really, by INTZ, and they have to do it against NIP. Is it going to be a double upset day, or will we return back to Earth? We'll talk about that and more after the break. Welcome back, my friends, to SAL. We continue on with our play days. We've passed the halfway mark. And just to kind of feed you in on what's been going on, myself and Gabe, we're going to talk about our groups for just a second before we focus in on our next matchup. So let's pull up the graphic and really show people the impact of our matches so far. Remember, we were talking about Group B only a bit ago. Loud are still stuck at 2 points. INTZ, with their overtime win against Furia, jump up from 2 to 4 points. And Furia get an extra point at 7 to remain at first place with 3 out of 4 matches played so far, Gabe.
Yeah, and I can tell you right now, every team, no matter where they place, they just want to be in the top 4. Just because you get first doesn't mean that you win the entire thing. It just puts you in a more comfortable position. But at the end of the day, every single team wants to make it in the top 4, get into their best of 3s, and really showcase what they got and to just get through the gauntlet of best of 1s. And I can tell you, I hated best of 1s.
Yeah, it kind of is just, you have to get through it regardless. We'll talk about Group A later on with Black Dragons and Los and what that matchup will have in terms of who can move up a position. That is a lot of the potential maybe for Imperial should Los not be able to take the win. That's something to talk about later on. However, our focus is back on Group B now, as this is an opportunity for Loud to jump up above Fluxo W7M, which actually is absolutely insane to just think about and say that this is an opportunity. Because Fluxo W7M can jump out of their contention to even go into playoffs that are so difficult. And speaking of Loud, let's bring them up and have a chat about this team here and what they can bring to the table today, because the biggest piece of conversation has been Gabu and what this man can actually accomplish. Right, there was SDK at some point, Machina, that I know Jesse talked a lot about a couple of years ago. You talked about him earlier on today. Like, it's just how it goes. But Gabo being the only new players you see in front of you, this is a guy that can really bring a lot and has done so. But can it push Loud beyond just, hey, we're somewhere within the realm of SAL?
Yeah, and even when you think of the realm of SAL, you think of all the players within it. He is the second highest rated player currently right now out of all of the players. So clearly he's putting his foot forward here to make a statement, to put Loud as the representation for him. And this team, I mean, realistically, they are a strong team on paper, but it's the inconsistencies sometimes that we see from these teams where they struggle the most. You know, remember when we first saw Flash3 and Stimp come into the league? I mean, they had big plays time and time again, but throughout the years, we kind of see that, you know, regress a little bit. I want to see that little, you know, I want to see some more revitalization, especially with the new roster, with Live coming on the team, with Resets coming on the team, with Gabu coming onto the team. I think there's a lot of talent on this roster. Again, unfortunately, for an accelerated league, you don't have a lot of time to make things work, make things mesh, but with the time you do have, you have to make it work. So from one game to the next, I do want to see heavy changes being made, different approaches, whether it's the mid to late run executes, swapping off operators, whatever that might be, and then Gabu and Resets being able to drop numbers. Those are the two things that I'm really looking at specifically from those big players and those big names we're talking about. Is that consistency going to bleed and carry all the way through them, however far they make it in this?
Well, the question is, can the Ninjas, though, then capitalize on their situation as well? Because Loud are still quite wounded. There's an opportunity for NIP to jump up and overtake Furia, which is something they would love to be in, a situation they'd love to be in. Because, let's be honest, being in first place, keeping you a bye in the final bracket, that is huge. NIP crave going back to LAN. We saw the impact that they had in Munich. They still have that in their minds. They want to be back into it and perform even better than they did back then. They've had the one player change, but the question is, can you handle the online phase, those tricky best of ones, the places, positions where a lot of problems can arise until you get into the bracket, and then from best of threes, see if you can actually hold up against the best of the best in the world on LAN. Always been a question, but hey, you got a world championship material, if anything, an actual former world champion in Pino on the team, Gabe.
Yeah, absolutely. And Pino, I mean, him and Flash3 him and Fantasy, have been popping off tremendously, especially on those opening picks. They are both the first and highest second rated there. So when you think of an attacking half or a defensive start, both these players are ones to definitely look out for, especially fantasy. We've talked about him time and time again. He is lethal. But one thing with this team that I've always enjoyed, especially throughout the iterations and where we're seeing this NIP currently in today's day, is their decision making on their attacking halves. When you thought about the team beforehand, where they always struggled was their lack of adaptation. They would always just throw body after body after body. And that was the solution. That was the problem-solving skills that they had. Now that we've seen throughout all this time is we see them making plays. We see them rotating players around. We see a goal in mind or what the next step is to get to the next step and then to go for the execute. And whether it's Fantasy leading that charge or even Hate's taking on Wizard as well, I mean, these are all players that have really changed their own game up for the sake of having success, for the sake of being a top team, once again, where we can put NIP as a top leading team out of the SAL. So it's always fun to watch this team grow as a unit. Obviously, the new pickup coming into Veto is interesting in and itself. They have another strong shield player that leads the charge on that front. But only time will tell is how good this NIP roster really can get with this new change, because when you make a change, it can be 50-50 at the end of the day.
It takes time, right? That's something that's normal. It's always been like that, not just in Siege, not just in esports, in any sort of situation. And in a case like this, before you can get your visa to go to the US, to Salt Lake City, to the major itself, you have to go through consulate. And here it's Loud that'll have the choice between club and consulate. The remove club take us to an even more defensive map in this case, and that'll be NIP to try to deal with them on the defense. Bringing our commentators here to have a quick chat with Demo and Fluke and see really what their brains are saying in this demo. I see you jumping around. You're excited for it as well. I'm sure of it. How do you feel NIP's chances are for today?
I mean, I liked NIP throughout last year. I think the kind of revival of that organization, the revival of that team, because for the longest time, since you going back to SI21, that NIP team just never hit those heights again. And they needed to make the changes, and, you know, they kind of cleared out everyone except one. And then I really think last year they impressed us. You know, they started being a formidable team. They started making events again. And yeah, I think for NIP, it's just building that again and just see where you can go this year.
I mean, an opportunity here for NIP to overtake, but also for Loud to try to fight and survive and have a spot in the top four. There's a tough battle that's happening in this group.
I mean, as I sort of said it before, like, the fact that the last game went into partial points and split points, it means so much to both these teams, right? It's not just the opportunity for the top team to make a break, but now, even though they got a win, but it was only part of a win.
Only part of a win. You're looking for a full one if you're NIP and or Loud, and overtime here is not going to look too great on either one of their resumes, though that is all theory. We'll put it into practice with Fluke and Demo.
Thank you very much. We find ourselves here. Loud versus NIP. In what game will we get? Obviously, this is also the last game that NIP will play and will get to play. And then they just sort of gotta sit, gotta watch, gotta see if their fate is one that they have done enough for to secure themselves towards the top of the board and get themselves sort of locked in. They have a chance at leaping over, and, well, the opponents that they're playing today are the ones that Furia will have to sort of match metal with tomorrow. They could also escape the sort of potential reaches of Flux at W7M. That's an important part. They can guarantee themselves one of the top 2 spots today as well. And second and third is sort of a choice of, I think, who they go against and how the seeding plays out. But other than that, it's always nice to be a little bit further ahead, right?
Yeah, and you want to give yourself as much as an opportunity as possible. I think obviously, like I kind of mentioned with NIP, I just want to see how they kind of progress this year, because I was really impressed by them. I like their style of Siege that they kind of brought to the table. I mean, certainly for us, Emmy, I feel as though a team like Loud, we've always kind of summed them up as always the bridesmaids, never the bride.
Oh yeah, I mean, they're in the toughest region in the world, which is, you know, never easy, I think, to try and make your way through, but they've had to sort of exist in a space where they are doing their best to prove themselves and doing their best to fight against it. But then, you know, a 7th place, a 6th place finish, the sort of threshold of success or failure, the sort of balance of relegation or not relegation, or how that all sort of plays together, it's tougher in this region where in other places you might be, as I said, the more focal person. They've obviously had a big sort of change to the roster. They've, you know, brought in fresh blood. They've got rid of Paceto, got rid of Perez. They've changed quite massive things as well in SDK. Is this the chance, though, for this roster to be able to reevaluate under some fresh blood in, say, Gabu?
Well, certainly an opportunity for them. Think up against NIP, it's going to be a tough one. Stimp, though, able just to find a pick in towards Spiral on that Nook. To be dancing on the table in front of him. Oh, the DMRs will trade, and both of them have nicked each other. Stimp able now to retreat and start targeting the other staircase over towards Visa. It's a good early pick for Loud. It gives them that man advantage. For NIP, having to play on the back foot on Consulate is never an easy thing to do on the defense.
I mean, it's probably
How many things you have to try and cover off.
It's probably the one that Loud wants to get more than anything, right? Get their ex-player, get Paceto down. Sort of be like, oh yeah, this is going to be a rough game for you, buddy. Knocks him out of the situation, and now what can they do with the rest of it? As you said, the pulse is gone. Can't quite read anything. I mean, they've got no other throwables as well. Well, that's every smoke canister used already. All the yellow mines are out. They've got no C4s to try and deny at this point. It's only really what they've pre-placed, and you assume what they've pre-placed, apart from Hate, swinging around and pre-placing bullets into the Nook's head. Is anything on the other side of this door? A goo mine, not a goo mine even, and Grismot mine. We're just waiting with guns. Resets trades that out. A DMR fight. As Hates, in the meantime, is just steadily piecing them apart. And I was going to say, it felt like Loud were in a good position, but NIP's just closed them down with gunfights.
Yeah, and that's the thing. Whenever you're playing from behind, you almost go a little bit aggressive. And Pino able to take down that player with the kit, and that leaves Gabu in very dangerous position, because not only has he got players he has to deal with, he has to walk towards the kit at some point. Pino picks up the second, and I mean, Consulate just shows how quickly things can go from good to bad for the attackers if you don't have a great grip of the map. I mean, Consulate's always going to be defender-sided, but you kind of fought with that man advantage. Could have got things going, but nope, NIP able to pull it back from said disadvantage. They sit one round up. Top floor locked out. Should be the basement next.
They kind of just sort of met themselves in that situation, right? Of being like, okay, we've thrown everything. Let's just let them try and cross the divide. And it's not an easy thing to pass anyway. If you're looking onto that vending corridor, if you're looking onto towards the position you could be tucked in on the end of it, if you're looking towards the sort of lockouts, you have to cross what is angles. And, you know, the engagement at the bottom of Visa stairs was maybe a bit of a tell of like, oh no, we need to kind of move now, right? Because otherwise they'll set themselves up on that stairs. We've got to clear it as we swing around, blah, blah, blah. But they just could not break through the gunpowder of NIP. Not the first team to suffer on the wrong side of that, but at least you're suffering it as your first attack on Consulate, a map that I think overall generically sees more sort of teams have joy on their defense. See where the growth comes through here, a decent chance at stealing utility. Bravo on the board to maybe try and do a bit of crime on towards Echo. It's always a fun trade-off. Actually, this could be the first time, Consulate has played in SAL.
Yeah, map, which I think whenever it comes to best of ones, do you really want to leave it up? Mostly because it sometimes comes down to what side you start, and that's why for Loud, this is, you know, the danger, isn't it? This is the issue. It's yes, you want to go to Consulate, but if you're the team who picks it, you do not get to choose what side you start on, and sometimes that can be the make or break. It can be the difference maker. For Loud, are dealing with this top floor roam that NIP have set up. I'm sure Paceto will be assisting these roamers with the echo cameras. Fantasy. It's going to be the player upstairs. Wizard taken down though live. Able to find the kill. There's the echo drones, but Fantasy not aware that Resets is already in the front office and takes him down. And for NIP, losing 2 players right from the get-go and getting nothing in return, it's not the start you're looking for. Hates, though, still above, and he is standing on a mute jammer, so the Dokbi calls will not be able to pick him up, so potential for a flank, but it's going to be a big if, though. Maybe try and catch the player on the verts. See the ramp, jumps in, fires the drone, jumps out again. Certainly for NIP, backs up against the wall in this round.
Yeah, at this point, with such a great close down on those players above, it becomes that conversation that we've had a couple of times, right? Do you try and lean in? Do you try and get aggressive? Or do you utilize the fact that there is a fair bit of space that they still have to enter onto? Loud just have to keep themselves together, decide on a push and make sure that at least you have 2, if not 3 angles on the pitch of it. But, you know, here, Vlastreet just putting the pressure on towards server, has isolated somebody on the back end. They're going to drift their way down into the corridor themselves, but it's Hates on the roam, and he gets the man with the kit. The best possible catch with 30 seconds left, but now, look, they've got to make sure that they double down, go for the push at the right time. He's buying himself a bit of space with the smoke canisters. There's 2 more, but he's got nowhere he can run to, Gabu. Gets 1, 20 seconds, but up through the hatch. 2 versus 3. They're just going to move their way around. There's the calls. They start to put the pressure on towards it. The fight either side. They've dropped the hatch, and he knows he's being surrounded. Paceto. But look, they've got to go to the plant, and Stemp goes down to Pino. It's a 2 versus 2. There goes the man with the kit. 3 seconds, Pino. He just has to sit and wait and hide. And how has that happened?
Oh, monumental stall out for Loud. You would have thought, oh, the 5v3. Tons of time remaining. Gotta be an easy round for Loud, but no, NIP able to hold on. I mean, there are some shots that came in that really just swayed the balance, and I suppose the lack of trades is what has to be said for Loud. I mean, if you're the 5v3, you have those extra 2 men. How is it coming down all the way to a 1v1?
Oh my. The positioning was so good there from NIP. The 5 versus 3, when Hates operated on the back and got that backstab, where they moved to draw the focus deep into the rooms, they couldn't just get the fight for free. They had to kind of drive back and reposition, and then getting onto the hatch in the same second of that, knowing the kit was there. It's just all so well played, Demo.
Where do we go from here? I mean, it's a case where, yes, Loud are on the difficult side, but that's twice now where they've had the opening pick and they've squandered the chance. Really should not be happening. You know, especially a map like Consulate where I think the attackers, if you have the extra man, you can do wonders. You think about the backstab potential that you have with all those staircases. You think about the secret tunnel that you can go in from. You've got hatches at the back you can drop into. You know, you can use those extra men in so many different ways. And they're just not meeting the expectations that you should have on that attacking side once you get the pick. So, certainly, for Loud, it is a little bit of a worry. NIP battling back from that man disadvantage twice now. Do head in towards the mid floor, in towards Piano. Looking at NIP, heavy amount of top floor control as every single member is up here. Nobody in the bomb sites are going to play full verts in this bomb site. You can do that. Everywhere is going to be opened up, so there's no way anyone's going to get a plant down without going above, but does force Loud into this top floor clear.
And they've got to get it done right, especially when you've got the Solace above, just sort of getting the read and causing problems. Here comes the pressure all around. They're well aware of the first, and the engagement sort of explode back and forth, but it comes up NIP primarily. There's the hop in, but he didn't know. That, again, great positioning from Hates. Just seems to keep procedurally stepping in deeper and deeper into their approaches and being caught out and resets. I mean, they might be calling for a reset after this round also goes away from them. 1 versus 3, all still on the verticality. They've got themselves well spread out. They can just play this on contact. And as soon as the first contact comes together, well, they don't even need the friend. NIP, 3 in a row.
As easy as you like for NIP. Top floor hold, working well for them. And surely the timeout has to come in here for Loud because it's not looking hot for them whatsoever. I mean, also a fairly quick round in the grand scheme of things, I would argue. Especially for a top floor hold. You would think that you'd kind of have that first initial, bodies dropping, and then you kind of have that peel, but just everyone holding their ground really well. I mean, Pino is yet to die in this matchup. 4-0 is where he sits right now, and as expected, Loud with a timeout. Need to get in there fast and try and stop the bleeding.
I mean, that's it, right? The rounds are getting stronger and stronger, and nothing sort of shakes the mental more and the confidence more than when you're in these situations close towards getting a lock-in and then having it sort of drifted away. And a 3-0 from the 2 rounds that we've had in round 1 and round 2 is... it really shouldn't be in this situation, right? It could be an entirely different game right now. And Loud could have all the energy, all the momentum, and everything that, to be fair, we had from INTZ on the previous map. If we talk about teams being able to sort of beat those top markers, get the benchmark themselves, INTZ hit the ground running on Cafe Dostoevsky. It then went all the way, obviously, but, the sort of energy carried them through a bit. Here, when you start to get into the rhythm, not only on the back of the result that's happening, but also the one that happened before, where those other sort of bottom teams have jumped further ahead, it can start to eat at you. So you need to try and find a way to get these rounds converted, get that early ground energy that they had, and find also a way to stop Hates, who has been phenomenal this map so far.
It's a tough one. Really is. For Loud. Try and get in there and do something, because we know what Consulate's like. You can very easily see yourself up a river in no time. Monty. Is that the key? Is that what they're going to go with? I mean, Monty? Blaz? Thatcher? I mean, whenever I see the Thatcher for this top floor, I kind of think you're going to go for the window plant. Use the Thatcher. Hop any of the C4s or smokes that could be coming your way. Based on where they've spawned, not entirely convinced. But we'll see.
It's harder to read. I mean, they could just be getting some of the work done on the admin side and sort of drawing attention over here. Who's that just waiting on the run out? Is that Wizard? I'm going to assume. No, Wizard's on the top. There was somebody that was on the reception door. To be fair, with how many times he's run around, it probably Hates. 2 mute jammers in pocket, just in case, We'll see. This is the read, though. The pulse just gets all of that. Yeah, brilliant info. Know exactly where the pressure's coming from. Know exactly where the main push is. There's the drive all the way around. The Monty's just sort of getting the read on. The smoke canister will force them a bit further back. That is just to buy time. Make sure that, oh yeah, we know there's so many bodies here. They're not going to get any further just yet. Oh. Perfect. What else can you say?
I mean, we're not watching flanks, that's what I'll say. I mean, how? I don't know. So it's just Loud. Very simple thing, which is make sure you don't get flanked, is being absolutely annihilated. NIP, 4-0, easy as you like it. Timeout was called. Timeout for what? What's the point?
I mean, to give NIP a chance to talk, I guess. I mean, it's looking at the positives, looking at the negatives. You're totally right. There was nothing that read in towards watching the flanks there. But there's almost an element that NIP are so on their game, right? Everything was built beautifully. They had the pulse get the read. We said it at the time. It's the best possible intel. 3 hearts over the top of the skylight. You know there's going to be pressure there. The Monty drops down. Very loud, very audible. At least one drop to offer some support. But you didn't have any operator to watch the flanks. You had everything that's sort of set up for a particular take. And I think you called the take, and I'm not sure why they decided to go against it, because you had a Glaz to watch the sort of pockets of the windows and the smokes, the Deimos to get underneath, the Monty to potentially drive in, the Thatcher to play against it. There was just so many elements. And then they went with a different play almost, and... well... either way. 4-0. At this point, NIP might be driving us to a result similar to our opening game of the day. They are on defense on Consulate. It's a map that plays well. But the energy and the momentum that they have built themselves, not just what's happened with Loud, but look at the NIP that we've had over the past 4 rounds. Right? There was a massive clutch. There's a lot of risks that they had to take, and they were so mobile. They're still taking these risks. But it's so well supported by the team.
NIP just in a serious flow state. Start things off pretty early with resets finding hates before Pino has been able to find live. Down goes the Blitz. The shield is gone. Stemp. It's a great swing. Great pick on the fantasy, but another C4 this time. It's going to be the Ram. Look at the 2 operators that NIP have been able to find. It's going to be pretty big for the destruction and the kind of control that you'd like to have in this top floor. Wizards able to find resets, and oh, Stemp ran out of ammo. No, ran out of ammo.
No.
Pino's been able to get out of there. Wizards been downed upstairs too. He may as well be good as dead, but realistically, you should be sitting here thinking it should be a 1v2. Somehow Pino's got out of there alive, and tell me Bassetto's thinking about going for the revive. Surely not. You just let that kill go. It's going to be drone now, so yeah, will have to let his teammate die. So it comes into the 2v2, and there's still half the round to play.
That was a criminal escape, but a 2 versus 2, as he said, all the time left. Lastry's dropped his way in towards the site itself almost. Got his teammate there and a missed throwing grenade. Oh, if anything's showing you the sort of mental situation, it's little parts like that. There's that on towards the door, try and force them onto the other swing, but they actually rotate the other way, drop down behind the plate itself, and Flastry takes more damage. And even more as the end of it, a 2 versus 1. They tried to push the momentum, still being called out by the procs. Wants to bait the fight, but too many angles to watch in NIP. Again, so aggressive on their defense, so aggressive on their holds, but so sharp on their trades. Their refusal to let a kill go clean has really been a big part of this.
It's great trades, isn't it? You know, whenever somebody died, they were there with an answer. 2 C4 kills. You know, big, getting rid of the Ram, getting rid of the Blitz. Operators who we know are so influential in the game, especially whenever you look at that basement. You think about the Blitz. If you can get him pushed in through Yellow, pushed in through Spiral, get him down a staircase, challenge onto those crossfires, which realistically other operators can't challenge onto. You need that Ram for the verticality. If I'm going to be a little bit critical, 2v2, half the round the play. The Maverick just instantly drops the hatch at a minute 30. Could they not take the time to maybe think about what they want to do?
It's very fair. I think you can see in the sort of motions that there is an element where you get wrapped up in the pace of the play, right? Chaos is an uncontrollable force. Some teams will try and operate it in as much as possible and sort of set it off and go. But with the pace of this game, and with the pace of that round especially, my assumption, and I could be wrong because it's an assumption, is that because the trade's becoming so thick and fast and aggressive, that there was this idea of, let's push site, let's not, let's do this, where's this person, and they took the drop. And then maybe there was the silence, as Semp is almost caught out immediately from an outside peek. And maybe there was this moment of going, okay, actually, now we're in this position, and it's a 2 versus 2, and I'm in sight, so we need to drop, and we need to put the pressure on. That's what I think would have happened. I agree they could have taken more time, but unfortunately, when the heat of the moment passes and the bull realizes what they've done in the China shop, sometimes you got to see what else is standing and what else is still purchasable. 2 shields. We've had Panic, Monty. How about Panic both? Abu on a shield as well. Not quite having the game. Obviously, he's had a roller coaster as the only rookie in SAL this split, which is a huge, huge statistic and a lot of pressure for a region like this. And he had one of the best games, MVP, one of the worst games. And it's just really all or nothing. And well, there's an opener. As he gets onto Blitz, gets one. Flashy gets the second. They're inside the site. And sort of dancing around and putting the pressure on. Can they get this kit down? It's currently above the hatch itself, which does get breached. So they can try and fall their way down as Live will just make the move with the Habana pellets. There's Resets getting one more, surely. Surely this one will be put over the edge.
Well, unless there's going to be a 1v5, I don't think so. Well, good news, Emmy. There's a pulse. Still, Loud is in critical condition, but they are alive. 5-1.5 is what they will take away. Or 1-5.5, if you want to be specific. You know what I mean. They have a lot of work to do. A lot of work to do. They need at least 5 rounds to get themselves at least a point. That's not going to be easy. Especially against a side like NIP, and as much as what I've kind of mentioned, you know, Consulate, tricky old map for the attackers, because naturally it will be defender-sided. I think whenever we kind of look at a team like NIP, Consulate is a pretty high preference map for them so far this stage. A lot of teams are banning it against them because they know their kind of style of play is really strong. This is what I kind of was mentioning on the pre-desk. I think the Consulate kind of style of play that they want to have for the attack, they're usually good for at least 2 rounds. And that's all they need. Because I think NIP, they have got those kind of pocket plays that they can pull out if needed. You know, they've got shield players. They've kind of got the flashy, off-the-cuff players. You know, Fantasy, you let him go on a wander and he can find a gap. Massive. So overall, I think whenever it comes to Consulate for NIP, they're usually good for 2. And that's all they need right now because they've done the hard work on the defense.
Yep, I think that's sort of the split of it right now, is they've done a lot of the hard work, they've got themselves pretty locked in, and they're kind of feeling it, right? Think of all the rounds that we've had, how we, you know, multiple Hates and Pasetto both getting 3Ks each. They've been very mobile around the map, and they're also in a 5-1 position where they only got the entry kill twice across all of the opening half. They have been on the back foot pretty much every single time and yet have been able to convert the rounds themselves. Now they get to be the drivers of that pressure. Now they get to be the ones that can try and isolate that opening statistic. If it still goes away from them, it's going to affect them more on their attack. I think it's fair to sort of say. Puts them in a more sticky situation, means that they have less to try and drive into the side itself, but still. After that half-time break and then being able to talk amongst themselves and with their coach, we get in towards our bans, and it's probably going to be pretty similar towards the opening half. If we get a Ying and a Clash, it is a mirror. And, well, this is a slightly different mirror.
A mute ban. Don't see those all too often.
No.
That is certainly one for the scrapbook, a mute ban. I mean, immediately running through my mind, if you're going to ban the mute, you're going to want to lean into operators like your Dokkaebi, like your Deimos. So if those aren't getting used, then you have to wonder why we banning the mute in the first place.
I mean, I get it does give you free real estate in terms of droning in towards the site as well. Not that mute jammers are consistently used to stop that.
Mozzie's still a thing if you want to try and deny drones. Like Mozzie is also a pretty good spot.
I think it's more like specific angle. Like say you're trying to push in down bottom yellow by the pipes door in towards the site itself and put pressure onto pillar. Mute jammers can slow that quite heavily. Slower Florize or whatever. Like there's little bits where I'm like, that could be good. But mute is just generally, because it's not the most common ban, but is a pretty common pick, if that makes sense. Like it's sort of one of those operators that's just assumed to be part of the toolbox, and sometimes just taking it out makes teams go, oh wait, we need to change a couple things. I think we are just in a little bit of a attack pause moment.
A little bit of something.
A little bit of something. And I'm actually going to take a little bit of responsibility for this. I didn't say it, but I wanted to say it, and I was going to say it, and I was thinking about saying it. This has easily been our quickest series of the night so far.
Yeah. I think now that's without a shadow of a doubt.
And now it might not be. Now because I
think we're gonna have a rehost. Yeah, should be a rehost.
Yeah.
So.
Now because
Could be. Where's everyone
I
in?
hear reinforcements.
Oh, we're all in.
All right. It's because I admitted
the
it.
beat.
Yeah, it's because I admitted that that's why I thought, that's what I thought, and that's what happened. Anyway, we're here. We're here, and we are going to see, I guess, some of the reasonings behind it. Monty is on board in the pockets of Besetto. Now, what will he have remembered, and what can he sort of bring towards the pressures of this hold?
5 seconds to go.
I mean, look at the lineup from Loud. A lot of denial. Anticipating that it's going to be plant orientated here from NIP. Based on the lineup that NIP have. Don't know if it's going to be that though. Typically, if you're going to try and go for the plants over towards that single window, Thatcher is a bit of a must pick. Maybe it's going to be that slower approach over towards admin and across the way. Flashery. There's a lineup. Just spot out the zero, another operator that we really don't see all too often, but we'll give a little bit of information over to NIP and say that, hey, you're looking for these C4s, looking for a bit of a fishing line. Don't step in the hook.
You don't want to get
for NIP. Yeah, you don't get it. Exactly. It's like that SpongeBob episode, isn't it?
Yeah. Oh, don't touch it. Or Nemo, don't touch the butt.
Oh, that's a good one as well.
I love my fish-based media. Anyway, what point were you making?
Well, it's just, I think at the moment for NIP, it's just doing that drone work, isn't it? And I think having that zero gives them a decent amount of that information. You can kind of spot and say, okay, there's two guys over here, they've got this, they've got that. Looks though that Besetto's in this position. They are going to lock themselves in for that yellow take. So getting through connector and all that util, that Tachanka, that smoke, that's going to be the pain that NIP have to try and drive their heels into and get through it. Oh, Tachanka's been downed. Is that from the breach? Gotta be.
Yeah, from the breach. Swung out. There's a fight with a shotgun. He's waiting for somebody else to swing into the smoke itself, and instead he's going to drop on the other side, and Besetto drops him instead. There's the follow through. They're able to get rid of Gabu as well. Lives back up, but not for long, because Fantasy is living his namesake and killing as many as he wants. There's a third. What a just pitch perfect execute there around the top. Said they've been operating well as a team, and the statistics back that up. 6-1 now, NIP, and Loud, they are suffering.
NIP, though, they're suffering from success because they're having a great time on Consulate. 6-1 up. I mean, that information, I think, from the zero to kind of spot and say, hey, they've got a lot of people over towards admin. We think that, you know, going yellow is the best. We've got the Monty. They had that exterior breach opened up. The Tachanka goes down, which is, I would say, the kind of beginning of the end for that round. As soon as that Tachanka gets downed, and NIP knew that, you can see the Monty just kind of went into overdrive because he knew nobody can really touch me. You know, we don't have to worry about those flames. So I like the kind of reaction that players had in that round, realizing that they've made the misplay. We have to capitalize on that. So NIP and this Monty, I mean, I always think NIP were the first kind of adopters of the panic Monty per se, back in the day. An operator that I always associate this team with. And yes, the players have changed, but I don't know, maybe it's the culture of the club, it's the heritage. They love a Monty.
I mean, I think that's the sort of split of it, right? You know, if you don't bring it, you'll just have people going, where's Monty? I've got this jersey with Monty on the back, and, you know, I want to make sure I get my money's worth. 6-1, and at this point, NIP, you're just wondering when they're going to put this one to bed. You said, are they good for 2? I think they might agree, and they might try and get these 2 back-to-back as quickly as possible. Almost get an early fight. They baited on the ex-Kairos there. They knew somebody would go for the engagement and try and get rid of them. They hoped it was a bit of an impact, and they sort of caught them mid-animation. But Resets does get Besetto, who just drifted in. Now, does the Solace know about the follow-through? They're going to try and put the pressure on. There's Abu as well, making his way around with the Boss G. As Resets gets Wizard on towards the hatch, and this one they're in a good position. Can't quite win it out. Hates. Still just procedurally a problem. 10-3 throughout this series, but also it's worth pointing out, Pino's KD currently matches the lobby score itself.
Not bad.
Done.
Oh, hates. Able with a double. Squares it off into a 3-on-3, and maybe Flashery has to fall back, and that flashbang will pressure him ever so slightly. You look at the positionings, though, of these attackers. They're not really together, it feels like. And yeah, because of that, you're not going to have any opportunity for the trade. And Live able to find his one and win that. Hates trying to go for the spray through the wall. He's still weary that this Ella could be close on that reinforcement, but Flashery is holding his ground at the meantime. This time is slowly ticking away. A minute remaining. These two remaining players of NIP, Pino and Hates, have it all to do. Against Resets, Flashery, and Live.
Think about where this site is as well, right? They've still got to get themselves down towards the basement, and Hates is gone. So I think we're about to go from a 6-1 to a 6-2. And, you know, at least get one more kill for his trouble. Over on towards the hatch, opening himself up some stretch and some space. Obviously, as soon as he drops, they could play the 2 versus 1 or the 3 versus 1 on site. They could rotate someone around above the hatch behind him. They've got it on cam as well. They'll just finish it up pretty cleanly still. His statistics match the score of the game itself, Pino, 6-2. But it is still 6-2. Loud's route has only just started back into this game.
A round back in their favor. Still a lot more rounds that NIP have just to try and find the one. That's basement locked out. So the opportunity to go back upstairs is there, but instead they think, no, let's go against that. We'll go for the mid floor. Into piano.
Attackers need to locate and defuse bombs.
Just feels as though it's inevitable, though, with the way NIP have been playing. I mean, do we really have the confidence that Loud can make the comeback? It's going to be difficult for them. At least that's one round, but need 4 more. NIP going to keep using that Monty. It should, in theory, be the last round that we see the Monty for NIP. Either going to end as the NIP win, or Loud will get the opportunity to ban that operator. And I think that has to be the one to go, just based on what we've seen the previous 2 rounds. I think the Monty is just going to be that NIP pick. Go for Loud. Got anything to counter it? Not really. Got the smoke there. Nothing that I think Veto should be worried about. Big old Denari setup over towards vending in that front office. Is Tom Cruise expected to make the appearance here tonight?
I'm hoping so, because I mean, we could get some... Okay, now I'm thinking of a Tom Cruise Solid Snake movie, and I think that should happen. But before I get on that segue, we'll get towards the pressure on towards the site itself. They're just getting the read. Anyone that might be playing towards top yellow? Guys keeping themselves a bit at bay in terms of that lead kill, that lead statistic, and the entry statistic. It's still one that has generically escaped NIP. I'm going to see if they can be a bit more controlling of it. Will they get a bit lucky here, the hop in, or are they just opening pressure, opening angles, and ready to actually go towards top spiral instead?
Ooh, Live. Able to win that one against Hates. 2 very high rate of fire weapons clashing against one another. But it is Live who gets the upper hand in that engagement. Abu. The feeling somebody's over towards the spiral. Nobody's there at the moment. Instead, Loud just gonna dig their heels in upstairs. The Monty shows himself and resets. He's used all of his smokes at the moment. That's good news for Veto. Now he doesn't really have anything to worry about. Are the 2 C4s that could be in the floorboards if he enters in towards that top floor. And NIP needs to try and get a move on it. It almost feels as though they're waiting for Loud to give them picks, but that's not really happening here at the moment.
A bit of a strange fight here happening on towards the swing on yellow. They've obviously got the Monty driving forward. Wizard does get stemmed. And Veto gets got by Gabu. They're being quite strangely aggressive at this point. Although, so is Resets. Driven in and knocked right back out. There's 2. To make it 3 for the round, and somehow Wizard has cast a spell. And somehow that C4 was protected by Wizard. A quad. Will we get an ace to lock this one out. With how close we've been, no is the answer. Pino statistically is still the match for the game. A 7-2 for NIP. But built on a brilliant performance by Hates and an end there of Wizard.
Wow. I mean, out of nowhere, really, because there wasn't much going on for NIP. I kind of felt as though they were at a position where, yes, they had the Monty pushing in, but they didn't have the players kind of in the positions. They were holding flanks. And then, just out of nowhere, Wizard with the DMR. I mean, he got really good timing on that guy in connector, no doubt about it, but that's just what you need, a little bit of luck on your side and a cracking pistol shot, and then from there, as soon as that top floor control was in favor of NIP, they were never going to lose it.
And that was everything that they sort of needed to do, right? As we said, it was their last game to play before they find themselves sort of sat and watching and seeing how things grow. Oh wait, we'll sit and watch now and see how things go on our wonderful desk.
Thank you very much, my friends. A game that really went the distance in a different sort of way. Not gonna lie, Ninja's Pajamas at the end are able to take the big W that they were looking for, making sure that Loud do not get out of that 5th place, at least for the end of today. NIP soaring past Furia in position 1 now in their group. Gabe, this was the execution that we're looking at from NIP.
Yeah, this is exactly what we wanted to see, and I really like the defenses from them. I mean, they did such a stellar job at really not allowing any of the Loud players any sort of comfortability on their attacking half. I mean, so many times we would just see 1 dead, 2 dead, 3 dead, none of them really able to trade. And that is the punishing side of a consulate, is it's very narrow. You only have a single man doorway to go through. So the trade game is very hard, which is why you have to really pinpoint where your attacks are, how you can move people out of position. Utilize shields. Shields are heavily strong on this map just for the fact of how constrictive it can be. Those shields really amplify that. But then even on that attacking side for NIP, granted it was short, I really like what Veto brings to this team and comparatively to what Cons brought. I mean, just on the defense alone, I've talked about this time and time again for newer players coming to the league, whatever that might look like, being flexible and versatile is massive. And Veto played 6 different operators on all of those defenses, and then the other players all swap between 2 or 3 different operators. But the amount of versatility and flexibility this team now has with Veto is really painting a nice picture. And then even on those attacks with Veto on the shield, I mean, you can clearly see I keep wanting to say Flash Trade. Fantasy is eating it up every single time. I mean, he's putting up big numbers. We already know that he can be that spearhead for them, but it makes it that much easier and amplifies his performance even more when Veto is so strong on those shields, that he's such a strong piece of the puzzle that he can disrupt an entire setup, and then Fantasy just following up behind to clean up kills. And then even that last round, was it Wizard that we saw get that 4K? Yes. I mean, at first I thought he was going to pistol whip the dude across the map, but I mean, again, Wizard, phenomenal player, great plays from him to close out that series. For the side for Loud, we talked about this. There was a lot of hiccups, a lot of mistakes being made, but something that really sticks out to me, and regardless of them being in a new team or not, someone has to get animated. And even if odds are stacked against you, you're losing round after round, it's looking like it's going to be a closed case for the game. Winning a round and just getting animated and happy and yelling, that does typically boost people's morale, boost their attitude, makes them want to play. But every single win that we saw from them, Milos, they just looked dead in the water. They just already accepted defeat. And that's not something that you want to see your team, the organization watching you, the fans that are supporting you. They don't want to see you dead in the water and just accepting defeat. No. There are time and times throughout Siege where we've seen comebacks. I mean, at SIs, we've seen comebacks. Look at the old Furia roster and how they won their SI title the first time on the W7M roster was off of a comeback, off of being down almost in a situation where you think you're going to lose. So for Loud, I really want them to look back at this and more focus on the mental aspect of it, and then work on the things that they can fix inside the game, because the mental is a very, very big aspect of the game.
I think there was a lot of pressure on the Loud roster when they were first picked up by the organization. Of course, a massive organization in esports and specifically in Brazil. And ever since Reload, really, it's been kind of a rocky road to get to this point here with changes abound, but still, at least with Kickoff, this should be the big alarm bells of saying, hey, what do we need to fix in us as a squad? Is there anything that we need to do that's more drastic than just going back to the drawing board and strategies? And that applies to really any team that's in here in
100%.
SAL, because we heard it from FaZe, but we've heard it from every team that we talked to, including Team Liquid Alienware. And they're saying, like, here in SAL, you cannot underestimate anybody. Just because a team that theoretically or whatever, they have rookies on it, like that's just a team that you can throw away. No, you cannot do that. You have to focus up in every match that you have, because otherwise it's a tough time.
I was going to say, even throughout my career, I'd argue the easiest game typically was the hardest game to win. And then the game that you thought was going to be the hardest to win ends up being the easiest. So it really is a game of mental and just having that resilience to fight through, even if odds are stacked against you.
Well, speaking of resilience, we got Pino on the line with us, former world champion. Let's bring him up. Hello, Pino. Good to see you again, my friend. We're getting used to these interviews here. Congratulations. A big win, a huge day. It seems like you guys were in complete control. Were you surprised by the map pick, the starting side? Anything that really kind of threw you out for a loop? Because you look pretty comfortable here on Consulate.
Yeah, actually, we are expecting it. Like Loud, they play a lot of consulates. They play it well, and with this new lineup, it couldn't be different. Like they like the map a lot live there, the AGL. So yeah, we are kind of expecting it, and it's one of our comfort maps as well. We can play that map against any team, I think. So yeah, the vibes on our team are great. We're doing pretty well, and yeah, it went good for us.
Well, Pino, I want to congratulate you once again on another victory. I do want to talk about the iteration of you guys bringing on Veto. I haven't been able to talk to you since the change has been made, but what does Veto bring to the team that just wasn't there before? Because I also heard you mention the vibes have been good, so I'm assuming there's a little bit of vibes come with that, but just as a player, what does he bring to this NIP roster that just wasn't there before?
Yeah, I think that he's a very great guy outside the game. Like he introduced himself on the team really well, and I think that the main part he brought to us is more coordination on the attacks, more plant oriented, not just go for kills. And yeah, he communicates really well, and yeah, we feel like we're evolving every week, and we could do better than the old lineup.
Absolutely.
The results speak for themselves, really. Now you catapult yourself into first place of a Furia. That is a huge, huge bid here. I know you're fighting for first place to get the bye in the bracket. It's something I'm excited to see later on once we get to the playoffs on Sunday. Again, Pino, thank you very much for joining us today. Congratulations on yet another win. We hope to see you very, very soon, my friend. Have a good night.
Thank you. Good night.
And there it is, once again, Pino, who we got used to having on here because himself and the entire team are performing really, really well ever since there's one player change prior to stage one, a second player change now, and you're seeing NIP soaring. It seems like just the personalities of people shaking things around is having a lot of impact. And since we talked a lot about the actual happenings of the game, I want to ask you, Laxing, a question about your experience as a former player. When you have those slight shifts where you bring maybe one player, it's one change, what are you looking for in someone personality wise? Because we always talk about what somebody brings in play style, their strategy, the role, but how do you pick out a player that you know can fit the vibes of the team, or at least bring you to a spot where you want to be in?
Yeah, I mean, obviously vibes is kind of an easy one. You interact with them outside a game, whatever that looks like. So you already kind of understand what that's going to look like. But then it's more so not just looking at their frag caping ability. You're also looking at just what they bring to the table that the team just simply didn't have. Whether that's just being another voice, whether that's just being strong on certain operators that your team just wasn't or didn't have before. Even just the structure and their play style can really make a decision for a team to pick up a player. And, just even hearing what I asked Pino about Veto and what he brings to the team, just being that voice, being able to help with their attacks so they aren't just sending body to, you know, be the problem. I mean, to be the solution for a problem that's in front of them. And it's things like that that really can shape a team and mold them into something better, into something great, into something that we've never seen out of that team. And I think it really speaks into just how well those attacks really look, that Veto is at the forefront of that. Granted, he did have a pretty good game. He didn't have a bad game by any means, but it does amplify everyone else's position, and it pushes that envelope even further if there is a voice behind that. There is the connection being made of why are we doing this? How are we going to do this? Because that is where a lot of disconnect does happen, is a lot of times you're on a blueprint, you're looking at your attack, you understand what you need to do, and then not everything goes according to plan to those blueprints. And if you have a voice that can make those mid to late round adaptations, make those calls, put you in a position to capitalize off of it, as we saw Fantasy able to do time and time again, or a player like Hate, that is just going to make those rounds that much easier. And again, it's the reason why we see that attacking half look so solid, even if it was only 2 rounds out of their attacks.
And there it is, as you mentioned, Hate, MVP of the matchup here for NIP, and everybody needs this one person or set of people, be it in your friends group, be it in your professional team, your amateur squad, be it in your sports team that you play on the weekends, be it at work, in school, whatever it is. You need those people that really bring up the morale for everybody else when things are getting shaky, when things are complicated, when things are not going to plan, that you could rely on them to be the bedrock. And in this case, Veto is the one that they can pull back on.
Absolutely.
Even though he doesn't have the highest stats, he's playing certain operators in a certain way. The shields, as you mentioned time and time again, Gabe, where they are literally the rock that you rely on, and they enable everybody else to be their best. I think that's something that we can maybe learn a bit from and apply in our own lives. Sorry, it's 2:30 a.m., so we do get a bit philosophical once we get to this point in time. However, philosophy aside, we still need to bring things out into the light, the truth of our last game, Black Dragons versus Los, after this break. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to SAL. We are on play day number 4 here in a group stage with one more left to go this Saturday and with one more match left for today. There's a lot on the line to see who can make it to the playoffs come Sunday. Myself, Milos, and my good friend over here, Laxing, or on the other side, sorry, are bringing you all the action live. Hey, this is definitely a show for the ages because we got people from all over the world here, different parts of it, that are bringing you this program to enjoy on Tuesday evening. Though we've gone through our matches, and if you remember, we were supposed to start our day with Lost versus Black Dragons. However, that was moved to the end because of some technical things that apparently needed to be worked out for the players. Good for them, hoping that everything's all good and nice and dandy. However, we got to talk about our teams and really put them up on the table, break things down. Lost is up first, Laxing, and Lost, how do we describe this squad now? Because they've gotten the opportunity to remain in the top 4. Imperial are to catch up to them today.
Yeah, this Lost roster is honestly exciting. Perez, as we all know, has always been a dominant frag. Their debut on that Raza Academy team back during that SI run. And then Dark is one of the players that I've heard time and time again is going to be a stand rookie coming into the scene that's going to main. And he really has been so far. I mean, he's really been putting up numbers. Even in their last game, I believe he was 11-6. And then another player that I'm closer to, or just was close to, was Dash. He was on that wild card roster, just recently swapped out to join this team. So it's fun to see him find his place, find his stay. I love that they're all holding hands here. I saw FaZe do it before, but this is a really strong roster with Dafo and Nuxka as well. I mean, this team, I think, they haven't, haven't had a lot of time to work together, haven't had a lot of time to work out some kinks, because even in their game versus Imperial, it was a close one. But I think they have a team that could make something out of it. It's really just a matter of how are they getting better from one game to the next? What are we going to see differently from one game or the other? And that really is the biggest question in an accelerated league is, are we going to see that shaping and that consistency out of them? But so far, Perez and Dark and Dash really have been stepping up, and it's good to see Dash especially finding his stride, where towards the end of Wildcard, he wasn't really getting complimented too much.
I mean, he was looking pretty comfortable. Last time I had a chat with him also in a post-game win, and he seemed like, hey, things are looking on the up and up, and good for him and good for Los. Though on the other side are Black Dragons, a team that has surprised many in a very positive light over the past year, where you see them more and more often now qualifying to events, actually causing a massive dent in some of the plans of the bigger teams in SAL. Reminder again, never underestimate your opponent. You will never know where they're going to come from and what they're going to do to you. I think Black Dragons have been a front runner for the past year for breakout teams in SAL.
Yeah, they've definitely had their own iterations in how they look. I mean, most notably, they got their first win against Tila Alienware in 8-7. So, I mean, that already shows some promise there. And then now to say that they went head-to-head with Imperial, I mean, it goes into what you were talking about. You have to take every team as serious as possible on any given day, especially in a best-of-1. And then they did have a day off. Now it's a matter of, okay, with that day off, what are we going to see today? And are we going to see consistency? And when you look at the players even on the team, I think Mr. Outlaw is a phenomenal player. He's been playing exceptionally well. Miracle, I believe he's their IGL. Sometimes you got to take the hit, but if your team is finding success like they have been, he's obviously doing what he needs to do on his end. Rare's playing well. Swag is doing extremely well. Lenda's doing extremely well. I think in this matchup, I do feel it does heavily favor Black Dragons a little more, just given their opponents that they have played against, more notably being Tila Alienware. But outside of that, I do want to see where this map is going to be played, because that really is going to be the bigger question to me. Are we going to see a big map? Are we going to be a smaller map? Are we going to see a map where it really is going to come down to just, the operator bans and the decision makings, whatever that's going to look like? I am excited to see where this does unfold.
Well, we're going to have to wait no longer, because we're getting deeper into our bans, and Bank will be taken away by Black Dragons. So from one larger map into a Yeah, but not so small, not so big map, at least with a lot of rooms and consulate that you'll have to work around with. Your thoughts on the map before we introduce our casters?
I mean, for the Black Dragons history, they are not great at consulate, 0-3 on the record for the organization. So in terms of organization standards, not great, but we haven't really seen it yet from this roster. So I think there can be a little light at the end of the tunnel here for them, especially starting on that attacking half. I mean, what we've seen so far is they do have strong fraggers that can get into the building, but what I do want to see that we didn't get to see out of the last game on some of those attacks is just the connection being made when they are going for these executes and how they're taking position, whether they're bringing a shield or bringing smoking operators to smoke off line of sight to be able to take control. I want to see a little more urgency when you're attacking. And then for the side for Los, they have the easier side. What I want to see from them is early aggression very on and then fall back onto the layers. That is the beauty of a map like Consulate, is you can get really aggressive, similar to a cafe, get those initial picks going to your favor, and then just fall back onto layers where then you dwindle down the time. Attackers have to make rash decisions. They don't have drones to work with, and then they can play into your crossfires. They can play into your setup. So I want to see a good back and forth in both these teams. I do think in some levels, Black Dragons does have the competitive edge over them, but fact of the matter is, you have to display it in the server. Blueprints go window when you need to adapt.
Absolutely. And speaking of dragons, well, demo specifically Fluke in here, Slayer of Dragons. If anything, that's probably a title that we'll have to add on there. Look at that smile. She's so happy about it.
There'll be a day.
Yes.
I get to wear armor on broadcast. For context, if you've ever seen Boo Hurt, I do that. I put on armor and I fight people. One day I'll get to wear it on broadcast. Tonight is not
when
that
you go to
night
the supermarket, right?
is...
You don't need like a special thing.
No, it's just lounging around. I think you should all wear armor. I think you would all look great in armor.
I have tried some of your armor, and I gotta say, it definitely makes me look better. I think Laxing would kill in it, literally. Demo, honestly, I think you're missing out by not trying the armor on.
Demo could be like a medieval jester. Demo could be the egg to Laxing's dunk.
I ain't being no Squire boy before you say anything. I ain't doing that.
Anyway,
well, Demo, what can you tell me about this Black Dragon squad then? What are your thoughts?
I mean, I think for Black Dragons, obviously the big high was getting to invite. You know, that was the kind of surprise that we seen coming into the LCQs. And, you know, the expectations, I think, at invite, I wouldn't say they were particularly high. Just because, you know, once you kind of step up into invite, you know, you become a very small fish in a very big pond with some of the teams that we obviously had at invite. You know, so I think for Black Dragons, it is just a case of, again, building on the year, making it so you're getting to events on a consistent basis now, rather than the kind of one-off LCQs whenever the bigger teams are already qualified. That's what I think the goal is now for Black Dragons. It is just to try and, you know, stay in the mix, per se. And certainly whenever you kind of look at the groups as well, you know, I think other than, obviously, Team Liquid Alienware, other than FaZe, you probably look at Black Dragons as the kind of middle team in this group. So I think it's a kind of nice spot for them here at the moment. And look, they've had 2 wins, they've had 2 overtime wins, but wins are still wins in my books. So I think overall for Black Dragons, it's been a not too bad start to the stage.
An opportunity here, though, for Lost to overtake Black Dragons, a very important match in that way, and for Lost to give themselves a bit more space, well, here in the when you're accounting for Imperial Esports, in this case, Fluke, because you never know, right? You can just slip back down and suddenly that opportunity to go into playoffs is just gone.
Yeah, I think that's the main sort of point of it all, right? Is the fact that they could get out of reach of Imperial Esports. As I said, at the time, you know, their fate was sort of cemented. There's obviously a -11 sort of round deficit there, but there's still a game in hand. There's still the chance at 3 points. If Lost pull anything from this, then that's sort of all she wrote, really. That really just puts the nail in the coffin. If they get an overtime win and both of those 2 teams jump up, then that's everybody out of range of Imperial Esports, regardless of head-to-heads, regardless of any results, regardless of how things go. So, you know, there can be our sort of definition of how things go, and it says a lot that it's we don't really have full confirmation yet, but that could change after this game.
It absolutely could. Gabe, in situations like this where your team is on the cusp of something big, at least a position where they could feel a bit more comfortable, how do you kind of manage yourself as a squad to just not, I guess, implode mentally against this wall?
For an individual, you definitely have to focus on what you can do as an individual to be a better player in your own right, but then be even a better teammate. And then just similar to what we were talking about with the Loud roster, even if all odds are stacked against you, you're losing rounds back to back to back, that first round that you get underneath your belt, being able to just get hyped, being able to hype up, even if it's the simplest kill, just getting animated is going to set the tone for the rest of the game. That's kind of the mentality and approach that should be taken. So when situations are like this, you need these points, everything's up on the line, the vibes have to be at an all-time high, and they have to be kept there.
Well, speaking of all-time high vibes, Fluke demo, please, all yours.
Well, thank you very much, and the vibes are through the roof as we're back in Consulate. Have you seen A Night of the Seven Kingdoms?
Of course.
Okay, good. I'm glad somebody got the reference I made. But
yeah,
good.
Problem there.
Great show. Great. I know I'm like a very biased person in that I've already admitted that I put on armor and fight people, but a great show nonetheless. You can watch that in about an hour after we're done here. Black Dragons versus Lost, our last game of the evening. I think it's pretty much fair to call it wherever you're watching from at this point. Unless you're waking up in maybe Australia. They're probably having a morning show right now.
Yeah, they're what, 10 hours? So,
I don't know.
It'd be nearly lunchtime for them.
Oh, I hope there's lunchtime with the Aussie lads. Anyway, we're not there right now. Where we are is a world without pretty standard fare. The Goyo is probably the rarest ban of these four, but even then you sort of go, yeah, a Goyo ban makes a lot of sense. You can buy a lot of time, hold a lot of pressure points, and just becomes a big problem.
Yeah, it's certainly an operator that is always going to be, do you want to ban it to save yourself a lot of time, or do you think you're going to be able to build, you know, a lineup that's going to deal with that? And I think banning the Goyo, it's more of a just kind of, we'll make it easy for ourselves ban, isn't it? You know, we could go for it, and we can use the nades, we could bring a Twitch, we could do this, we could do that, but we you know, we can't really afford to do it with the other things that maybe they want to do. So yeah, just makes it easy for them. Overall, I think the bans for the attackers again makes a lot of sense. Getting rid of the Azami too. Always a strong operator, just in any map. We know how powerful she can be. Certainly for the defense. I mean, Grim and Ying, yeah, no surprises with the kind of execute potential that you can have with those two operators. Take them off the board. So, Black Dragons, pretty clear what they're going to go for. It's an admin across. Nothing out of the ordinary here at the moment. Got themselves in towards admin. A massive fight for it. Lost are more than happy to give it up.
It's worth sort of also looking at towards the steady build-up of pressure. You've obviously got the chance of them buying time. We saw these angles be punished before in the previous showdown here. It's quite an early take, but instead, Black Dragons, they're widening their approach. You can see them going over towards the skylight above Spiral itself. They've obviously still got the player perched on the window outside. They're making sure that they're not just going across this very cross divide. As I said before, it becomes an absolute nightmare position, but oh, Miracle somehow survives and then gets the follow through. A little bit too far there. Slippy down the Visa stairs. And they meet their end. Maybe they thought that they were entirely surrounded, but it does give the first body away to the attackers.
Well, as long as he's alive, he can still be a bit of an issue with those Deimos tracks, so that's exactly what he's going to do. It forces the Tub now to freeze their teammates to stop that track from happening. But a minute left, and really you can see from Lost, they're almost desperate to try and get a kill back. Two players now have retaken in towards the front desk, and they're looking for these picks. There has been a down. But The revive is going to be there. Finally, Miracle goes down, and that was the pick that Lost were looking for. I like this little bit of aggression to try and gain control of the round again.
Well, that was actually a reverse take. You could see the Deimos was doing their best underneath to try and get it, and that was a little bit more forward. And I mean, that as a repel is a bit of a Hail Mary. I think at that point, they weren't in a position to offer support towards the approach. As I said it at the time, you know, Black Dragons were trying to get that width, right? They were trying to get somebody on Spiral. They were trying to do this. But then things just got a bit away from them. The Deimos obviously had that lucky engagement down, went hunting, didn't succeed, and well, here we are. Lost that opener round, that first, and this will be their last game to play in this league. Or as in this league, in the sort of kickoff mini league before we get in. So they want to try and make as much of a mark here as possible because they will just be watching the last play day. And they need to try and get that distance between them and Imperial Esports. And, if possible, leap over Black Dragons. Because Black Dragons, you know, they've got FaZe ahead of them. A FaZe that had a 7-1 performance earlier today. And a FaZe that is desperately trying to reaffirm themselves as the #1 team.
Yeah, FaZe, no surprise that they're going to want to try and just top the group best as they can. But, I mean, I think for FaZe, just getting into the playoffs is the main thing for them. They know that the best of 3 is what will suit them a lot better. I think for FaZe, you know, best of 5s is probably where they're happiest, aren't they?
Yeah. I mean, holding hammers after a best of 5 and
Infinite OT, all that stuff.
I think that's when they're happiest.
Yeah.
Perez is happiest partially outside the building.
Oh, the fact that he's drone that is crazy.
Safety first. Otherwise, you'll have workplace accidents.
Perez is thinking, why have you drone that? I can't believe he's drone that. But he has had to reinforce the wall because of it. I mean, for Lost, I think they understand, you know, in a map like Consulate, you cannot allow the attackers to have that man advantage. You need to go and find that pick back. And that's what they did really well in the last round. So that's kind of the start of hopefully things to come for this Lost side, who, of course, is kind of a mix of players who were on previous teams and now they're all together. Don't forget about that. It's still a very new team. Oh, good pick.
Reloading.
Oh, there's another player not too far away. Swag just goes for the hop in and gets caught out. They didn't know. Oh, now they won't get anything for it. How? He has survived inside the bathroom. I mean, I'd say it's a miracle, but he's on the other side and everything's going wrong for Black Dragons. A 4 versus 2. They still have absolutely everything going for them here. The kit is caught out and isolated, caught out on camera. They had multiple angles on that, and this is just a real GG go next round from this point onwards. Lender does get 1. He's trying to bait the second follow through, but look, they're just moving their way back towards site, right? They still have a C4 that they can operate with. They don't need to try and surround him on the pressure. They know where the kit is, fine, but they've just peeled themselves away.
Yep, nice and easy for them. And the hard work's been done. Landa, the 1v3, and there's literally nothing to work with. He's got a skeleton key, but almost just gets taken out by the thorn trap down to 1 HP now. Wow, he's just a man with a limp. Sully's came down to. Oh dear. Landa, and the guy upstairs in the lounge waiting for you. Be dark, and I'm gonna try his best to try and get out of there, and he does so. Heals his way off. Back down into the site. Landa. 15 seconds. Who wants him? It's gonna be Dash. Easy pickup. Lost 2-0 up. Black Dragons, an awful start. You know, and especially the way that kind of first round shaped out. You thought, okay, maybe they can get something in that early game, but no, I think probably the second round. Yeah, and quite rightly so, calls the timeout. I think they really need to give their head a wobble.
Yeah, it has to be. Right, everything has just sort of drifted away from them. They've lost control and need to reassert themselves, need to reassess themselves, and need to just kind of get themselves reset entirely because, what, 1 kill on the first round. It was the opening kill, and then it was, in a way, a bit lucky. It almost went away from them, right? If that one more sliver of that shotgun had connected, if they were half a step closer, it could have been a flawless opening round. And then in towards that round where, again, they're just a bit adrift, being sort of picked apart. They're missing out bits of intel. Yeah, they needed to have that conversation sooner rather than later. And now they've got the rest of their half to drive, because it is down to this tertiary site, right? It's down to this site that they have to lock in as the must-win. And I guess we'll see if that's something that they can try and build back, if the conversation has been a positive one. Before we get our bans, we are now on towards a site that you assume there'll be a lot of vertical presence, a lot of vertical approach. They've got the cams of the Valkyns stretched with the mirror windows. I'm curious where their hold will be, but they're not playing with that solace underneath. They're not going to try and get the stretch of the map as we'll often see teams do. Instead, maybe they're assuming that's how the approach will come, right? If we think about how the approaches of Lost have happened, of Black Dragons even, has been trying to get themselves underneath, trying to get themselves around, and sort of being caught out and second guessed by these little corner positions.
5 seconds remaining. Loading new mag.
The HUD's gone. The HUD's back. That was... do you know that was like... That was like I've been stripped of my powers. Like 4 in the first film.
Am I worthy?
Oh my.
Oh, I'm worthy, I'm worthy. Ooh. It's just, sometimes Siege reminds you that it's in control. They just remind you of your mortality.
It's not even that, it's just us up here in the, observing it. We have it good, don't we?
Yeah, we do.
Then we can see it all, and that's, yeah, I needed that. Yeah, look at the lineup. Black Dragons, Rare, and the Shield on the Blackbeard. And keep in mind, this is going to be a mid-floor take. So where are they going to try and stem their attack from? Looks to be admin across again. Don't really have the soft destruction. That's the only thing to keep in mind. So Let's Loss have made a lot of it in the bomb site. That could be a little bit of a tricky thing for Black Dragons. Lambda, really trying to go direct and removing that main wall of the site. Removes the mirror window too. Player inside the lounge needs to be careful of, and a few vert holes, but nothing that he can really deal with. Form Gadget will just move him back. I mean, one thing I'll say straight away is, well, why is that sight on that gun?
What do you mean? You don't like the really tall, really skinny sight? Where your sight...
Tiny gun?
Where, yeah, you don't want, like, the tallest possible sight on your gun. Tall means good. Burn through the laser and try and just slip their way past. Oh, I actually get further and further across the ground. As I said, it's going to be a vertical hold, but they're trying to make sure that they can drive the pressure at the same time as Miracle, as the Deimos is just making a way in underneath, a little bit hindered by the side of a Razor Bloom. But as Dash gets the opener, there goes 2. Miracle caught out as well. And this is what I mean, these positions seemingly just always around in an unchecked corner. Rare does take the head off of Perez. Apparently he had a martyrdom on. Now as the destruction comes around, the player above caught out either side. 2 versus 3, 30 seconds left on towards the approach. Can the Shields try and formulate something with the ace? 20 seconds. They're still just clearing utility on the top floor here, Demo.
Taking too long. Taking way too long. 10 seconds left. Have to drop into sight. Unchecked man above. Going for the flank. It's going to have the hatch. Should be an easy pick here for Dash, and it will be. Landa. No hope at all for him in that round. Loss. And another easy round. And very similar to what we've seen earlier in the NIP game. It's a case where if you're going to choose the map, you have to deal with the consequences. And this is it. You're on the less favored side, and Black Dragons are really feeling the hurt now.
And they've already used their timeout. They've already had that first conversation. They've already tried to do their best to stop the bleeding, and a thorn ban. Well, that's at least going to stop some of the bleeding, but is that truly, really what the big problem is, right? It's obviously been played twice of the 3 rounds, and it's caused damage in both of the 3 rounds. But ultimately, it doesn't really slow the full read of what they want to do. They can still build a trap lineup. They can still build a sort of slow in the swing lineup. And there's that sort of combination of get the Fenrir out, get Ella ready for any of the swings here. We had them hold up and stuck, and I'm wondering if what we'll do is get a mirror of the previous game that we had demo, where they couldn't take it from the sort of admin side. So instead we'll try a take on towards the yellow stairs and the top of the stairs. And how will that go?
I'm reloading. 10 seconds left.
Well, this is a lot of soul searching for Black Dragons. This is going to be the full rotation back in action for Loss, and straight back in towards that top floor. I mean, looking at Rare with that Amaru, going to be the quick plant. You have the Thatcher. Loss need to be switched on for that. In terms of C4s, they only have the one. But, like I mentioned, it probably will be EMP'd, and oh no, they've lost a player. So the main thing is, you have the Thatcher, you'll have somebody repelling in the window, then you'll also have, obviously, the Amaru going straight through. The other two need to try and take below and stop any C4s or anyone going below just to shoot the guy as he goes to the plant. So losing a player now, it leaves Landa in a very tricky position where it's only gonna be him downstairs to try and hold on to all of this. And here comes the plant, and no, he misses the EMP, the smoke. And because that has happened, Lost know what's happening.
Yep.
The jig is up.
Now, there did used to be the idea that you could do this before the Thatcher change and juggle and sort of hop in and hop out. So there is still a known plan on it, but it requires a lot of confidence of this player underneath. It requires a lot of sort of battling back, and, you know, with the pocket element Griswold that they could try and potentially throw out and stop it. There's the second zip round. Misses the player that swings in on the door. As the flash comes together, Swag's able to get Nux. And Rare does double down. It's 2 kills, but Perez balances it out, and they hop back out. Because that's who they've lost, the Buck. The player underneath. And that really makes this a thin approach.
Somebody has to go below. No doubt about it. Oh, look at that tech. Oh, my word. Did you see that? Using the BP. Stunning. That air jab, and then he just swings in because he didn't know it was not going to be clear. Wow. Genius work of art, if I do say so myself.
It was brilliant. It was, you know, as you said, they sort of realized what the approach was. They knew what the approach was. They took out the most important person at that point, which is the Buck underneath, which is that player in that position. And as soon as they've got that, you cannot just cleanly do that game, because you might be able to watch the swing, but you need somebody to ensure nobody can just pop up and shoot you through the bars. And then in that second, using the BP to be like, yeah, I could at least slip past. They may be expected to be shot from the window, but if you're quick and they're not paying enough attention because they're doing other things, you can still get past and get rid of that and get in the position. But they weren't checked at all. They didn't know that they were there. They didn't know they'd be able to cross. And yeah, it led to another round going away from Black Dragons' favor. And here, I mean, Dash, fair play to him. Hit the James Bond, plus an assist. We got a couple of players of really big days today, Demo.
A lot of highs. Certainly Dash having one of those days. I mean, overall for SAL, it's always going to be a very hotly contested region in terms of who's going to be number one. You know, kind of compared to like Europe, where it's usually a kind of like 2-horse race, isn't it? Between Tumor Shaiko. That's typically how Europe goes. But in terms of South America, you really don't know who it's going to be. You know, currently it's Gabu over on towards Live. Then we have Vita King in second, Legacy in third. You know, it's names that you wouldn't expect to see. And that's the beauty of SAL. You just don't know who's going to be top at the end of it.
Ooh, well, Mr. Outlaw gets revenge for how things went last time, and in the entry this time is going to be the continual drive through. They are so quick. That might slow down there. Miracle gets caught, and that is now your back player gone. You've gone for this rush, you've gone for this pressure, this quick bit of an approach. Here's the shield coming. This is the power of obviously the Ela right now against these shields, but look at where Dark is getting. Got himself. Stepped up on towards the Visa admin side. They know where they are, they know where they're surrounded. Where he is potentially on towards the breach. Daffo is watching with the mirror windows. Has the stretch, but there needs to now be, from that attempted quick bit of land grab, a re-evaluation, and it's actually going to be Lender on the long walk round. Swag is held up, making sure nobody else comes to support this loose potential player, but otherwise, actually, the Mute has been able to escape, been able to slip away from this encirclement, and now they push onto the site. No! Not quite all the way away. A 4 versus 2 as they're able to get one in server as well. And now, surely now, they can put this one to bed. That's another. And Daffo does drive out and find himself a kill, but 3 versus 1. They just have to close down together. He's getting the second. Where will he go? He's gonna just hang around on the stairs themselves. You can see Lender is going for the kit. They've doubled down, but they can't quite get it there. Black Dragons locking around.
Yeah, good double up, isn't it? Playing for that kill. Just stacking on top of each other, saying, surely we'll get the trade, even if one of us goes down. Well, Black Dragons, it's not all doom and gloom, as you've been able to get one and still the opportunity of getting another. Don't forget, I mean, 2-4, not bad in Consulate. Certainly gives you something to work with. This is very important, the 5-1, and that is a lot tougher, I feel, for Black Dragons. So this is a big, old, important round for them. They have to win in towards this mid floor. They were able to rectify their mistakes in the basement and win that out. And they learn from their mistakes on the mid floor and win it out. That is the question. For loss, he's still confident. Everyone on about 4 kills. So a solid start. Solid half for loss. The Black Dragons, some players just need to give a little bit more. I mean, surely, if you're Black Dragons, you should know that they're going to hold above. They're going to have mirror windows. You try and hit upstairs, I think, a lot harder than maybe what they did, and try and play a little bit less traditional and maybe try and go off the cuff. And speaking of that, I mean, the Amaru has made their appearance again alongside a Blitz.
It's a bold pairing, but both in terms of will it work and also, oh, these two? Okay. If you had this lineup on your team and there was no communication, you would think the round was lost, but I mean, they can work together with Pace. Pace did work for them well on the previous round. They did almost lose Rare. Luckily, the Doctor is in, and Finker can start just stimming some of that health back up. But otherwise, it gives the impression that they want to try and build on what kind of worked for them last round, right? Pressure in early, try and find that weak spot and hit it with everything. There might be the anticipation of a fight here. They're actually going to peel away from it and not get caught out from the follow-through as the Trax things will just try and dodge and control some of the motion. It's Dash that gets on towards Rare. They're in and they're off as well. And obviously, look at where the kit position is. Daffo gets caught out. They know exactly where that player is, but they can't do anything to get rid of them. And that's another one gone with a C4. It has not worked.
No. And that's it. It's a go big or go home maneuver. They've went all in. They've pushed in all the chips. And it's not worked out for them. They've been caught. Swag able to get one exit for his troubles. Minute 20. Has on the clock. No kit, though. Know where he is. There's a little bag to the camera. Yep, I'm over here. Come and get me. That big old LMG ready to rock and roll. And, oh, just dead at the first hurdle.
It happens. Well. Another 5-1 half for our evening. We've seemingly made a little bit of a habit of it, but will this game be more of a story of a tale of two halves? Or will it be, unfortunately, some of the same that we've otherwise seen? Obviously, the lead-in from FaZe at the start as we go into this timeout, and they have their halftime conversation. In the previous game, there was at least one round that Loud were able to get before it pushed its way over the edge. But here, Black Dragons, you kind of expected a bit more from them. Lost have been brilliant in terms of punishing this game so far.
Certainly have been. I mean, they've been on it, haven't they? I mean, they know exactly what they want to do, what they want to go for.
Where's Swag gone?
Where is the Chuckle Brothers not supposed to be doing a little talk now?
No. They're only when they want to. Only on their time.
Like KDS, they've clocked out.
You know. They're otherwise sitting and watching. I assume.
We hope so.
I won't blame Milosh. For all the jokes that we make about the time that it is right now, Milosh is at least an hour ahead of us, so...
Not great for him, is it?
No. In his and I old age? Gosh.
Your old age?
True. I'm only, you know.
Yeah, you know, yeah.
Yeah. Not, as Milosh says, not a day over 27, exactly. Both of us in the prime of our lives. Anyway, Lost, they've played brilliantly so far. They've been very aggressive. They've made situationally, they're putting the pressure on. Obviously, they haven't had the results that they probably wanted leading in towards this. An opening loss, a 3-7. They suffered at the hands of FaZe, and to be fair, it was FaZe. And then it was a 5-7 versus Team Liquid Alienware, but then it was a 7-4 against Imperials. And there was almost this moment of, are they sort of winning the must-wins and losing the probably losers, or are they improving as time's gone on? Well, this is the sign of improvement, right? This is the sign of a roster that has been sharpening its claws and sort of getting its fangs better and better. It's a roster that had however many changes coming in towards this. It was built of a couple of different. They lost some of their sort of star players and lost big chunks of the roster. So at this point, them being able to find themselves a little bit more sort of solid and locked in, well, great, you know, how will this sort of come together? In fact, let's scroll through. I think this team did come from 5 different teams. It was all of these players, 5 different teams coming together. Maybe the first 2 playdays was just learning how to play together.
10 seconds left.
Oh, lineup change coming in from Loss as well. Looking where the site is in towards that mid floor. I suppose if you're Black Dragons, if you're 5-1 down, you kind of think, well, we have to do the full rotation anyway, so we may as well get the mid floor out of the way. That is where we head first. First for Loss, they have that shield. That's the one I want to see where the blitz is going to be utilized. On a couple of castle barricades over towards bench as well. These castle barricades being used primarily in towards the first floor rather than in towards that top floor. Loss, it is just that information game. Open up these windows, get the drones in, seeing what you can go for and what you can't. But all quiet at the moment, not a lot to really say. I mean, that's good information from Dash. Not only is the garage fully reinforced, it's also going to be electrified. I don't know if he's spotted out Miracle, though, as the pulse, but surely if a defender is going to, reinforce those walls, electrify it, you would assume they're going to play C-Force from below. So that should all be fed through, and it's up to Lost to figure out what they want to go for. And, well, they've opened up with the first pick. Let's see if they can build up more momentum off the back of it.
just hopped in, pulled the body, hopped out, got out of there, and it's the Solace as well. And you're sort of looking at the combination of utility, the information that they wanted to get. When you're looking at this site and you're looking at this sort of look, and I said it before, you can have players go underneath as the Solace and the Pulse, play from above, play from below, and here losing one of those in a clean smash and grab, it just sort of makes a lot of the plan feel a bit thinner. It makes this reliance that this is our last line of defense. Oh no, they're the first body gone. Blows. Red does get revenge a bit later on, and now with a minute left, they're still sort of cementing the hold on the back and just worried about the rotate round. But if they can try and get this kit hopped in on the small box window and put the pressure on from there, that's the idea. But at this point, Daffo, he's worried. Somebody's going to be trying to make their way around. You can see the setup. They've peeled themselves back, but there's also that pulse below. And that pulse in that position, maybe they were sort of hoping that the only one there was Solace. There's the move. That'll be called by the pulse itself. The blinds go out. They're just going to keep driving on, and the C4 connects. Sort of the easiest C4 miracle will have to do. The shotgun on this corner might have the easiest shotgun it's going to have to do. There's the plant. They actually swing in and pre-fire. Caught out, and oh no! A little bit of a missed moment, but Rare, the biggest possible moment, swings out, gets one, gets two, to make three for the round. With 15 seconds, Daffo. A lot to actually try and piece together. He knows they're surrounding him, and they've actually moved off, rotated, given him cold information to work on. Black Dragons win it out.
Yeah, loss being punished from below, which they droned it out early. I mean, they seen where Black Dragons were gonna try and play, but they just never really had any notion of wanting to go downstairs and fully take it. Now, for loss, they suffered one loss in their attacks.
Attackers need to locate and defuse as many
To try and see if they can at least get this attack and get them on the match point. That will fill them with a lot more confidence. It's getting that first. There's their Black Dragons. Who knows what they can do? And that old story of anything you can do, I can do better. Could be what Black Dragons are thinking. What's to stop us going for the clean sweep? Is there for them. But still a long way to go yet in this game.
It's always this sort of idea of it all where, you know, it's a game of two halves. We say that however many times. We've had some weird halves tonight, but we've also had some, oh, this is just a game of one half and then they finish it in the other half, right? It's not really had a point proven here, but this is a good map for it. As you said, the risk of coming to Consulate and the best of one is that it does play so well for defenders. And that's what Lost are now going to learn. And as I sort of said before, it's a team made up of 5 different teams. Lost, they're still trying to find their way. But this is the toughest sort of way of building because it's an intricate map to approach. There's a lot of different moving parts in every single attempt. And here's the start. They're just going to make sure that this doesn't get tricked off or impacted off. And they're going to make sure that nobody's on the other side of it. And there, as they can get this fully breached together. Fine. They have their route on secret, but that is step one. And as I said, there's intricacies towards this approach. Getting in the building is that tougher follow through.
Here we go. We start to meander our way in. Let's see how this Monty is going to try and dissect this bottom floor. Moving his way in towards server room now. Is it Solus upstairs who has been droned out? Certainly a slow and steady approach from Loss. Not wanting to make any moves as of yet, and they are starting to burn away smokes, which sharp too. Half the round gone, and still just waiting for this Monty to really get stuck in and get his hands dirty, but not the case at the moment.
I mean, there's obviously, what, 2 bodies, 2 guns watching. They're not being subtle about the approach. How about that demo? Rare spun on a dime, put it in the fruit machine and got a jackpot. And now, with 1 traded out, there's some damage done from the opposite side. Does meet an end, but great removal on towards the Habana. 4 versus 4, less than a minute on the timer. They're trying to drive themselves in from the you know, sort of walkway at the bottom, yellow. Savage, not Savage, Swag takes a bit of damage. Savage, I assume, is in bed. Now, where can they try and drive? Still that Monty of Nux in. They need to find this route. They need to find this safe sort of place to build behind, but there's always still this continual pressure, and now it's just 2 guns on this side, right? And now it's only 1. Just the Monty alone. Mr. Outlaw gets his own on the other side, and fine, he's going to do his best here, but he's being surrounded, and, well, I feel like the pressure's about to turn up to 11, Demo.
Oh, this is it. And they're starting to get amped as well, aren't they? You can see that the passion's starting to come out. They're getting a little bit itchy. They're thinking, yeah, we can start to turn it now. Quite rightly so. I think they've kind of got the run of the green. It's on their side. And for loss, they have to try and figure out what they can do. Still have the timeout, don't forget, which I assume would come in if this next round doesn't go their way. But we'll see.
We've gone for the split site. An enjoyed site by some. Some say a site for connoisseurs of sites. You a split site enjoyer?
I do. I like split site. I think if you want to go split site, you need just a lot of information, which is maybe the only issue I think with Black Dragons is they're maybe lacking, you know, some form of cameras. I think Maestro's really good in the site for upstairs too. But realistically, all you want to do is just hold on to basement as long as you can. That's why we probably see the Cade come in, because it's good for Caden over toward the garage. And you also have potentially the tub to combo with that to waste a lot of time. So if Loss see it split site and they want to try and push in from garage, could have a tough time with that. And mirror window too, right in the middle of it. Their mirror window being used. There's just this full extension wanting to hold on to this basement for as long as possible. And just the pulse as well with a shotgun. That information, he's the key. He needs to stay alive, Lander. So I like the setup here from Black Dragons. See how Lost want to deal with it.
Well, they're already up and pressed against the wall itself. They're trying to just cut their way here across the ground floor. They're not going to go with the verticality and instead take this as a bit of a lateral fight as the lean in. And immediately up against that mirror window. I'm wondering if the Monty is going to be the banners to follow through here, as, you know, they've tried to use it a couple of times and it's been very effective in getting some of the information, not really obviously on the capitalization, but you just make their approaches even thinner, right? They'll cut away this possibility, combined with probably the mirror ban on the other side. Make the play a bit more claustrophobic, and here, you're giving the pings, the mirror's happy to sort of stand and sit around, really. There's pressure coming either side, but they're still able to escape here, Demo. And you're getting land, but you're not really getting anything in the back of it, and it gives you, what? A minute and a half. They've been able to get themselves in here, but you can see Daffo's now gone to the other side, trying to apply some vertical pressure. But he's alone. Still a lot of work to be done.
Dash. Gonna look to open up this wall, and that will force Lander out of the supply and back into the deep position of server, or instead goes up the stairs. And look at this from... Instead of maybe trying to go in towards the breach, he gets himself now over towards the door and potentially could go for a plant, but I don't think he's aware of the player tucked in towards Secret. That's the danger. That's who they need to figure out is there before he even thinks about going for a plant. And they see a yellow ping. Looks as though that they have spotted out Swag now. They have to deal with him. They have to go get him.
Oh, Mr. Outlaw goes down, as does Dash, but only one of them is sort of put together. Nux for a second thought about a plant, but everything starts to explode and pop off inside the site itself and leaves. 3 versus 2, but the timer is only going to be an operator for the defenders. They didn't really need to drive that way, and Daffo trades it out. Massively important there for Loss. And now, that pressure, that cooker gets turned on. because they just need one. They could just do it on that side again if they want. That dread of having to go there is always going to rest in the mind of Black Dragons, but also by the time they get there, they've got to now be perfect for the opening too.
Oh, Black Dragons faltering on the split take. It has just ever so slightly left the door open for loss, who have got that important one round. You know, getting that first round, that is the tricky thing, and they've been able to do that now. So there is going to be a lot of pressure over towards Black Dragons, because now they know they cannot make any mistakes. Oh, here we go. Potentially the final round off the evening. We head in towards the top floor.
Bomb located by attackers.
I mean, this is where it gets really fun, because Lost know that they can play a little bit more free. Knowing that, look, even if things do go wrong, even if maybe the chances that we take don't pay off, we still got OT, we still got that opportunity.
5 seconds left.
I think that's sort of that drive, right? I mean, we've had a lot of different tales tonight. We've had strange ones that sort of play out like a fairy tale from the olden days. You can't really predict what's going to happen next. I'm looking at you, the second game we covered on Cafe Dostoevsky. The others, they've sort of been well-known stories, right? They've been the top dog team, but here, this is the underdog story. This isn't the result that I think people expected to come from how these teams have been playing in the short league so far, but at the same point, then you start to see the sort of pieces put together. Black Dragons still have a game in hand. They've still got a showdown against FaZe following through, but at this point, Lost being able to jump themselves up towards third place, I believe that they'll jump over Black Dragons, they'll get a 2-point difference, and then they get to sit and watch and wait. Because this is the last game that they can play, but it's the one that sets them up for best of threes. I think they would, with that, guarantee themselves at least out of the firing line. They just need to get it one more connection here. Monty and Kaid, the continued ban, so they've got to try and drive with a different shield. You can see Mr. Outlaw's trying to do his best to stop them getting the immediate approach. With some damage done on the verticality, he's now a little bit worried about that, but otherwise, Dash is the first to suffer on the Visa approach, and suffer he does. Mr. Outlaw just drives into Coffin. And where is anybody else to support them?
Oh, they're going for a plant. And it's down. It's a complete bait and switch. They've baited them thinking, oh, they're going to go for the kind of admin take, but no, the Amaru comes in, the diffuser's been planted. And now Black Dragons are lost. They've been hit with a stunner. It comes into 2v2, but that's not the issue. It's the fact that diffuser is down. You've got a player on the upside down rappel. Mr. Outlaw's going to have to try and go for some form of run out, but it should be being held by the other player. Should be being held by Daffo, who is holding it right now, but no! Daffo goes for the stun, stops him going for the diffuse, has to rappel up. No way! Surely not! Surely not! Yes! Black Dragons, by the skin of their teeth, make it happen!
That he got off the plant and the diffuse as well, and then got back on it. Maybe it couldn't have been closer. It could not have been closer. I mean, unbelievable round from Mr. Outlaw there. He's the reason Black Dragons are still fighting, and great teamwork on the retake as well. Has to be said, right? Has to be the sort of positional awareness to head outside and make sure you work it together, to know that he has to try and drive that first fight away. I mean, just beautiful, but again, he got off the diffuse for a split second. Had to go back to the 7-second count at about 8 seconds left.
Yeah, So he didn't come off the defuse, he got Sophia stunned off of it. And that was actually the misplay. Because he's pulled out the Sophia, he has forgone killing the guy running out of bottom yellow, and then his teammates died.
Oh my god,
I don't know what he was thinking. All he had one job. Hold the second player. Your teammate in the window's gonna be fine. He can deal with that. He's upside down repel. But it's the fact that he has let his teammate die.
Oh, there's so many layers. So many layers to this story. I said we've had a lot of different stories. I didn't know we'd had Shakespearean tragedy. We'll see if Lost can get themselves as close before. That could have and should have been it. If not for one misplay. And again, the brilliance. Mr. Outlaw especially to be able to cement that round. Now back to the drawing board, back to the square one. They're one step closer and they've done it against Impossible Odds. That's only going to energize Black Dragons. It's only going to get the Fury even more ferocious. Lost need to try and find this first route in. Messed up over the top, but well, that's not how they want it. There goes your Capital. There goes a lot of your utility. And also Daffo, who is your current top killer. That's not really how they want to lead in towards this engagement. They've been able to cut their way across. They're at the man disadvantage. The destruction happens on towards the site itself. Once again, they're sort of forgoing the verticality. And that means they don't even really know where they're being shot from, Demo.
Well, where are they gonna go? This is, yeah, tricky one. Should have been it. Should have been it done and dusted for Lawson. Black Dragons is a massive lifeline that they've been able to win that round. I've started things off pretty good though on that opening pick, and you can see that the round just stalled out for a loss. Perez though is going to try and get them fired up a little bit with that kill back. Down goes Landa. There's still players towards that top floor, so trying to move into the site and get a plant down is going to be a big no-no unless they can apply pressure to said players above. Perez, going to see if he can find that lone man inside. Piano Dash though has been able to find Miracle, and the defuse is starting to happen right now as it looks as though this one is going to stick again. Now Lost in that post plant once more, but it's not going to work out again. It looks to be the retake is here for Black Dragons. Perez goes down again. Lost will get the diffuser planted, but again, they will lose it in the post plant. Black Dragons one round away from equaling the total. 6-5 is how it stands, but Black Dragons, they can almost touch it.
It's fool's gold at this point, right? With how this map has gone out, with how this rounds have played out, with the fact that the only two plants that we have had over this map have both fallen away from the team that was able to get the kit down and the team that only needed one more success to be able to end it. I mean, it's just... It's got to be frustrating in some way, because it's on one side we just need one of these to land, we need to get it towards the other end, we've been in these two situations. On the other side of it, they know how close they're getting, and now they're building in towards the must-win round, the round that they won before. But with how it went together, there was it was a 2 versus 1 by the end of it. It was still quite low. I think the opening kill was super late in towards the round. It was a very slow and steady approach of the Monty driving their way forward across the basement, and they don't have the Monty anymore, Demo. They do not have that option for a similar approach. They have to opt for something different, and well, something different will be a different site because of how the rotation has gone. They're not on server tellers. They're on the other site they tried the Monty push on, and it didn't even work that time. I've said they've forgone the vertical game quite a lot throughout their approaches here, Demo. They cannot keep avoiding it this time.
Oh, what's it gonna be? What is it gonna be this time? Loss, all they need is just a round. Black Dragons, as though they were gonna falter that all-important top floor round, but still alive. This is what it comes down to for Black Dragons to give themselves a chance to stay in the game and at least secure a point. Or will they give lost all 3 points in this matchup? Here we go, basement, where it's going to be. I just heard a mirror window pop. I don't know if that was an exterior window or was that a window in the site, because I do know that there's a twitch in the board, so it does make me worry.
Waiting for this first engagement, tentatively sort of playing onto it. Only 2 rounds have gone away from the person who's been able to get that opening body, and yeah, okay, the last 2 rounds have been ones that have been as close as you like, and maybe should have swapped over, but swapped over rounds and close as you like rounds has been a bit of a dictated story, but this game feels a lot more neck and neck than it's been before, but it is just the nature of the beast. Obviously, when we get in towards that OT, if you're on 5-1 halves either side of the defense, you really know who the game itself is going to prefer. Perez drifting in with the DMR, but doesn't want to get caught out entirely isolated. It's actually Dark and Nux. They get the opening too. Either side, there's a bit of C4 damage, but no immediate follow through. There goes the Solace. There goes the Ella. And there goes this middle floor. They've sort of drifted their way back towards the basement, and oh, drifted too blindly. Dark gets himself another for the trouble. Miracle's at least able to find one, but Dash sprints in and it's over. Demo as quick as you like. Finally, Lost find that secret source. They get themselves that full fat win. 3 points, jump their way up above Black Dragons in the standings and leave Imperial Esports staring from the sidelines.
Yeah, big from Ross. I mean, obviously it took them a while to get there. Almost taking it into OT. Very, very close on a lot of those rounds. Black Dragons trying to stay afloat, but that last round, that was the one that sunk them. And for Loss, they take all 3 points. That opening half, that 5-1, that's the power of Consulate. If you choose the map, you don't get to choose the side. And that was the kicker for Black Dragons here today.
I mean, it was a great fight that they tried back, coming back from 1-5 and that, coming back with 2 plants going ahead of you in the sort of 3-6 as well. It's a nightmare situation, and they almost did it. You think that they're still going to have a day tomorrow. They've still got tough opponents, but tomorrow is tomorrow's problem. Right now, well, it's Milos and Laxing's problem.
There are no problems here whatsoever, my friends. Yes, the night is complete. It ends with a huge upset here in the favor of Lost. That, as our commentators were just talking about, really propels them up in the standings to fight for that 4th place to send themselves into the playoffs. That fight is still ongoing, and what a game. You would think Lost would have even closed it earlier. Yeah. In this case, Gabe, there were a few rounds where we're just pulling our hair out, but at the end of it, like you said multiple times, a win is a win, points are points.
Absolutely. I mean, it really was a great series, a great game to watch. It was a good back and forth. The first half, honestly, I thought it was going to come to close. I think we both were under the same impression. Okay, we're going to get this over with. We're going to call it a quick night. But I am really happy with the resilience shown from Black Dragons. I mean, their defenses were very strong. I will say I did like the adaptations that Los was trying to pull out, trying to go for these quick takes, trying to either go for a quick transition. I mean, I believe in round 10, we saw that huge bait. They were attacking office side, printer side, and then all of a sudden you would just see the Amaru rotate down, push over towards CO, and then try to go through that window. We saw the bomb being planted, and it was like, oh, they got the bait. But then Outlaw coming in was such, I mean, I believe he had a 4K that round to be able to save it. And then the next round, I mean, it was just, this was a very, very fun game to watch. And Black Dragons, yes, their attacks did not look great, but their defenses are definitely something to take home, to look back at this matchup and see where things went wrong on the attack to fix it. And like Demo said, Unfortunately, their attacking half is where their downfall happened, where I felt if they started on the defensive side, we probably would have saw a smoother attacking transition just because they would have had the lead. As I said, once you start losing rounds, you start doubting yourself, but they still fought tooth and nail for every piece of control of the map, but it really just came down to Los, who had the better game plan in the end, the better transition, the better pivots made, and players in positions to be able to capitalize on these moments. I mean, even Dark right there, getting 2 big kills and then quickly rotating towards basement, catching another player off guard. I mean, that really was the deciding factor for them, is just the simple fact that Los was constantly adapting, understanding where they needed to move next and how they were going to get there. But overall, I think both teams should be happy. It is unfortunate given the points standings that Los does walk away with the full 3. Black Dragons walk away with nothing. So that really, you know, bridges, I mean, doesn't bridge the gap anymore. It creates further gap for this team to be able to make headway. But overall, great series.
Absolutely. The impact on the group will also be incredibly important, as we both have mentioned time and time again. You'll see in our scoreboard here is that Black Dragons, they put up 5 rounds, but the kill differential between the two teams is actually quite high. That just lends it to Black Dragons focusing more on win conditions in the round, even though sometimes it meant that they weren't collecting those points. That's just those kills, mind you. That is something to keep in mind. Future our MVP Dash, who we'll have a quick chat with in just a bit. Overall, great performance by him and his entire team. I mean, do you find Dash as a player individually improving over time, Gabe?
Yeah, 100%. I'm already glad that he's gelling with the team. I'm sure he's happy to be back in Brazil in the SAL region as a whole. I mean, I've critiqued Dash, you know, towards his end times on Wildcard, and never once questioned his ability and the player that he is. I just think as over time and the dynamics of the team shifting, it does kind of weigh on your influence and what you bring to the table. But by no means could anyone question Dash ability as a player. I mean, he's a major winning player. You can't discredit this guy. It would be in the wrong place. But at the time and where Wildcard was heading, he just wasn't fitting into that core anymore. But I am so happy to see his performance and see the performance that I know that he can produce, and to be the MVP of this game and to already be gelling very well with this roster. I am happy to see Dash back thriving.
Well, I hope that he was hearing this because he's ready for us in the interview. Let's bring him on. Dash, congratulations on the win. Laxing was just giving you a glaze session here to just show how great you've been faring as a player and everybody on Los as a team. What does this win mean to you today, like beating Black Dragons and getting all 3 points out of the game?
I mean, I think we showed a good Rainbow Six today, and now we are being able to show what we are capable of, and and we are being able to show what we are capable of. And the first 2 games were a little bit difficult. We were very nervous because we were playing against 2 very difficult teams to play against. But this last 2 games, we played our Rainbow Six. This win means a lot to me because right now I think we are almost qualified in the now. Yeah, and I think we are almost qualified to the playoffs or in the upper bracket or something. So it's very important for us to at least give us a little bit one more chance in the playoffs if we lose in this case. So I think it was a very good win for us.
Yeah, absolutely. Dash, one, I want to congratulate you. I mean, I'm not sure if you watch the desk too often. I was kind of critical towards your gameplay when you were on Wildcard. This is my first time now being able to see you on this team. I don't even know if you heard what I was talking about in this, but how are you finding comfort being back in the SAL, being within your home region, and just honestly on this team, and then even in your today's performance?
I'm very comfortable here back in SAL because, I mean, my team is very, how can I say, this team is being a family for me in my return to Brazil. So I'm enjoying a lot to be IGL back again, and everything's been amazing here. So I'm just enjoying this first part of the team, this first moment of the team, to create threats and everything, to create our playstyle, and then we can think about going back to international tournaments again and showing what I'm capable of.
Yeah, one step at a time. And I have another follow-up question. With you being the IGL, being able to lead the team, is that you making a lot of those calls? Like even in that round 10, granted you guys didn't win it, but you guys were baiting. You were playing over towards office, playing over towards printer. You guys had people on the balcony. And then all of a sudden, in a matter of 10 seconds, everyone was just immediately shifting. You had a player come up from Spiral. Is that you in the round calling that? Or is that information being relayed to you? Hey, there's no pressure over on CO side. Should we take it? And then you kind of then facilitating that? Or was that you just in that moment realizing we can go for this?
No, it's actually a pre-made strat where we bait to the admin side. We show ourselves in there. And then we just stay outside the CO with the Mario ready to plant. So it's just a pre-made strat, like nothing at that, no adaptation, you know.
I mean, that was still beautiful, even though it didn't go in your guys' favor because Outlaw hits a nasty 4K. But I mean, had that gone through, that would have been beautifully executed and a great call from you.
It was very close. If anything, on our side, we're watching it with eager eyes because we're thinking, oh man, if this actually works out, it would be so cool. Still, at the end of it, a good result to close things out. Of course, this was the last matchup that you get to play until we hit the playoffs. We'll see what happens in that situation. Any final words you have to say, Dash, to fans out there, if you would like, before we close things out?
I don't know if I have any North American fans still, but I mean, for the time that I played there, the time that I was able to represent North America in international tournaments. Thank you if there's anyone cheering for me. I loved my time in NA. Playing for Wildcard was like pretty fun, pretty amazing for me. Everything was amazing. So thank you if there's anyone supporting me, and that's it. Like, let's see what Los can do from now on.
Thank you very much, Dash. Congratulations again on a huge 3-point win today against BD. We'll see you next time.
Thank you.
And there it is. We got the story in from Dash, but the results, here it is on the scoreboard. Los catapult themselves up to position 3 above Black Dragons, a 2-point space. However, they have played all of their matches, whereas Black Dragons have not. However, I believe that means that Los have secured themselves a spot in the playoffs. Does that mean that they might not, that they might be in position 4 or 3? That depends what happens with Black Dragons. Imperial Esports are pretty much out of the running at this point, as they can only catch up with the Black Dragons, but that is about it. That'll depend on Black Dragons losing to FaZe, Imperial beating Liquid.
I was just about to say, there is somehow a world within here that they could make it. I don't know all the different iterations and what's going to go into that, but I mean, BD does play FaZe next week. Yep. So there's a chance, but it's small.
This matchup, so the matches that we're going to have on Saturday, are going to be incredibly important. It will come down to the last moment to see which teams will actually make it into the playoffs. They'll be starting immediately on Sunday, so be careful. There is no space here. That'll be Imperial versus Team Liquid Alienware. Potential here for Imperial, but also a tough opponent. Same goes for Black Dragons against FaZe Clan. No easy games over there. INTZ, their own comeback. They're going to be playing Fluxo W7M. That is also incredibly important for Group B. A lot of pressure on both of their backs. Now, Loud versus Furia. Can Furia retake the #1 spot in their group and get a bye in the playoffs? We'll just have to see. Now, Gabe, this was your first day here at SAL for Kickoff. How are you feeling at the end of it? What's the big highlight for you?
Honestly, just seeing all the new variants of the team, there's always something about rewatching a broadcast versus working it. And when you're working it, you're just able to retain so much. You can recall these moments. You're looking at it more in depth than just rewatching a VOD. So it's always fun. And that's why I said I was envious of Leo and Fox being able to work the early bits. But I am glad I'm coming at the time that I did, because I am seeing more of the team's dynamics. I'm seeing how they're going from one game to the next. I'm seeing the development. So it really was an exciting day. SAL's always fun to watch because, as you've said it time and time again, you can't really sleep on anyone. Sure, we did have kind of a sleeper match, but even that last match, it looked like it was just going to, the door was going to shut, day was going to be over, but then it was a huge fight back. You saw the resurgence, you saw the resilience out of them, and these are games that I personally love to watch. I don't like to see just one-sided affairs, and again, in the SAL, it really could be anyone's day, given it's a best of one.
Absolutely. And hey, it's one more day until we swap over completely to best of threes. That'll be this weekend. Honestly, we're very close to the end and the edge here for SAL here in Kickoff. We're very close to getting into playoffs, and from then on, the 4 teams that will represent the entire region, the Salt Lake City Major. For those out there that are anywhere in the world, but also specifically in North America would like to join us, make sure that you go and you purchase your tickets for the Salt Lake City Major in Utah in May, next month, actually, in just like a month from now, which is pretty incredible how quickly time passes in situations like this. Gabe, I want to thank you for a wonderful evening together. And as it nears 4 a.m, it is time for me to sign off and to say good night. Have a wonderful evening. We will see you this weekend for more SAL, but of course, the grind does not stop. There is more matches to go. We got EML, we got APL, we got NAL. Everything is happening as we speak, all in preparation. Hey, there's Siege all the time during kickoff, and that's what we love to see. Until then, we love you so much. Have a good night.